Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If MEI Falls in Love with Naruto. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Hokage's Will. Summary. The aftermath of Pain's attack left Tsunade in comatose. With a sudden surprise from the Lord of Fire, Naruto is left inheriting the mantle. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto, all copyrights belong to Masashi Kishimoto, Suisha and Viz Media. This is strictly for fan purposes only. Chapter 1, The Selection. As it was foretold, the elder sage of Meibokusen said in his shaking voice, holding within his hand the crystal ball to see the events that had occurred. Gamabunta sat in front of the elder sage and watched the events unfold. His injuries aching his gigantic body forced him to be summoned out of Konoha. The battle with Pain was made into a full battle of attrition against Naruto, who in the end succeeded by finishing the fight with God Realm with a slew of backup plans. Though it is unthinkable that Jiraiya's two apprentices were the chosen of this prophecy. The change and revolution of the ninja world. The crystal ball, willed by the elder sage, zoomed in on Naruto's hand that held the first book that Jiraiya ever made. The elder sage then said, "That book really is the key to change for a prosperous future." Gamabunta wordlessly looked onto the crystal ball. As he viewed the features of young Naruto, the image of the fourth Hokage took over his vision. With a wipe from one of his forearms, Gamabunta then said, "The kid is making me remind of the fourth. It's through this brat that everything will change. I'm honored to have been of service to this brat." The elder sage commented, maybe this was all meant to be, from the time Jiraiya decided to never give up. The sounds of rushing water were the only things that could be heard in the great structure of Meibokusen that day. Konoha, Jito Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Nagato shouted, his chakra pouring out of his body, his remaining life force going to the jutsu he had created. He said to Naruto, "I believe in you. In you, I can see a bright future. Thank you, Naruto. You made me remind myself of my youth. My idealism. I'll put my faith in you as Yahiko and Sensei did to me." With this, the deed is done. In the midst of Pain's parting speech, a giant creature, with its concentric eyes of the Rinnegan, sprouted forth from the ground zero of Pain's Shinra Tensei. With its mark of king on its forehead, it undid the strings that covered of its gaping mouth, releasing countless souls of the people venturing in the twilight of life and death. In the false tree, Nagato said as his shivering hands reached out to the blonde, "Just one more time. Let me put my faith back to true peace. One more time. Let me dream that beautiful dream." Nagato slowly began to lose his consciousness. Naruto caught him by the arms, a sullen expression written all over his face. "Nagato." Konan remained silent as she closed her eyes, as Nagato had started breathing his last. "What did Nagato do?" Naruto asked, as Nagato was starting his heavy breathing. "Nagato, as the seventh Pain, he is able to control life and death. For he who controls the Rinnegan is above the cycle of life and death." Nagato looked upwards, the false tree starting to disperse. "At least, let me do this for the people that I have killed in this village. This is my payment to you. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. I can rest easy. My dream, Yahiko's dream, we will give to you. My role is over now." With that, Nagato silently paused, slowly succumbing to the merciful embrace of death. No longer shall he suffer the pains of his past, haunting him in his very soul, freed from his drive and obsession. "I promise you, Nagato, I'll be the one to break this curse. Believe in me." Naruto uttered, closing his eyes. A lone tear flows from his left eye, signaling his sorrow. If only it weren't for Danzo and Madara, all this pain and madness wouldn't have happened. It was in this moment he had understood what Jiraiya finally wanted for him to have. If I can't be the one to be that person to bring peace to the world, if I can't find that answer, Naruto, you'll be the one to do it for me. You bet. Naruto stood up, holding in his hand in a firm grip the first book that Jiraiya had written. Konan wrapped Nagato's body with her paper. She looked on as Naruto followed her, looking to the place where Naruto had defeated Tendu Pain. She arrived, silent as the angel of God that she was portrayed to be, gentle and comforting. With a flick of her hand, countless papers wrapped around the form of the body of God Realm. Naruto asked, "You're taking this body too?" Konan replied, "This is the body used to be God Realm. This was Yahiko. He was someone very dear to us." She looked back as the countless papers surrounded the Yahiko's corpse. War brings death, wounds and pain to both sides. There is nothing harder to accept than the death of those that you love. Your generation that hasn't known war, try to find meaning in death only to be left with pain and hatred that you don't know what to do with. Dying like trash, never-ending hatred. That is war. This is what you must face, Naruto. The book that Nagato so held dearly, and you. It was as if it was the workings of the true God. Naruto not once looked over to the woman as he looked down. "Are you going back to Akatsuki?" "I am done with Akatsuki. Yahiko and Nagato were everything to me. They've entrusted their dreams to you. Nagato believed in you, so I'll do the same. Pain to cure will help you any way it can." Naruto wordlessly looked at the corpses of his fellow pupils and touched them. "I'll be the person to end all of this tragedy. It's what my master and fellow pupils had given me. You've taught me to be a stronger person. I promise I'll do everything I can." Konan raised her right arm and papers began swirling around her hand, folding and forming a bouquet of paper roses. The blue-haired girl handed it over to Naruto and said, "This time, I hope for you that these flowers of hope never die." Naruto merely smiled and accepted the gift as he reached out for it with both his hands and held it tight. A memory of his former master crossed his mind. Oh, that's pretty good, eh, Naruto? How about we go out tonight and celebrate with ice cream? Alright, thanks Uro-sennin. Hey, Naruto, I got the best view on the house here. Want to take a look? Hey, you serious? What if we get caught? You worry over the little stuff like that and you'll grow up to be such a prude like Tsunade. No way, Uro-sennin. I got a new idea for a jutsu. Want to see? Oh, really? Well, let's see it then. That was great, Naruto. You really are my most favorite apprentice. Haha, now I've got an idea for my next book. How about you write a chapter here for me? Sure. Hey, Uro-sennin, did you know you're like the grandfather I never had? What's with this all of a sudden? And no matter how you say it, I'll always be proud of my apprentice. Thanks, Uro-sennin. Memories of his master crossed his mind as he slowly formed a smile and tears fell like rivers cascading down his whiskered cheeks. He turned his back from the view that he last saw Conan and walked back to the village that was laid in ruins. Within his hands, he held the paper roses that Conan had given him and the memento of his master. Just watch me, you perverted hermit. I'll make your dreams a reality. He jumped up. His optimism showed forth like the radiant sun. Kakashi. In the period of talking with his father in limbo, Kakashi realized that he felt his chest a little lighter, his back broader, as if a weight on his shoulder was lifted. His father had talked to him so casually and so normally in front of the only light within that darkness, that small campfire that his father had waited on for years since his death. Thanks to their talk, Sakuma was able to go meet his wife finally. The shame that Kakashi had shown in years of his childhood was no longer there, only acceptance. With renewed strength, Kakashi went searching for his student that defeated pain. Going through the forest, he saw Naruto, tired and fatigued that he was, an image that wasn't always present. Within his hands were a bouquet of paper roses and a small book. Naruto staggered, feeling the weight of his exhaustion taking over. He fell down, but was caught by Kakashi, who only said, "Good work." Surprised, Naruto shouted to the teacher, "Kakashi-sensei, save your breath and hold on. We're going back to the village." As soon as the village came into view, literally thousands upon thousands of the villagers and ninja were all there to meet him. "Welcome back. We believed in you. Thank you." Words of gratitude and all were shouted from the joyous villagers, and children began rushing towards him, pushing and shoving to get close to the person that had saved them and caused a miracle within the village. "They've all been waiting for your return," Kakashi mentioned, and the small slug that had been with Naruto, a part of Katsuya, said, "I told them everything that had happened. They've been waiting for you all this time." A shard of memory had hit Kakashi's mind. "My dream is to one day become Hokage, and for everyone to acknowledge my existence." In the background, Haruka recalled the moment when Naruto was when he was a child, and to the moment that he had been embraced by the village. A smile had escaped his lips that turned into a full-blown grin, tears of joy overwhelming the teacher. As everyone cheered, certain people seemed to have been approached by the ANBU. This went unnoticed to several of the crowd. Narashikaku, who was one of the people that were approached, asked the masked ninja, "What is it?" "You are to report to the council room immediately." Shikaku frowned and lowered his head and asked, "Already?" Kakashi looked on in aloofness. Naruto whispered to him, "Take me to the council room immediately, sensei. It's time I put a stop to Danzo's underground operations." Kakashi looked incredulous. Did Naruto obtain very sensitive information about Root? And why was he requesting one of the elder toads to accompany him and carry one of their scroll lists for active toads? This wouldn't have happened if I was called back sooner, and the timing of the whole thing. It doesn't add up, sensei. I know I may not notice the simple things back then, but thanks to my training in Senjutsu, I've been more particular. Please, sensei, just this once. Kakashi nodded. Naruto was determined, and that looked like something that will remain there until he got what he wanted. Far in the village outskirts, an oversized-looking Venus flytrap emerged from the thick branch of one of the gigantic trees surrounding the village. "I never thought pain could be defeated like this. I must report this immediately," Zetsu said, as he observed the blonde Jinchuriki being escorted away with the infamous copy ninja Kakashi. "Madara must take note of this." With that, he sunk into the trunk again, his Kajero taking effect, traveling at the speed of sound. The council room. The council room looked tense. Everyone was facing a hard time ahead. Pain's assault on Konoha did more damage than it should have. "We plan on continuing with other countries to counter the threat posed by Akatsuki," Amura mentioned, making clear his intentions on the matter at hand. Being the remaining village with a Jinchuriki, it was more likely that they will target Konoha again. The one from the financing department in the Land of Fire said, "After what's happened to the village, the Land of Fire will do anything it can into getting Konoha rebuilt. But first we need to set up a considerable amount of budget and then take into account the strain on the other countries as well." Danzo in particular raised his head and showed his uncovered eye, gleaming in the sunlight. "There are other important issues to be discussed, such as who will be the next Hokage." All of the people in the room remained silent. The Fire Lord said, "Couldn't we just wait for Tsunade to awaken? I am sure the matter will fix itself eventually." Koharu had voiced her opinion. "My lord, Tsunade is still in a coma. We can't decide on a plan for the village when she will wake up. Besides, the destruction of Konoha was partially her fault. The Fire Lord sighed as he leaned back into his seat, fanning himself. I'd choose Jiraiya. I liked him, but he's gone now. Seeing Danzo was about to speak, Shikaku intervened, clearly seeing the schemes of the old warhawk. I nominate Haddock Kakashi. The Fire Lord seemed impressed. Oh, the son of the White Fang, eh? Why not? What do all of you think? Murmurs and whispers went around the council chambers talking about the situation. He's well known, strong and respected, that's true, but he's very young. Minato was even younger. A councilman asked Shikaku who was his teacher. Shikaku replied in a calm demeanor. Everything was swaying in his favor. The Yondaime Hokage. The Fire Daimyo seemed impressed again. Kakashi, who was taught by the 4th Hokage, taught by Jiraiya, and taught by the Sandaime. It is a fine selection, the old noble added with a smile. The 3rd Hokage's teachings have as good as destroyed the village. A leader of Akatsuki, Pain, was once Jiraiya's pupil. Everyone turned to Danzo, who seemed to have opposed the idea, but before he could make headway, it was then that he was cut off. The Sandaime was never wrong in his teachings. It was then that Naruto appeared from the entrance of the door, and within his hands was a scroll along with the Fukasaku resting on his shoulders. He looked at Danzo in contempt and said, "You were responsible for this, Danzo, and I would be damned if you were to become Hokage. You were the one that let Pain roam free in Konoha. You and Hanzo were the ones that created him. You are in part to blame on Nagato turning what he was." Everyone seemed quiet at that. Hamura and Koharu stood up, and elder woman said, "Uzumaki Naruto, you are not permitted to enter the council room. This can be considered an act of insubordination." Naruto stood firm. Outside, Kakashi leaned on the door so that no one would enter. To his right was Yamato, nervously waiting for one of his charges inside. It was like dipping your toe on boiling water. Such a risky move would get them severely punished if Danzo ever did turn into Hokage. "Have faith in your subordinate, Yamato. I did, and I know what he's doing is the right thing." If only those simple words would be enough to encourage him. Inside, Naruto spoke. "Where did you get information about Pain being my sensei's pupil?" "As far as I can tell, only the Sannin knew of it." "You've dug your own grave, Danzo. You've involuntarily suggested about your involvement with Aimbakure's affairs, more specifically, with Hanzo of the Salamander. It was because of you that Nagato became the leader of Akatsuki by killing his friend, Yahiko. You thought that their movement in Aimbakure was a threat on its own without even considering that we should not interfere in political affairs that do not concern us." Shikaku seemed to grin as he held his head down. Naruto had a point. It seemed now was time to back up the child. "That's true. What happened in Kiri is an example. We do not intervene in actions that concern internal affairs of a country that is outside our jurisdiction, which is almost every country not the Land of Fire. Do you have any explanation on this, Danzo?" Shikaku asked. "Proof," Danzo mentioned, and then continued. "Where's your proof, child?" Naruto looked at the man in a heartbeat and said, "The citizens of Konoha that were revived just earlier. During my fight with him, he told me that his organization back then only wanted to have peace talks with Hanzo. But you coaxed him, Danzo, coaxed Hanzo of the Salamander to suppress the movement. Because of this, Nagato, who was stricken with grief, was tricked into making Akatsuki a terrorist organization that went and gathered all the Jinchuriki and Biju that roamed. How are the citizens concerned with this?" Hamura asked. "Nagato, who held the Rinnegan, had an ability to revive the people that have died in a short amount of time. I convinced him to stop his actions and understand that Jiraiya's teachings weren't just idealistic. It was then he gave me the reason to why he would go so much as far as destroy Konoha. All because Danzo aided Hanzo in putting down Yahiko and Nagato's faction." The Fire Lord raised an eyebrow at this and said, "Well now, those are pretty strong allegations. It seems we can't turn Danzo into Hokage, for it will cause such a public outrage if word of your involvement gets out." To this, Danzo sat back into his seat. Shikaku smiled as he leaned back and let the progress of a new Hokage take place. "You were also responsible in delaying my return, Danzo team," Naruto mentioned, his frown forming deeper. "With my delay, Pain was free to do as he pleased. He terrorized and killed many of our troops. Those that didn't know my whereabouts back then were incapacitated or even killed. Did you know how many lives could have ended then? I know you've been hungering for power for years. Tsunade explained to me your reasons why you still run Root, and how she fervently opposed any idea and suggestion you had given. This proof shall be all that's needed." He raised the crystal ball to Fukasaku's hands, and the small toad held it firmly with his tiny hands. "Little Jiraiya explained to me once that the Hokage's office is filled with seals that the Hokage installed without anyone's knowledge other than his own and with little Jiraiya's. He said to me that the seals were there to record in the crystal ball the events that occur whenever the Hokage was not around. The trigger of that seal would be the seal etched onto every Hokage that set foot in that office, through their clothing or otherwise. It was then that Naruto unfurled the gigantic scroll, and in it was the list of the active toads that reside in Myabokuzen. When we left the village to train Naruto, we left here with a summoner toad to send Naruto back to the village if ever he was needed. If one of ours were killed, their names would be erased from the active scroll. This is what happened in the events that Pain started his invasion of Konoha." They saw a picture of Danzo, his back turned from the viewers, and saw that the man stabbed the summoning toad with a tanto. Amira and Koharu looked at each other and then to the Fire Lord, who frowned. Quite. It seemed that the reason why Naruto was sent back later than expected was indeed Danzo. Even if Naruto weren't to return, Pain would have attacked nonetheless. I think I may have an idea of who is to become the next Hokage. In that very moment, the wheels of fate began turning again, its gears shifting to start an event that will be remembered for all of the people of Konoha. Unknown location. So Pain was defeated, huh? Madara asked. Zetsu answered with a nod. And of the Hokage, Zetsu answered, they're still determining who it's going to be, though it would most likely be Danzo based on speculation. Madara's eye gleamed at that. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to start his plan. Konan is not coming back. We need another pawn to sync with Jito Mazo. Tobai remained silent for a moment, contemplating his next move. He then looked at Kasame and said, Kasame, you go after the eight-tailed beast. I've got matters to attend to. Zetsu, make sure to monitor the events in Konoha. Confirm that Danzo is indeed the Hokage. Come with me when you're done. When Tobai had received word that the 5-cage summit would take place in Kurigane no Kuni, he began to worry about the measures that the 5 major countries that would impose sanctions and interventions against Akatsuki. Their movement would be smaller than what it was before, not that it would be a problem for him. All he needed were the remaining 2 Biju that still roamed the earth, but with Naruto defeating his greatest piece on the board, Madara was adamant about letting one of his members get him now, and with Konoha very aware and assigned task forces against the organization, Madara would eventually be forced to start from scratch. The sounds of footsteps could only be heard as Kasame exited the small cave that housed the Jito Mazo. What will it be now, Tobai? Asked Zetsu. Madara merely said, leave everything to me, said the man as a spiral contortion happened in front of him. The space seemed to bend and fold as Madara was sent in a spiral motion in a single point, like rushing water down the drain. The world will turn at this very single point, for it will embark on something much, much more grand. Konoha. What? Naruto asked, flabbergasted as the Fire Lord patted on his shoulder and said, as the student of both Jiraiya and Kakashi, and the one responsible in defeating the leader of Akatsuki, I appoint you Uzumaki Naruto as the Rokudame Hokage. Naruto seemed in shock at this. Why me? You have proven that you are strong and the villagers love you. You have the charisma and strength. You're perfect for the job, said the Fire Lord. Everyone around, except for Shikaku, seemed unsure of this. My lord, you are giving a job of great importance to a child. But this is unheard of, asked Koharu. Wind Country has done the same, has it not? There are also rumors that this boy is responsible for the countless allegiances we have been receiving as of late, not to mention he is the child of Namikaze Minato. It would be great for Uzumaki-san to rise in this world as a political figurehead. He's already on a level that rivals Jiraiya. An S-class warrior of one so young is hard to come by. The Fire Lord countered in a sagely manner. Most of the members seemed to nod at this. But I'm still a genin, and the appointment of Kage needs not to be ranked. Shunin can become Hokage, why can't genin for that matter? It is all about discernment, child. With that, the Fire Lord stood up. Naruto remained silent. Will you accept, Uzumaki Naruto? Or should we call you Hokage-sama? Asked the Fire Lord. Naruto still stood and contemplated the situation. The moment he would extend his arm, he will become Hokage, the strongest of Konohagakure, the ideal figure of a shinobi. But if this is what needed to protect the people, then so be it. The Fire Lord smiled and Naruto remained silent. I just want one thing. In 5 days, announce my succession in 5 days. I still have unfinished business to take care of. Fukasaku-sensei, I wish to learn about Fuinjutsu. Can I master it in a span of 5 days? Fukasaku closed his eyes and gave his answer. That depends on you, Naruto-chan. But I'm sure with the method of using Kakashi's training you would be done by then. Good, then I'll see all of you in 5 days. Naruto was about to exit, but he was stopped by Koharu and Amira. Hokage-sama, with the time needed for reconstruction and repairs, we need your authorization to allow a construction company and the emergency provisions. There's a friend of mine from Wave that happens to own a construction company. Send for them. Emergency provisions should be easy enough to obtain from Spring Country. Just mention to them my name and they will comply. Naruto answered as he went out. The Fire Lord smiled further. A great Hokage indeed. Outside, Kakashi stepped back and kneeled in front of Naruto. The blonde had a sweat drop at the back of his head and sighed. Hokage-sama. Both Kakashi and Yamato replied. Naruto seemed uncomfortable with the title yet. Kakashi-sensei, I'll be going out for 5 days as you have probably heard. I want you to oversee the construction and repairs with Yamato Teichu. I won't be here. I'll be going back to training with Fukasaku-sensei and Miyabokuzan. Also, I trust the two of you. Danzo may have a trick up his sleeve. Make sure you guard the summoning frog that will be left here. I don't want things like Pain's invasion happening again. With that, the three walked away from the council chambers. Danzo looked below in disdain and sighed. Another defeat from Sarutobi, as the dejected old leader steps away, his plans to take over the seat already going through his mind again. Naruto seemed fazed by this decision of the Fire Lord to appoint him as the new Hokage. It was an unbelievable dream to start with, and one being so young, only 16 years old, and he became Hokage. How old was his father when he was appointed to take the seat? It was then that in front of him, 3 Kumo shinobi had appeared. We want to know where the Hokage is. Can you take us to him? The one with the blonde hair and buxom chest replied. Yamato looked Naruto and Kakashi doing the same. The blonde turned his head to both his teachers and sighed. Let's go talk about this in the office. Fukasaku is waiting for me. Kakashi-sensei, Yamato-sensei, please escort these three to the Hokage's office. Make sure they are not seen by any of the Hyuga. Naruto requested. Both Kakashi and Yamato replied. Don't be so formal about us now, Hokage-sama. You are now our superior, and as such please treat us as your subordinates. The two saluted and Naruto sighed again, dropping his head. I'm never going to get used to that, uttered the blonde as he waved his hand and went home to gather his things. The three Kumonin looked at each other and then back to the teenage blonde. So, he's the Hokage? Asked the only male in the group. Kakashi answered, newly instated. He's the one responsible in defeating Akatsuki's leader, Pain. You're serious? Asked Karui, surprised by it. What kind of self-respecting Hokage wears orange? You're probably wondering, what kind of self-respecting Hokage wears orange? Right? Kakashi asked. Karui looked surprised at the aloof Jounin. Did he read her mind like that? Well, like we said, he's newly instated, but he'll be wearing different clothes when he gets back. Yamato replied. With that, the two Jounin escorted them to the Hokage's office. Naruto. It took him only 10 minutes to prepare his gear to what would be another training trip. The chance that had been given to him to become Hokage, he accepted it. Knowing full well on what might happen, he might not be able to get out of the village as much as he used to, but when he saw the destruction of his village then, he knew what he had to do, and the promise he had kept in Nagato lingered on his mind. If he would be the one to break this curse, then this was the most golden opportunity he could have ever hoped for. He was met with his senjutsu teacher outside his apartment, Fukasaku patiently waiting on his home, with some clothes on his hands. Here's a replacement Haori that Shima made. She came by earlier and asked if you wear a new set of clothing. She said that wearing such ghastly colors is not proper for a Hokage. Naruto was about to retort and ask what was wrong about orange, but he was shoved back inside his room, with the Haori and another set of clothes. A few minutes later, Naruto went out wearing the standard Konoha uniform, but instead of the navy blue long-sleeve undershirt, he was wearing black under the green flak jacket. Naruto wore his Haori and a gold chain interlocked from one side of the base of the neck of the ceremonial piece of cloth to the other. Naruto looked down on his uniform. A grin was forming on his lips. Wow, I look great in this, said the blonde, viewing the red Haori with the black flame design at the hem and the holes that opened above his elbows. Naruto then untied the headband from his head and instead tied it around his neck, the long black cloth dangling on his back, his hair going down to his forehead and face. Fukasaku smiled and said, a spitting image of your father. Naruto smiled at that, all the while his left hand going to the back of his head scratching it. He felt proud and embarrassed at the same time. Now let's address those that needed to be addressed, Hokage-sama. Fukasaku teased. Naruto groaned as he said to the elder toad, not you too, Fukasaku-sensei. The elder toad merely gave a hearty laugh. The era of change was about to occur, he thought, and he could see such hopeful future in Naruto. He hoped that he gets to see it before his time, which he most certainly will, for his part in the affairs of the world is done, and the only remaining thing to do would be to polish an already sharpened blade. Naruto had already grown into such a fine young man, and grew plenty from his life. It was time that he lead his peers and call the shots. Naruto may be young, but in his heart and soul lies the aspect of a true leader. One who would put the interest of the people first, one who could convince people to move mountains, one who could make people believe in him. To Fukasaku, Naruto was the miracle that was needed in order to change this world. It was his wish that came true when he fought for the village against Pain. The teacher from Myabokuzen, after hearing the battle, gave a proud smile to Naruto. The boy that could do miracles, the hope of the world, took this huge leap of fate. Perhaps it was meant to be that Naruto lead the people in trying times. But that huge burden must be too much to bear for a person as young as he is. They made their way to the Hokage's office. Naruto was careful not to be seen by any of his new fans. He was still unprepared for something as big as becoming Hokage right now. As he made his way upstairs, he opened the door to his office, and there sat in front of his desk was the trio that came from Cloud. Kakashi looked stunned as he saw Naruto. He was the absolute spitting image of the fourth in that uniform of his. He sat on the Hokage's chair. A feeling of nostalgia took over him as he leaned back and said, I'd never imagined sitting in this chair with my age. It feels different. The new Hokage said, his two subordinates standing firm to his side. Kakashi and Yamato spoke at the same time. You will eventually get used to it, Hokage-sama. Naruto disdainfully looked at his two former teachers and shouted, cut the crap already. Kakashi and Yamato merely smiled and forced back a laugh. He then turned to the visiting Kumo ninjas that had sweat drops at the back of their heads. So what are you guys here for? Asked the blonde haphazardly, his left elbow resting on the desk and his chin resting on the palm of his left hand. Samui looked at her team and Aomai gave the scroll to her. The busty female then said, Raikage-sama has requested a cage summit in a week. He wishes to discuss on what to do about Akatsuki. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that and then turned to Kakashi. Sensei, has Ba-chan sent request aides to fight against Akatsuki when I wasn't here? Kakashi visibly nodded. Yes, but the requests were denied by both Earth Country and Lightning Country several times, forcing her to create the Niju Shoudai. The team from Kumo was shocked to hear this. The Raikage denied pleas from Konoha to aid them against Akatsuki. Naruto turned back to the team and said, I know the importance of taking down the Akatsuki. I've encountered almost all of their members in the past. My only question is, why act now all of a sudden? Samui, the spokesperson of the team, said, the Hokage's brother, Killer Bee, was taken captive by Akatsuki when he was in Onreikyo. Naruto then said, so he's a host then. The blonde then turned around and asked Yamato, Sensei, you still have that book that Kabuto gave us? It has all the information they need about the remaining members of the organization. Samui looked at the young Hokage for a moment and then to the one with the faceplate who rummaged through his gear and gave the small book to her. Samui turned and flipped every page, scanning the members, and then gave the book back on the desk. I'm sorry, but this seems a bit outdated, Hokage-sama. The Akatsuki seems to have gained new members in their ranks. Samui bowed. Naruto looked on in interest, and he stood up and asked, who? Was his simple question. Samui seemed shocked for a moment and then said, Uchiha Sasuke. This time, it was Naruto who frowned as he sat down. Are you sure about this? Samui nodded her head. I am positive. Our sources have clear visual proof. We want to know all about Uchiha Sasuke. What are his abilities? Techniques. Samui continued. Kakashi looked on in hidden worry for the new Hokage. Naruto seemed to clench his fists on the table. There was a sign of anger and grief laden in his whole body, until finally he sat down. The blonde gave a sigh and asked to the three, what are you going to do if I gave the information to you? We'll hunt him down and kill him, of course. Karui shouted. Aomoi chastised the firebrand and looked at the Hokage. Naruto looked at Karui and then sighed. I'm sorry, but the records of Uchiha Sasuke are dated. During my predecessor's reign, all records of shinobi in the past 3 years were updated except all known nukenin. And with Sasuke joining a shady group, the search for info on him would be much harder. Old Lady Tsunade focused on the tasks of increasing the village shinobi count that was considerably reduced during the invasion of Sound and Sand. I'm sorry I can't help you any further, but the old records would be the only thing that would help you. Naruto lied. He knew some of Sasuke's techniques that could help the team, but he didn't want Sasuke dead, no. Revenge is a very dark path and a path that lead to unfulfilled, emptiness, and nothingness. It was no use in bringing back the dead. There was nothing to gain, only everything to lose. But before taking down Sasuke, your teacher may still be alive. Focus on finding and rescuing him first. Naruto advised. Kakashi merely stepped back and sighed. Naruto seemed to have handled that situation well. Samui looked at the Hokage in shock and asked, how can you be sure? Naruto simply replied, Akatsuki needs the host alive. I am one of them, I should know. A member blurted out that they needed us in living and breathing conditions. I have the most experience out of the 9 hosts in handling them. It was then that Naruto asked Samui about the Cage Summit. Where will the summit be held? Kunoichi-san. Tetsu no Kuni. We thank you for your cooperation, Hokage-sama, and the info you have given us that Killer Bee is still alive. Naruto merely nodded as he placed his backpack on his shoulders. Fukasaku was patiently waiting at the desk. Yamato-sensei, escort these guys on the records department in the library. Kakashi-sensei, I trust you can handle things here while I'm gone. Kakashi nodded and Yamato saluted. All shall be done in the request of the Hokage. Naruto put a finger up, about to say something, but decided to stop and said, forget it. With a dejected sigh, he was met with his new teacher, Fukasaku. Naruto bit his right thumb and drew blood. Swiping it on his left palm, he began trailing 5 hand seals, and there appeared a very small frog. Fukasaku spoke to the small frog. Alright Gamameu, you're going to be the summoner here in Konoha while I train Naruto at Myabokuzen. Make sure you stick close to the masked Jounin with the slanting Hittite. Summon Naruto back here within 5 days. The small frog gave a salute and Naruto nodded. He looked up in the starlit night sky as he was about to leave. The old toad Fukasaku asked him, why are you interested in Fuinjutsu, Naruto-chan? Naruto merely gave an answer, because if I want to beat Madara and the rest of the Akatsuki, I'd have to learn anything that I can. I saw the effect of what seals can do. This will compensate for me not having any bloodline. I'll just have to learn harder than normal. Naruto's expression then turned grim, and I thought I'd have the chance to counter that bastard's sharing in technique. An image of the spiral masked man crossed his mind. Naruto frowned. The meeting of the 5 cages will occur in 1 week's time. I'll pour everything I have to this training. Please, Fukasaku-sensei. Teach me. Fukasaku merely gave a knowing smile. Over the course of 5 days, Fukasaku would be surprised just how fast Naruto learns and how long his drive to succeed is. The Rokudame Hokage has begun to make his move. This time, nothing is go. 2 days after Pain's attack on Konoha, the village had begun rebuilding itself from scratch once again. Kakashi, as the acting Hokage for Naruto as the blonde polishes himself enough for his position, had sent emissaries to Nami and Haru. Currently, the ones assigned for the mission to Wave looked up at the gigantic sign that had greeted them at the entrance of the gigantic bridge. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Konohamaru muttered. Udon then said, technically, you're a monkey summoner, not an uncle. Konohamaru glared daggers at his snot-dripping teammate and said, it was an expression, jackass. Indeed, after training hard under Abisu's watch, Konohamaru, after learning of Naruto's summons, earned the right to sign the contract with the monkey summons. Although not as monstrous as Naruto's toad summons, the monkeys were strong. The monkeys excelled in close to mid-range combat. Konohamaru had to learn how to handle a bow staff. His first summon happened to be the son of Monkey King, Enma, a young monkey in training that could transform into a 3-quartered staff. and although he could have used it against Pain in their fight, he wasn't very skilled in using Goku at the moment, which was a prerequisite in earning the right to use Enma. Much to his never-ending frustration about it, Konohamaru persevered, if only to catch up to Naruto, who could summon the boss frog, Gamabunta, in battle. Mogi merely stared up at the name of the bridge and seemed awed with their Bazu. A great Naruto bridge. Wow, I can't believe they named a bridge to the Bazu. Hey, Konohamaru-kun, how do you think Naruto Oyabun has gone far? Konohamaru shrugged. Don't know really. If he fought that freaky Pain guy and won, he's gotten so much stronger. I wish I could have seen their fight closer. Speaking of Oyabun, I haven't seen him in the past few days. Where do you think he went? Udon asked. Konohamaru huffed and bonked Udon's head lightly. Training, of course. He's off to do more epic things, like saving a princess. He's done that. Mogi cut off. Konohamaru's eyes bugged out and said, what? Udon replied, you haven't heard Konohamaru-kun. Bazu was in a movie a few years ago. She saved Fujikaze Yuki, the actress, who turned out to be a real-life princess. Abisu, who fixed his shades, grew somewhat, turning into a green-eyed monster because of the rumored ending of the said film, nodded and said, it's true, Konohamaru-kun. Naruto-kun did save Koyuki Haim. Konohamaru shouted, you've got to be kidding me. Oyabun already did that. All three of his traveling companions nodded at the same time. Abisu then said, I'm worried about the rumors spreading about. They say that the council has already assigned a new Hokage, when Tsunade-sama is still alive but critically injured. I'm afraid Danzo-sama has taken over the seat of power. Tsunade-sama was the only blockade that Danzo had for the title, but Kakashi-san said that we need to disperse the rumors. The new Hokage is not Danzo, but the details were hush-hush. Konohamaru looked on, raising his left eyebrow in doubt. Nah, I won't believe that. I bet it's the boss who became Hokage. Abisu laughed at that remark. Konohamaru-kun, while indeed Naruto-kun has shown great potential, and that fight with Pain has indeed shown that Naruto-kun has improved, he is still far too young to become Hokage. For one, he still needs experience in leading. The rumors said he hasn't led a team before, so I doubt he's eligible at the moment. Oh, how Abisu would eat those words right out of his mouth when the announcement came. Konohamaru shrugged. Hey, it was just a suggestion. As they approached the house that Kakashi had instructed them, Abisu knocked on the door and coughed a little, clearing his voice. He had heard from Kakashi that the lady of the house was an unmarried mother who had looks of a 20-year-old model. Abisu was naturally sold on the mission. He wanted to have a big first impression after all. Adjusting his glasses for a cool effect, Abisu's suave and coolness of the situation had him met with a frying pan to his face. Wham, Mom, it's another stalker. Honestly, why don't you just marry someone, Mom? That way these guys won't be bothering us anymore. Konohamaru then glared at the boy and shouted, hey, why'd you hit Sensei like that? Sure, he's a closet pervert, but he's completely harmless. Abisu struggled to get up and clutch his nose in pain. That brat has some powerful arm swing. Mogi smiled at the boy with the fisherman's hat and said, actually, we're just emissaries from Konoha. We're here on account of the acting Hokage requesting someone by the name of Tsunade-san to assist us in some rebuilding. Inari raised an eyebrow at that, but when he heard the word Konoha, his eyes immediately sparked to life. Oh, from Konoha. I'm sorry, Mom has a lot of guy problems actually. Just this week, I almost fired the crossbow on the guy that was spying on Mom by the tree outside. So I'm a bit careful. Great detection skills, Abisu commented, grabbing his first aid kit and an antiseptic. Anyway, you're looking for my grandpa. He's in the main town. Why don't you guys just wait for him here? He'll be back soon. The boy then gestured for the guests to come in, that the four politely agreed, and went inside. Inari was ecstatic. Hey, have you heard someone by the name of Uzumaki Naruto? He asked. The three genins looked at each other and nodded. You mean Oyabun? Yeah, he's pretty well known in our place. He just saved us from destruction just 2 days ago. Konohamaru mentioned, grinning. You don't say. Tell me what MEI-san did. Inari demanded. His mother then stepped out of the kitchen and smiled. Now, Inari, it's not nice to demand something from our guests this early, Tsunade said. Abisu looked at the motherly figure that appeared before him, absolutely stunned by her earthly beauty. No, her goddess-like features. I'm sorry for barging in, Mrs. Tsunade. I'm sorry for barging in, Mrs. Tsunade, but we're here to ask for Tsunade-san's help in some repairs in the village. Tsunade nodded with a smile. Oh, what happened? Konohamaru continued. Like we said, this guy almost destroyed us if it weren't for Naruto Oyabun. Tsunade then sat down as Konohamaru had said Naruto's fight against Pain. All in exaggerated detail. Abisu, meanwhile, couldn't really correct Konohamaru on that one. After all, it was a close interpretation on what happened. Sure, it was a bit exaggerated in some areas, like Konohamaru mentioning his super awesome racing and blasting one body to chunks and bits. But it was close as a 12-year-old's interpretation anyway. A knock on the door was heard. Inari was about to grab his weapon of choice for the day, the frying pan, until he had heard the man slurred and shouted incoherently from the other side of the door. Let me in. It's me, Grandpa. BLAGH. The sound of hurling and a few chunks of liquid splashing on the ground were heard outside. Oh, Konohamaru uttered. Mogi voiced her concern. Did he just barf? Abisu sighed. Kakashi didn't tell him that the person they were searching for was a drunkard. This was going to be a long explanation. 2 days earlier, Naruto had arrived at Myabokusen. Many of the citizens from Konoha didn't know where he had gone to, and he hoped it'd stay that way for a while. He was fearful of what might happen. But now that he had made up his mind, it was time to start thinking ahead. Jiraiya always did say if he put his mind to it, he'd be a better shinobi, possibly better than any of his generation group and beyond. Jiraiya had told him how he was much like the person Naruto is. The old pervert told him about how he was just not focused enough in handling one task in training back then. When Jiraiya was a kid, he would often neglect training in favor of peeping. That and his idea of being a ninja was to make Tsunade fall in love with him for his display of machismo. That didn't really suit well with the said girl, as it seemed what he received from Tsunade was a beating that almost made him kick the bucket. A little pep talk from the Sandaime changed his ways a little. Sure, he was still the lecherous sleazebag that Tsunade occasionally nailed to the wall or flung him to lower Earth orbit, but he got to go serious about his ninja career, and look where that got him in this lifetime. Naruto went inside Shima and Fukasaku's home, intent on learning all that he can. The old lady Toad spoke to him. Naruto-chan, there's the bookshelves about Fuinjutsu near our rooms. If you want to start reading on the basics about sealing, then go ahead. But be advised it's kind of hard to do when you apply it. I suggest you do that in the morning. You can read at night. Be advised, Naruto-chan, Fuinjutsu normally takes up a lot of characters and symbols to be written. You should have an extensive vocabulary to write the seals down. Jiraiya-chan had to learn about writing them for 3 weeks non-stop. Are you sure 5 days is all that you need? Learning this is purely self-study. We can only watch you perform them. Naruto looked at Shima and said, it's all that I need. Shima smiled at this. Very well, I'll leave you to your devices, Naruto-chan. Naruto nodded as he began taking notes on a piece of paper and began writing down some of the important parts that seemed important as he read. Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing, is still a very mystified concept in the world. It has been an ancient art existing longer than the Rikudo Sennin's time. Artisans of this field are rare, as often, learning the art of sealing is meticulous and time-consuming. Often the use of Fuinjutsu is to bind an object or living organism into another, existing in one being yet not being the same. Different characters have different effects. Often the amalgam of seals causes a new effect to occur. This is called transmutation, as it gives countless possibilities to produce with just a simple stroke. Naruto then turned the page and continued. Fuinjutsu is much of a science as it is mysticism. Sealing techniques are what preserve the human civilization from extinction. The reason being that Fuinjutsu has been used in ages past as a means in everyday lives like energy consumption and storage. The uses of Fuinjutsu is endless. Naruto soon got bored of the introduction. Turning the page, he skimmed the very first 10 pages and then wound up on starting the basics. Naruto immediately raised an eyebrow at this and went outside of the Elder Toad's house. He could hear the rushing toad oil falling from the cascading waterfall. There were no crickets in here, as if there were, they would have been decimated by Gamatotsu alone. But there were the stars out tonight, and he did have a flashlight in his backpack. So with a flick of his hands together, he formed the seal for Kage Bunshin, and in a matter of seconds, 1,000 clones immediately came into existence with a loud pop along with a copy of the book per clone. The original Naruto then shouted, "Alright guys, you have 4 hours to study page 10 of the book up to page 40. Let's make this the most rigorous training we've ever had yet." The clones all nodded and gave a shout. Konoha, prison time. Kakashi viewed the people in front of his desk. With a tap on the desk, he looked on and sighed. There weren't missions to hand out for the moment since the village is undergoing major repairs. Yamato was out there overseeing the construction, and being the one with the Mokidan ability, he's been asked to restore some of the houses. Kakashi held back a laugh at the disgruntled and fatigued image of his kuai crossing his mind. The villagers make it sound so easy on Yamato. Kakashi's musings were quickly vanished from his thoughts as he heard Hyuga Neji clearing his throat. "Ah, I see you have become the Hokage. Rival Kashi. Guy shouted. Of course, Kakashi's mind, going on autopilot, replied. "Oh Guy, what are you doing here?" Said man pointed a finger to the proxy Hokage and said, Kashi, you and your hip ways. That is why you are my rival. I challenge you, Kakashi, who will make a better Hokage. If I lose, I'll rebuild Konoha with my elbows, and if I can't do that, I'll use my feet, and if I can't do that. The matter of leading the village isn't a contest, sensei. Neji yelled. Tenta nodded in approval of Neji's outburst. Kakashi then said, "Look, before your sensei delves deep into his mind to parts unknown and spout more of his rules, I'm handing over this mission to you guys to Spring Country, requesting for aid, alright? Don't open the scroll, it's only meant for the princess of the land since she's the commander-in-chief there." Neji merely nodded and exited and grumbled, "Of all the eccentric jounin out there, why was I under him?" Kakashi gave an eye smile. Of course the scroll contained the letter about all of the aid and supplies that they might need, along with a copy of the Ika Ika Paradise movie he wanted signed. But they didn't need to know that. Who says you can't be abusive about your powers every once in a while? Now to find a team that's gullible enough to go into a wild goose chase. God, how he loved being a proxy for the Hokage. Abisu and his team was the first victim, so who's going to be the next unfortunate muck? Back in Myabokusen, a blonde-haired teenager sneezed and a shiver ran down his spine, making him lose his concentration. Something tells me I need to finish my training faster than usual. the blonde said, sniffing, and continued to read the book. Now to oversee how Sakura and the others are faring. Kakashi got up from his seat and went out of the office, and went outside, the frog summoner by the side of the desk perched on his shoulder. Once they got out, he immediately went to ground zero and looked for the personal tent that held the comatose Tsunade. Once inside, he greeted Sakura who, along with Shizune, were meticulously guarding and taking care of the goddamn. Kakashi-sensei, is it true that Konoha is now enlisting Sasuke-kun as a nuke nin? Sakura asked, not looking at Kakashi. Kakashi hadn't heard of this. Naruto didn't declare Sasuke a missing nin. Yet, who gave those rumors? Kakashi asked. Sakura looked down, a sullen expression crossing her face. It's not a fact yet, Kakashi-san, but with speculation that Danzo-sama is going to be Hokage, we fear for the worst to happen to Sasuke. Shizune answered. Kakashi nodded. Well, dispel those rumors for now. I've already said this to Team Ibisu. Danzo isn't the replacement for Hokage. Kakashi answered, alleviating any worries from his former student. Do you know who's going to be selected, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi kept a straight poker face and replied, not going to, already selected. Though he wants to keep it quiet for a while, said that there were still things left undone. Shizune raised an eyebrow at this and then noticed, that's right, I completely forgot. Where's Naruto? We need to check up on him for any signs of injuries. Ma, Naruto's fine, he's just doing some unfinished business. Kakashi casually replied and added, he'll be back here in a matter of days, don't worry, he's perfectly fine. Understanding that sentence that Kakashi passed off to Shizune made the older woman slightly frown. She may have already an inkling suspicion what with Kakashi's hint at the end, but she wasn't going to say it out loud. No, with the announcement that the successor of Tsunade be introduced by the end of the week, it meant that the new Hokage or the person that she suspects would be up to something. Sakura only nodded and focused back on healing her master. She just hoped that Danzo was not the one that was going to be Hokage. As they went back to caring for Tsunade, it was then that they heard a voice calling out to Sakura to go out. The said girl walked out only to be met with Shikamaru with a completely healed leg. Sakura, the rookie 9 of our time, decided to have a talk about how to deal with everything that's happened. Sakura then nodded. She followed suit, entrusting the care of Tsunade to Shizune, who nodded, and Kakashi remained quiet. Have you realized what that talk might be, Kakashi-san? Asked Shizune, looking sullen. Kakashi looked up and said, I kind of got the idea of what it's about. Kakashi said. Once Shikamaru escorted Sakura to the place where all of them could talk about what Shikamaru wanted to tell, all the present of the rookie 9, minus Sasuke and Naruto, were already in the training field that Sakura recognized was the place that Team 7 was created during the Bell test 3 years ago. Shikamaru, it isn't like you to call all of us out here and have a discussion, Kiba said, looking serious. When Shikamaru went and did some effort around the village, it meant one thing: the dire consequences are about to occur. Indeed, your behavior suggests that you are going to speak about something that could change our very perception of what is to come. Shino concurred. Ever the observant Aburame, Shikamaru lazily scratched the back of his neck and said, See, can we please start? I need to tend to my clansmen in the compound. The damages are quite severe after that attack. Hinata said. Sakura looked sullen when she saw Hinata. It felt like something had hit her when she saw Hinata knocking on death's door, down on the ground and bleeding, all for the sake of Naruto. My dad is helping with the repairs downtown. I need to go out there as well. My God, I don't know what would have happened if Naruto hadn't arrived later. Chaoji mentioned. All right, I got it, just let me say it first. Shikamaru then walked to the side and leaned on one of the erected stumps on the training grounds. Have any of you felt something close to mortifying when we were out there, fighting against that monster, Pain? All of the former rookie 9 remained silent. All of them were looking down for a reason. Pain managed to kill more than half of our population when that jutsu was used on the village. I saw a lot of people died in just a flash. In just a moment, I saw people dying left and right, children crying or dead. I never felt so horrible. If you were near the decryption department, close to downtown, you could have seen the very effect of the epicenter of that jutsu. Shikamaru felt a shiver crawl down his spine, holding his formerly injured leg, all those horrified souls that were dead just mere days ago, flashing before his eyes. Then just in the evening after the attack, when I just got my leg healed, I was down by the records section since it was close to our home. I overheard this conversation from 3 foreign nin that came. They were Kumo nin. Shikamaru continued. I heard that Sasuke became part of Akatsuki. Everyone seemed to gasp at this. Kiba shouted. What the hell is going on? What on earth possessed Sasuke to join that organization? I don't know, but based on the reports from Intel, Akatsuki had managed to capture the 8-tailed host. You can already see where this is going. Shikamaru answered. Ino then spoke up. But that can't be right. Sasuke joined the same organization as his brother. The same organization that killed Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru sighed and continued. It wasn't the fact that Sasuke captured the 8-tailed host that served as the breaking point for a foreign village to move out. It was the fact that the 8-tailed host was the brother of the Hokage. You understand now. Sasuke caused such an international uproar that the way I see it, Danzo or not, the new Hokage has no choice but to place Sasuke on the bingo book, lest he or she wants our village to go to war. Besides, I'd be damned if they take Naruto. This time, Shikamaru's expression turned grim. This time Kiba's fists were shaking, so it comes to this. Then, do we have a choice? Sasuke was our friend, but I'm not going to let him take Naruto. Shino replied, in his monotone, if persuasion through words cannot reach Sasuke anymore, then there's no helping it. I'd rather kill Sasuke than lose Naruto. Wait, how can you be sure that the new Hokage would just let this stand by? Sakura asked. Shikamaru explained to Sakura. Sakura, no one who is not a ninja of Konoha is allowed to go to the records department, you understand, right? That's where they store info on ANBU profiles, shinobi profiles, and most of all, jutsu and Konoha texts. You think that the Hokage will allow 3 foreign nin to just casually walk in there? They need permission and supervision, and I happen to see Yamato-sensei there. What's going to happen? Ino looked at Shikamaru in worry. Shikamaru grabbed one of his teacher's trench knives and gripped the handle as tight as he can. We're going to take care of Sasuke, with or without Naruto's approval. It's bad enough that he carries the burden for all of us, we can't rely on him forever. We need to grow up as well, Shikamaru said. It was then that Ino and Sakura started breaking down, and Hinata remained silent in the whole ordeal. Sasuke is now liable for his actions, there's nothing that can be done. I wanted to tell this to Naruto, but he isn't here. I've tried finding him everywhere. The ramen shop, the training fields, his apartment, even the goddamn monument. He isn't anywhere, Shikamaru said. Sakura then said to Shikamaru, take me to the Hokage. TCH, like that'll be easy. The whole council is hiding the fact of who's going to be the next Hokage. I even asked my dad who it was. He just said that the matter will reveal itself in 3 days. I'm sorry, Sakura, but if you want to talk to the Hokage, you're going to have to wait 3 more days to finally speak to him, her. Sakura could only let the tears fall from her eyes. Mayabokuzen. 2 days. 2 days had passed and Naruto's progress has been occurring in leaps and bounds. He had most of the symbols and characters down by the morning of the 2nd day, using his Kage Bunshin in a span of 4 hours to learn about the symbols and characters. He had the basis for sealing done 2 days ago and now he had been practicing his applied knowledge on it. One sealing technique in particular caught his eye. Fukahoin. The ability to suppress any fire. In its first use, the seal was used to put down forest fires, burning houses and wildfires that are close to human civilizations. This is the seal that Ero Sennin used to suppress that black fire 3 years ago. Naruto then made his clones turn on the page that he wanted them to turn and shouted, alright, this is another sealing procedure to master, can you guys do this? They all nodded as each of them grabbed an ink and brush from their bags and grabbed another scroll. Shima and Fukasaku looked were then requested to make a powerful katen jutsu. The 2 frogs looked at each other and nodded. Putting up their hand seals, they shouted, Katen, Gameu and Dan. The 2 frogs then looked up and blew the devastating fire jutsu upwards. The fire erupted and had spread in a wide arc. The clones then quickly began to work. Pouring chakra onto the writings of the seal, the clones slammed their hands on it. Fuinjutsu, Fukahoin. The original shouted, as tendrils of chakra escaped from the scrolls, beginning to grapple the fire that was dancing in midair. The chakra began to siphon the flames, forcing it down to the scroll, the symbol of fire, etching to the scroll as the symbols and characters began surrounding the symbol of fire. Naruto grinned, a success. While you have a pretty firm grip of understanding Fuinjutsu now, these are just the basics. Writing seals are the basic of the basics. Since you can actually do seals and writing easier, we can finally move on to the sealing techniques that you don't have to write, but you let your chakra weave the seal for you. Fukasaku said. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded enthusiastically. 3 days left. Unknown location. Sasuke had informed his team to prepare and head to Konoha as they exited and began running as fast as they can. Sasuke mentioned that Taka would no longer have a use for Akatsuki, they had paid their debt, and they were going away for good. On the serene forest far from Sasuke, a spiral-like pattern in the air rippled and spun, revealing the mask of Tobai. Sasuke was jumping from branch to branch, when suddenly, he was met with the man that had blocked their path. Tsunade, who was following Sasuke, stopped and asked the leader of their group, "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Sasuke was staring at the masked persona that was Uchiha Madara. Karin seemed surprised by the sudden appearance. It was as if the man had popped out of nowhere. "Hey, Sasuke," was the man's only reply. Sasuke asked the man, "How did you know where I was?" Madara only leaned in closer and said, "Don't underestimate me. This technique is well within my powers." It was then that Sasuke spoke, "What do you want with me now? Taka is no longer part of Akatsuki, we have no further use for you. I said I'd have to kill you if you betray Akatsuki and you broke your promise to me." The man's single visible Sharingan squinted as it looked at Sasuke. Sasuke seemed confused of the man and asked, "What are you talking about?" "The 8-tailed beast. You failed to capture it, Sasuke." Karin then said, "But I thought we captured it. We even gave it to you." Madara stared at them quietly. Tsunade seemed agitated by the man as well as Jugo. "It was a fake. The 8-tails pulled a fast one on you. I'm really disappointed in you guys," the man said, dissatisfaction in his voice. Sasuke seemed to realize his mistake even with he failed to notice that the tentacle that he severed during the fight with the 8-tails could have contained Killer Bee. His musings were cut off when Tsunade shouted, "What do you want us to do about it? It's not our business anymore, since we did your part of the bargain. You do it yourselves. No, you will finish your last job as part of Akatsuki. Forget about the 8 tails, I already sent someone to capture him. There's something else I want all of you to do. Sasuke then asked, as he lowered his base, what if I said no? Madara replied in a casual manner. Then you'll have to fight me to get to Konoha. I won't let you pass. Sasuke's hand flickered with lightning as it crackled loudly and held it close to his chest, the Chidori coming to life. I'll force my way through. With a flash, Sasuke immediately closed in on Madara, with Sasuke's hand already extended to Madara's chest. But just when Sasuke had thought that he had speared Tobai with the Chidori, he soon saw himself, actually phasing through the man. Madara simply said, it's a little too late to go to Konoha now. Your goal is futile now. Too bad. Konohagakure no longer exists. My minion, Pain, destroyed it. Sasuke looked surprised, his eyes wide at that, this bastard. He took away his goal. He could feel his anger welling up, rising like tides smashing against the shore. Sasuke slowly inched his hand towards Kusanagi, about to go all out on Toba, until he saw a green plant with jagged patterns in the middle rise from the branch that Madara stood on. Suigetsu seemed surprised and asked who was the person that appeared. Calm down. He's with me, Madara reassured them. So who's the new Hokage? Asked Madara. The talks were very secretive, but from the rumors going around Konoha, they say that the next in line for Hokage is Danzo. Zetsu mentioned. This got Sasuke's interest. Madara looked at Sasuke for a moment. He could feel the sudden rise of killing intent coming from Sasuke. Madara seemed to smile under his mask in this predicament. I thought as much, Madara said. Sasuke asked. Danzo is Hokage. Tobai only said, it's just factual speculation. But he is the most probable candidate at the current situation. He's the one responsible for making your brother do what he did. And now, he's Hokage. Sasuke gritted his teeth. This time his right hand was now holding Kusanagi. Because you and Pain had made such a commotion, the 5 cages had begun to move. They're about to hold a meeting. Sasuke remained silent at this as Zetsu continued. I'll explain the rest, Sasuke. You see, Pain took initiative in capturing the 9-tailed host and we let him. Take into mind that Pain was one of our strongest members. He conquered Ambikure and can do a jutsu that can take out an entire village. Yeah, he could probably kick your ass without a problem. At the mentioning of the phrase, 9-tailed host, Sasuke pictured Naruto, who had stared at him back then, those ruthless, blood-colored irises and that almost malicious, animalistic slit he ever saw. But when Pain had invaded Konoha, he terrorized the village and destroyed most of it. Now Konoha is in ruins, but Pain still lost to one person. He lost to Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tailed host. Suigetsu raised an eyebrow and asked, so this Naruto defeated Pain all by himself? That's right, he's gotten pretty strong, he may be even stronger than Sasuke. The Uchiha scoffed at the idea and said, I don't care about that, the 5 cages are the problem. Suigetsu then said, well, what are you going to do then, Sasuke? Danzo's your target, right? Konoha is pretty much decimated. If Danzo is going to that meeting, shouldn't we just go over there by ourselves? Sasuke seemed to contemplate at this, considering the almost near impossible chance of not having a head-on collision with any of the cages. Karin, however, seemed adamant about the whole thing. For one, it was the freaking 5 cages. There was no way that Sasuke could even hope to fight them all at once. Only a madman would dare do so. We'll go to the meeting and kill the 5 cages, our plans have changed, Sasuke said, without as much as hesitation in his voice. Karin could feel herself shivering at the thought of facing the top ninjas of each of the 5 major villages. For someone, even if it is Sasuke, facing all 5 of them in one place is beyond suicide. Madara, however, seemed to encourage Sasuke's harebrained idea. So where is this meeting? Karin asked, resigning herself to her fate. Madara motioned for Zetsu to lead them and Zetsu did so. The jagged pattern of the leaf separated, seeing figure of a man whose body and face was separated in black and white, and it kept separating, tearing himself down in the middle. To the rest that are not used to this, they were utterly disgusted when they saw Zetsu, fully severing himself in 2, as his white half lead the way with the 4 members of Taka following behind. Jugo seemed unsure of the predicament. Can we trust them, Sasuke? Let's just see what happens. If he tries anything funny, I'll use Amaterasu on him. There's something I've been meaning to test out anyway, Sasuke mentioned, as they jumped straight towards the land of iron. I can't believe Nagato used Rin Tensei like that. That was supposed to be reserved for me, what a betrayal. Uzumaki Naruto, he's thrown a wrench to my plans. Zetsu, I think it's time we step up, finally let the world know what we are truly aiming for. Time for the Tsuki no Mi to come into fruition. Maya Bokuzen. Naruto had never thought how seals were so versatile. That introduction from the first book didn't do the endless possibilities of Fuinjutsu justice. It was unimaginable. From one of the writings of the book, it was said that Fuinjutsu, in the hands of a true artisan, could turn into the most deadly weapon. Right now, he had even created a seal that gives the body a sudden electrical jolt whenever someone was struck with Jinjutsu. It didn't matter what kind of Jinjutsu it was. As long as the seal was placed, the seal would trigger and command the chakra to cause a defibrillator effect and jolt on the neural nerve cells to disrupt the chakra flow. It was painful, but since he was still new to the sealing arts, it was understandable. Hopefully he could turn this new art that he had learned as a sort of hobby, maybe even incorporate it for some entertainment. Now that he had only one day left before going back, he thought about all that has happened so far, all of the events that had come into culmination due to the people responsible. It seemed like fate was a stack of dominoes, one decision affected all. In his case, it was absolutely true. Going through a set of hand seals, he had discovered that in Fuinjutsu, the sequence of seals had purpose. For example, the boar seal meant the grasp of the earth. It was about stasis. As earth was unbending to anyone's will, the earth symbolized fortitude and strength. In Fuinjutsu, doing the seal of the boar meant putting an object in stasis and suppression, forcing something to go down or become inactive. Next was the dragon. It symbolized uninhibited instinct and nobility. The dragon meant superiority and benevolence, the wind above their heads soaring into the sky. In Fuinjutsu, the dragon bears the ability to release tension, relieve, convert raw power to something more manageable, a buffer if you will. Oi Naruto, here's the request you made 4 days ago. Naruto's musings were cut off when he saw Gamakichi leaping towards him with the said object in hand. Naruto ran towards Gamakichi and thanked his longtime toad friend. Thanks, Gamakichi, this is perfect. Once Naruto grabbed the object in his hand, he raised it up above his shoulder and met it at eye level. Naruto had requested a Fuma Shuriken be made on the same metal that Asuma had with his trench knives, meaning the chakra absorbed by the blade would be amplified. But what set this Fuma Shuriken different from the rest was the black handle it had at the ring in the middle. Since Fuma Shuriken had a folding-like trigger, it looked like a weapon that could be used in both close range and long range. Most of the weapon had one unique trait that Naruto wanted. The edge was reversed. The blunt part was meant to bludgeon. It could be lethal, but the most important was that the blade would only be used when thrown to pin down an opponent or distract them long enough for Naruto to take down. I don't get it why you want that Shuriken to have a handle. It's not like you'll be able to fight with it most of the time at close range, and the Fuma Shuriken's locking mechanism when it's closed is flimsy. Gamakichi explained. Naruto replied, not really, I've got a seal designed to interlocking it in place and then releasing it in its Shuriken state. Naruto then grabbed an ink and a brush. Since the Fuma Shuriken was made from a different metal, it didn't exactly have the same color as a normal Fuma Shuriken. In fact, it was silver. The only thing dark in the weapon was the handle that was in the ring at the middle. Naruto then began to write the kanji for blade on the first side of the Shuriken and then wrote the kanji for windmill on the other. Naruto then put his hands together for a series of seals. First, he started with the dog seal, symbolizing loyalty and obedience, for the Fuma Shuriken to activate upon verbal command. Then he used the seal of monkey, the symbol of intelligence and autonomy, to activate by what command phrase that Naruto wanted and to make it automatically revert back to its blade form without a need for a verbal command when unneeded. Then he used the dragon to buffer his chakra slowly into the blade and then tiger, the symbol of power and pride, to activate the metal's amplification properties. Naruto then slammed his right hand on the character of blade, as it is the initial seal that he had written. Well, Aniki, what did you do? Gamakichi asked. Naruto grinned. It's one of the easy seals I managed to come up with just yesterday. I called it Ningu-ie. You'd be really surprised just how much cage bunchen you need just to make up a seal. It feels like 20 years doing all that work. Naruto exclaimed. Gamakichi laughed. Naruto was still in the process of learning the no-symbol style Fuinjutsu, but he was getting there. Fukasaku said that being adept in it is all that's needed for a while. He had a meeting to attend to anyway. So with tomorrow his last day before going back to his village, he trained with getting to know how to use his Fuma Shuriken instead. As the end of his 5-day training period coming closer and closer, Naruto, on his last day, decided to sleep and rest before being summoned back to Konoha. Naruto, in his heart, was preparing him for his newest task, guiding Konoha through the tides of uncertainty, protecting everyone and finally, bring about a new age of a world that his former teacher had longed for. Konoha, 5 days after Pain's attack. Are you ready? Kakashi asked. The figure at the back wore his red and black Haori, a folded Fuma Shuriken strapped on his back, the black long-sleeve shirt under his green vest and black pants, wearing the red and white hat that symbolized his authority within Konoha, the symbol of fire placed at the tip forward. The figure nodded. The elders by the side were standing sideways as they wait for the figure to step out of the door towards the balcony of the Hokage building that miraculously survived from Pain's assault. As long as there are leaves, the will of fire shall never die. The figure looked on at the pictures of the 5 Hokages that had ruled before him, as he took a step forward like a true leader, the elders and advisors, then saw the silhouette of Hokages pass, the back of Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato and Tsunade, going out to face that roaring crowd, his face hidden by the hat that had been placed above his head. Kakashi, Yamato, Koharu and Amira were wide-eyed. They were breathless as they saw the person walking towards the people. From the midst of tragedy and despair, the will of fire has shone and it had shined brightly in the radiant sun. As the people saw the person that had walked towards them, the winds howled and swayed in his presence. It was then that the new Hokage, to many that had seen the red and black Haori whose hem of the clothing danced into the wind as the person walked towards them, they immediately recognized the person under that hat. Many would recall this as the moment of absolute change. Flashes of memories littered the minds of the people as they saw the face of the new Hokage removing the hat that he had coveted for so long ever since his childhood. As long as there are leaves in this village, the will of fire shall never die. I am the Rokidame Hokage. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will lead this village from now until my very last breath." The sounds of cheers and yells of praises could only be heard on the 5th day of the Rokidame's reign. Let fire burn brightest upon the most wise. As long as there are leaves in this village, the will of fire shall never die. Uzumaki Naruto, Rokidame Hokage. Everyone looked on in awe at the person that stood above them, with the hat of the village cage held in his right hand. Naruto looked below in the same manner that the elder population of Konoha had seen only once from their former Hokages. Namikaze Minato. Shikamaru looked on in surprise himself. In a way, it answered the questions why Naruto had gone missing for the past 5 days, without as much as the ANBU searching for him and his requests from Kakashi that he search for Naruto being denied by the said man. Apparently, Kakashi was in on this too, seeing as he was the proxy Hokage, along with Yamato who had supervised the Kumo Nin at the records department. So, he's finally fulfilled his dream. It's kind of melancholic, huh? Shika Ino mentioned as she thought how it must have been painful to label Sasuke as a missing nin. First off, don't call me that. Second, yeah, I know what must be going through his head right now. He'll put his feelings as a friend aside in order to keep the village safe. It was then that Naruto began his speech. I'm sorry for taking this long to finally get to speak to you. I bet Kakashi-sensei got too bored at the job just within 5 days of it. He said that with a grin. Some of the ninja scowled at Kakashi at that. They were going around in circles 2 days ago disguised as a mission. And the item often was some crap that wasn't really that important. Kakashi merely scratched the back of his head and silently laughed. Sure, it was a sin to be fooling off when the village was in such a state, but come on. The thought of giving Guy a mission that involved a lot of scavenger hunts and fetch me's was hard to pass up. Okay, so he did pass it up, if only because the village had a giant crater in the middle and the reserve Genin and Chunin needed exercise. Honest. Anyway, I'm sorry again for being late in announcing my ascension to the position. I had some things to take care of. Can you believe it? Me, a Genin, not yet even reaching Jounin or even Chunin, and already I took the seat. Ibiki-san must be laughing his ass off right now. Back in the intelligence department, said man was indeed laughing his ass off at the irony of it all. Even if I'm a Genin for life, I'll still become Hokage, watch me. I'm not scared of you. Ibiki grinned as he watched perched on the rooftop of the ruined building and letting the new Hokage speak. Damn right you did, brat. Guess it's a loss on my part. Ibiki mentioned. Oh, it was him all along. I can't wait to entertain him when he's stressed. Ibiki stared at his partner and coughed something about being a cradle robber. Anko never was someone who could keep her thoughts to herself. Maybe that was why she was in the torture and interrogation department most of the time. As the things that come out of her mouth often scare the hell out of most men except for him though. Ibiki was the kind of guy that could eat a big piece of meat while watching Anko gut a man during one of her sessions, and that was saying something. You do know that 16 would get you 20, right? Ibiki mentioned. Anko merely shrugged. Hey, a girl can dream, can't she? Back at the tower, Naruto spoke. I know what it must feel like. Losing everything right now. Our home is destroyed, and the works of the people before us vanished without anything left except for destroyed buildings and lives. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, balling his right hand into a fist. But we're still alive. As long as we are alive, Konoha is still here. We are Konoha. We are the village that makes up the buildings. Everyone shouted in agreement. We'll get through this. We'll become stronger. We'll bounce right back. We'll kick more asses than the former Konoha did. Everyone smiled at that. Hinata merely smiled as she held her hands close to her chest, a blush crossing her cheeks. Heh, first time we've got a loudmouth for a Hokage. He's done the impossible, eh Shino? Shino nodded with his hands in his pockets and said while looking up, this is the reason why I would not simply let Akatsuki get him. The bug user continued, why? Because every time one of us is sad, Naruto is there to make us feel better, forcing us to take another step forward by word or by force. Naruto made us into better persons. Do you understand, Kiba? This is his power. Greater than any jutsu, greater than any tailed beast. This is the power that will drive us forward. Hinata nodded. Naruto-kun will be the one to lead us there. Chaoji grinned as his father looked simply in awe. Naruto, we believe in you. So, make us proud. Sakura simply looked at Naruto in melancholy. Naruto. Sai, who had been with Sakura all this time, looked at the cherry blossom girl then back to Naruto. He then said to the girl, Sakura, I may not understand Naruto and emotions that much, but even I can tell just how painful it must be for him to hear the news of Sasuke joining Akatsuki and the choice that he made on what to do. But even so Sakura muttered. Sai continued, it must be hard for Naruto to throw away his heart in order to keep your promise. Sakura, please stop whatever you are doing. You and Sasuke are the cause of his greatest pain. Sakura could only stare at Naruto biting her lip as tears began to fall. If indeed her actions were the ones to cause him pain, maybe it was time to tell Naruto about Shikamaru's decision as well as the rest. As Naruto finished his speech, everyone seemed fired up, including the children. With renewed vigor, they went back to repairing the village again. Naruto went to the office, his clones working double time on the paperwork ranging from budgets to status reports. Grabbing the summarized paperwork, he went out of his office, overseeing the repairs. According to the reports, the village repairs were coming along fine. Yamato had restored some of the amenities downtown, most specifically the market and stores to jumpstart the business district. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the western area of the village had been rather well off. The hot springs were receiving quite a nice batch of customers. Naruto wondered at that. Perhaps hearing of Jiraiya's demise somehow made the place trustworthy again. As he went around town, he overlooked the townspeople on the repairs, who apparently waved at him, with him waving back with a smile. Some of the women seemed to squeal, however. Naruto scratched his head at that. Did he look that ugly that the women would scream like that? Whatever, he needed to go check on the other parts of town before he had to go tonight for that summit. He sighed. His work as Hokage was tiring. There were things to do and decisions to be made. Walking around the crater, Naruto saw Team Guy in front of him, minus their teacher. Lee was covering his eyes with his right forearm as the new Hokage approached them. Lee, what's the matter? The blonde asked. Naruto-kun, I was absolutely taken by your speech earlier. Your passion has ignited a fire in my spirit. Already you show the sign of being a great leader. Tenten shrugged. Ignore him, Blondie. He's just a little emotional after that little speech you gave. Tenten, it's not courteous to call the Hokage names. I'm sorry, Rokudame-sama. My team is a little. Neji apologized and bowed. Naruto seemed to groan at the new title and suffix and title he had just received. He'll never get used to it. Ah, pull that stick out of your ass, Neji. This is Naruto we're talking about. He's not that particular about courtesy calls. Tenten mentioned. Neji begged to differ, however. Titles are important, Tenten. Names are important. They tell that the person is a dignified member of the elite. Actually, I'm not that particular with names like that. Naruto had cut in. Neji seemed to raise an eyebrow and said, That's not acceptable, Rokudame-sama. Remember that you are now in the highest position. As such, you must display your authority as one. I believe that Naruto-kun's denial on title names is a show that states that he may be Hokage, but he is still a human like the rest of us. Naruto-kun, your fires of youth shine brighter than any of us. Lee shouted, tears of joy welling from the bowl-cut chunin. Lee, Naruto doesn't want to be called with a title because he's still not used to it, not because he wants to be the same as other people. Why'd he accepted to become Hokage in the first place if he just wants to be the same as the people? Tenten argued. This is why he must show that he has an air of benevolence. Neji replied. The three then started arguing with each other. Naruto sighed. How did they become a team again? Oh right, dead last plus genius, plus smartest Kunoichi. Naruto really needed to revise that formula. The rookies would most likely kill each other before they could take the Chunin exam. Naruto had first-hand experienced just how disproportionate their team was ever since the Bell test, and although they grew up to complement their fighting styles, they fell apart. Sasuke left the village, Naruto was held back and Sakura remained stagnant. Their team dynamics were the worst in their generation. Neji, Lee, and Tenten were lucky enough. Often they argued with each other and had a sensei that wasn't lax in team dynamics. Naruto and Sasuke argued with each other, while Sakura supported Sasuke, adding fuel to the fire. Kakashi may have hoped that Sakura would serve the mediator, but it already came too late to realize when Sasuke and Naruto were already at each other's throats, almost critically injuring or even killing each other. Naruto thought that Team 7 most likely fell apart when Sasuke watched as he fought off Gaara of the Sand when he was barely able to stop him. That showed his jealousy, an inferiority complex that Team 7 didn't know Sasuke had. Guys, the blonde shouted, earning the attention of the three people arguing in front of him. The three immediately stopped and looked at their Hokage. Could we please quit it with the pointless argument for a while? There's a village to rebuild, you know, Naruto exclaimed, silencing the three and standing up straight and saluted, saying, We are terribly sorry, Hokage-sama. Naruto dropped his head and sighed. Just check on the supplies or something. The report stated that Spring Country has just sent its aid to us. Neji had cut him off. We already did, Hokage-sama, and the princess gave us a letter addressed to you. The Jounin then handed to him the scroll. Naruto quickly unfurled the scroll and read it. Naruto flushed about halfway through. Apparently Koyuki had a dirty mouth about things that Jiraiya would seemingly giggle and enjoy, and said things were directed at him. Now it being a letter, Naruto couldn't really tell if she was teasing or not. That and the fact that she said she never knew that Naruto was such a big fan of the Ika Ika series. Sure, he read the books a few times, but he didn't really found it enjoyable as Kakashi had. Though from Koyuki's letter, it sounded like he was. Naruto had inkling as to who sent the letter and revised it. He made the letter the night he was about to leave, giving it to Kakashi to proofread and edit if ever he had said some awkward words to the head of state of Spring Country. Said Jounin gave a simple nod and said to leave all of that diplomat letter bullshit to him. Naruto right now was sweating bullets as his face was flushing. I need to have a word with Kakashi for this, Naruto said, unfurling the scroll further and found a storage seal. Massaging his temples, Naruto thought that he needed to teach Kakashi a lesson and suddenly putting him in a precarious situation that the Jounin would have terribly enjoyed. Oh, for the love of... Unsealing the storage scroll, he saw a signed copy of the Ika Ika movie that Kakashi had been clamoring about 3 years ago. Naruto sighed. Yep, looks like he'll be taking a detour to Kakashi if he ever finds the man, that is. I swear he's like an endangered species or something," Naruto said, stalking away from Team Guy, who had then argued again as they walked off. Naruto then flipped the clipboard to oversee any other structures that needed repairing. The paper next to his list was the hospital. There were still a lot of injured people in the infirmary, and with the hospital staff being deployed to the makeshift tents for the injured and first aid to the people that got injured and reconstructing. There he met Inari and Tsunade, who had arrived earlier, discussing about what had happened here and how he became Hokage. Some of the men and women were looking at them strangely, but mostly out of curiosity as to how Naruto befriended two foreigners and how close they were to their Hokage. Apparently, Tsunade was there because of a hangover and Inari was there to guard his drunkard of a grandfather. They parted ways when Naruto had to go check the medical supplies and then receive the parchments for the approval of more aid. Naruto went through and talked to the hospital director about the received medical supplies. The director nodded and showed him crates and crates of medical supplies and equipment and stamped the approval of more incoming supplies from their allied countries. Spring was generous enough to offer a large amount of it. Checking the crates, he then said to the hospital director to take charge of any more supplies coming their way and that he should conserve them as much as possible. Nodding, Naruto thought it was time to visit the old lady, still in her coma. Coming into the tent, Naruto greeted Sakura and Shizune. Sakura merely looked sullen and continued her job. "How's Ba-chan?" Naruto asked as he kneeled beside wrinkle-faced Tsunade. "She hasn't woken up yet, but her vitals are normal. We're still trying our best in waking her up," Shizune said. Naruto mellowed down as she leaned to Tsunade and bowed. "I'm sorry I didn't make it in time," Naruto shouted to the unresponsive elder woman. Shizune and Sakura only looked at Naruto as he talked, holding his head and letting his tears fall. He cursed his inability to not make it in time. He cursed Danzo for the fate of Tsunade. He cursed the situation for not being able to do anything against the Warhawk. Being the commander of Root, it took a sizable amount of the Konoha military force. Simply reprimanding the man was far too risky even for him. "First Iro-Sennin, not you two. I'm sorry for yelling at you when Iro-Sennin died. I'm sorry for not making it in time. I'm sorry for calling you Ba-chan. I'm sorry for being a brat. I'm sorry for asking so much from you. I'm sorry I failed to protect Konoha." Naruto continued to bawl out his emotions as he continued to cry, hiding his eyes with his right forearm. Indeed, despite the fact that Konoha had all of its villagers and shinobi alive, it didn't take away the fact that Konoha was destroyed. Konoha was decimated in a matter of seconds. Seconds that could have been prevented if he arrived earlier. Sakura merely watched as Naruto continued to cry. Naruto was mortified of himself. It was then that Sakura saw Naruto fall apart in front of her master. For Naruto, he considered Tsunade grandmother, even a mother at times. For him to suddenly fall apart in front of her was forcing her to cry as well. She bit her lip as Naruto cried. "Naruto, this isn't how a Hokage should behave," Sakura shouted as she too cried. It was hard enough seeing Tsunade like this, but seeing Naruto fall apart like that as well was far too horrible for her. "What do you know? Did you force yourself to make the decision regarding Sasuke? For the village, for the men that I may have stopped from sending them to war just because of him. I'm forced to label him as a missing nin. Even if I'm the Hokage, I couldn't do anything. I shouldn't even be here talking to you, because it would just hurt you more to know that it was me who did this," Naruto shouted at his teammate, not looking at Sakura. Sakura was silent, so he did know about Sasuke. "Naruto, that's enough. Don't keep your promise anymore," Sakura literally shouted. She hated being so useless in this mess, so useless to Team 7. Naruto didn't speak as he stood up and got out. "Please Naruto, don't hurt yourself because of us," Sakura mentioned as she cried. Naruto bit his lip as he balled his hands to fists, shaking. "I didn't become Hokage because I want to sacrifice my ideals like that. I became Hokage because I wanted to protect anyone that I can. I became Hokage because I knew it was the best way to deal with everything. I became Hokage so I could lead the people the right way and prevent any more tragedies that cross my way." Naruto only exited. He didn't face Sakura, with Naruto only saying, "I'm going to beat him down to the ground this time. I'll be the one to pound the sense in him. I've had enough. As the Hokage, I'm going to do what's right for my people." Naruto only mentioned as he went to his office. As Naruto went away, Sakura was reminded of Sai's words. "Sakura, please stop whatever you are doing. You and Sasuke are the cause of his greatest pain." Sakura was left contemplating those words. In the end, she couldn't say to Naruto what she had wanted to say from Shikamaru. There was no need. Naruto had already decided. Hokage's office. The events played out earlier had left Naruto mentally and physically exhausted. He never felt so drained by what happened earlier. To him, being Hokage was still an emotional roller coaster. As he looked out in front of him, his clones were frantically squirming in his office, carrying paperwork and discussing more of the needed work to be done. He glanced at his wall clock and noticed that it was nearing 4 in the afternoon. He stood from his seat, and the clones quickly began stacking the paperwork around, and vanished as Naruto ordered them to disperse. It was time. Calling for one of his messengers, he motioned for them to go look for Hokage, Kakashi, and Madogai. In anticipation for the summit, Naruto looked over his backpack and then to the pictures of the former Hokages. With a firm resolve, he hefted the bag to his back along with the Hokage's hat and stood in front of his desk as Guy and Kakashi appeared 30 minutes later with their backpacks and cloaks for the cold weather in Iron Country. Naruto then said to the two, "I hope both of you are prepared for what might happen at the Cage Summit." Kakashi stepped forward and said, "The Cage Summit is an event that even Akatsuki can't ignore. They would most likely try to move and disrupt the meeting and in the process, at least kill one of them." Guy said without hesitation in his voice, "I am prepared to face them, Hokage-sama. We will defeat them without any hesitation." Naruto nodded to both and said, "I chose the two of you because you are the best Jounins that came to mind. I'm sorry for calling on such short notice." With a nod from both Jounin, Naruto and his two escorts vacated the premises of the Hokage's office. As they went out, going to the northern gate towards Iron Country, he stopped when he suddenly turned around. The villagers and ninja-like were going with him, about to see him off. All of them lined up from left to right, shinobi and civilian, seeing him off. "Take care, Hokage-sama. Please be careful. Come back safe. Guy-san, Kakashi-san, please guard him well." Naruto smiled and raised his right hand above his head into a fist, signifying his affirmation. Kakashi replied, his orange book still in his hand, "Ma, we'll be fine." Guy nodded. "Hokage-sama is important, so we won't let anything happen to him." As they walked off, Naruto, who would lead the team, couldn't help but smile and a trickle of tear fell from his right cheek. A Hokage must be strong in front of his people. Like a rock meeting the tides of fate and uncertainty on the shore, he must never waver. "Is it your dream, Naruto-kun, to become Hokage?" Naruto remembered those words from the wise Sandaime as he turned back and took one last look at the Hokage mountain, his face still not carved on it. "Don't worry, I won't let anything wrong happen. But just in case, watch over this village. Wind Country, Tsunade no Sato." Gaara looked up, the desert wind caressing his face, as he looked back to his people who were there to see him off. Young and old, men and women. His people, please take care of yourself, Gaara-sama. Temari-san, Kankuro-san, please take good care of Keisuke-sama. Temari waved her hand to the townspeople, flapping her cloak as she said, "We will." Kankuro, however, rolled his eyes and said, "Not like he needs bodyguards anyway." Gaara simply said, "Courtesy call Kankuro. You know how much tension can escalate on the wrong words alone." "Whatever, I bet you're the only Kage there who doesn't look like a dried prune," replied his brother. "Say that to their faces and we might have a war on our hands, Baka. And I'll call your bet for 100 ryo," said Temari, casually grabbing a canteen of water and gulping a little off the bottle. She didn't know why she did that, as she knew that it was such a stupid bet, but somehow seeing Kankuro lose a bet from impossible odds, and seeing him eat her shoe like a damn goat, she was sold on this bet. "You're on. Loser has to eat the other's shoe." Kankuro pointed to his sister, smirking at the gamble. He had this in the bag. Lightning Country, Kumigakure no Sato. "All right, everything's set. Let's do this." "Shi, Darui," said the Raikage, slapping himself with both his hands and jumped through the glass-stained window. She stood up from kneeling and said, "Not again." "Hey, how much do you think the property damage that the Raikage will have to pay now?" The blonde sighed, as Darui scratched the back of his head and looked up, thinking of something. "Well, considering how fired up he is and where we are going, I'd probably say about 100,000 ryo." She then approached the broken window and said, "So, you coming?" Darui shook his head. "Nah, too much hassle, I'll use the stairs instead. It's safer for me and my wallet." She shrugged. "My fruit stand. I'm sorry, I'll pay for it." The yells outside made she sweat drop and said to his friend who was smirking, "Yeah, I see your point, I think I'll use the stairs too." "My ceramics. I'm sorry, I'll pay for it." She and Darui immediately scrambled down and meet up with the Raikage before the village funds could be drained from the Raikage rampage throughout Kumo alone. Earth Country, Iwagakure no Sato. "Akazuchi, Kurazuchi, please take good care of Tsuchikage-sama. Show them what you got." The short old man sighed and cradled his aching hip. "Ah, it's troublesome for someone my age to go to meeting that far," the man said, leaning against his wooden bag. "You youngsters don't understand how your hip becomes a virtual time bomb." The female of the group, wearing the standard uniform of Iwa Jounin, replied, "Why don't retire you then, Gramps? You can't really rely on your former glory forever." The biggest of the three, a plump man towering over the two, gave a laugh and leaned down while laughing. "I'll carry your luggage of your shoulders, Tsuchikage-sama." The old man lashed out at the man, and ever the stubborn old crone shouted, "Don't touch, Akazuchi. I don't need your help." The old man then placed the saddles to his shoulders and lifted butt. A loud sickening crack was heard that both escorts flinched at, and then, pain, sweet mother, the pain. The aching, throbbing, grinding and excruciating pain. "Oh, my hips," the old man shouted in agony, shaking from the sudden gush of unpleasant nerves, signaling he sit this one out. But what remained him standing on his feet and preventing him to fall down was his pride as the Tsuchikage. Kurazuchi, trying hard to contain her laughter, said to the old man, "So, does that mean you'll send someone in your place?" The old man replied in the midst of his groans, "What are you saying? I'm the Tsuchikage, fearsome leader of Iwagakure. I'll carry my own luggage." Kurazuchi sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose, stubborn old goat. Akazuchi then lifted the old man and his luggage and then said, "All right, carry your own luggage then, let's go." The old man couldn't really deny that request. Besides, a free ride is all that this old man needs to ease the pain on his back. Water country, Kirigakure no Sato. Now please take good care of yourself. An old man then handed the hat of the Mizukage to the rightful wearer, the man's hand wavering and shaking due to his Parkinson's. The others were simply amazed of this man's dedication to the village. Don't let anything go wrong. The old man continued holding the snake-ornamented staff that he held. The Mizukage replied, holding the hat on her hand, and said, I swear in my honor as Mizukage, I will fulfill my duty in the best of my ability. The old man then turned to her escorts. Ao, Chaojuro, please guard Mizukage Dono well. I won't fail. Probably, said the boy holding a very large sword the shape of a dried fish on his back. Adjusting his glasses, the elder replied, Don't be so humble, Chaojuro, you're strong, you're a member of the 7. That why, you were chosen to guard me, okay Chaojuro. The Mizukage squatted on the boy's eye level and smiled. Chaojuro blushed and nodded with a smile. Bah, you kids today, why can't you just say yes, ma'am? We don't need you spouting on about, I'll do my best. Be a man, Chaojuro. Grow a damn spine, Ao exclaimed. The Mizukage fell silent at that as the older man ranted about his generation and then Chaojuro's generation. The Mizukage suddenly had that urge to behead the spouting old goat for reminding her that she needed a man in her life since she's almost half past the prime age of marriage. Shut up, Ao, or I'll kill you. She said that with venom laced in her voice. Ao looked puzzled at that and remained silent, wondering what had gotten in the head of their leader. What the hell did he do? It wasn't like he was suggesting that the Mizukage was never going to marry. Honestly, she rushes this marriage thing way too much. There were countless men after her heart. She just needs to take the time not being Mizukage and walk from that office of hers. This was why this generation was such a failure. Why can't they use their own feet and eyes and be absolutely sure about what they were thinking? The Mizukage could feel the cold wind as she walked by with her escorts, wishing she had a man on her side right now. Oh, the woes of being single woman. Isn't any man interested in her? With a dejected sigh, the Mizukage walked with her escorts slouching down in depression. She had hoped at least that she might find someone in Iron Country that will likely sweep her off her feet. In Fire Country, hey CHOO. Naruto sneezed and sniffed. A sudden chill just crawled down his spine. BRRR. It's not yet even Iron Country and I'm already shivering. I think I might be coming down with something. Kakashi merely said, Nah, you don't get sick because of your tenant. Must be the air here. This area is very humid. Yosh, if Hokage-sama is cold, then I will use my chest and warm him with a most youthful embrace. Come Hokage-sama, come feel the manly chest of Mato Guy. The said man then gave a nice guy pose, complete sparkling teeth. Naruto merely shivered at the prospect and said, No thanks, I'm already fine. Just be 10 steps away from me, please. Kakashi merely chuckled under his mask. Thank God for it. His uncovered eye looked unflinching. Ah, the wonders of being a multi-talented person. It was then that Kakashi stopped in walking, stretching his hand slightly. Naruto stopped as well, looking to his upper right, as did Guy. Naruto didn't flinch. We're being watched, Kakashi mentioned. Naruto nodded as did Guy. Hokage-sama, I suggest you remain in your place. We'll take care of them for you. Naruto remained silent, slowly inching his hand towards the horizontally strapped Fuma shuriken strapped at the back of his waist. Naruto wondered who these people might be. Kakashi flicked his hand as quick as lightning, letting loose 3 shuriken. In a blink of an eye, 11 people jumped straight at them, all of them bearing the symbol of the Hanya clan. Kakashi was about to dash towards an opponent. Naruto motioned for him to stop as they threw shuriken and kane in countless directions. I'll handle this, Naruto said, as he grabbed the folded Fuma shuriken from the back of his waist and flipped it in midair, catching it by the handle with his left hand. Fuma shuriken, windmill mode. The Fuma gave a resounding click as the blade separated and spun wildly. Naruto outstretched his hand and deflected the thrown weapon sent at him. Placing chakra on his feet, Naruto jumped and switched the Fuma shuriken with his right hand. Fuma shuriken, blade mode. Another loud clicking sound was heard. The Fuma shuriken immediately stopped and retracted to its blade form. Deflecting the sword strike aimed above his head, Naruto bent his lower body forward and kicked the man by the abdomen. The kick forced the wind out of the man as he fell down on the ground, with the blonde hitting the man with the blunt part of shuriken at the back of his neck. As he landed upside down on a tree branch, the blonde had put his hands together in a middle index cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted, and soon 5 clones popped around the blonde, lunging at the men in every which way they appeared. Naruto then leaned his body forward, grabbing the tree branch that he stood, used the arm strength of his left hand to lift his body upward and kicked the branch, jumping straight up. One of his clones dashed towards his opponent, Fuma shuriken drawn. The clone evaded a horizontal sword slash by doing a baseball slide. Once the clone had gotten past the swipe, it used the blunt part of the Fuma shuriken and rammed it straight to the man's knee, crippling him. As the man fell, the clone grabbed the sword by the hilt and stabbed it down on the ground. The man fell down as the clone chopped the back of his neck. Who are you people? Why are you after me? The blonde shouted. One of the men said, Don't feign your innocence, scum. How many more blood of innocence will you spill in order to get what you want? We, the Hanya clan of Wood Country, shall avenge the deaths of our clansmen. A clone had quickly caught the blade swipe sent at him. The clone blocked it with his Fuma Shuriken as he then slid the flat part on the sword, quickly hitting the man by the throat. The man gasped for air as the blunt part of the folded shuriken was jammed to his neck, making him step back and stumble down. "Damn you, Danzo," he said between gasps. The clone's eyes widened. "I'm not Danzo, I am Uzumaki Naruto." "Naruto, don't mistake me for that old crone," Naruto shouted as another clone flipped in midair, punching the man by the gut, hitting the solar plexus. The man gasped for air as he fell down, knocked out. "Are you not the Hokage? Then you must be Danzo," one of the remaining men said. Naruto shouted, "The Hokage isn't that madman, I'm the Hokage." Naruto shouted as he dodged a blow that would have decapitated him. As he outstretched his right foot and gave sweeping kick, the man lost balance as Naruto shouted, "Fuma Shuriken, windmill mode," Naruto said as he flung the spinning projectile straight to one of his attackers, impaling the man on the shoulders and pinning him to one of the trees. Naruto then flipped the sword away from the man as he blocked a sword straight at his face, catching it with his bare hands. Naruto then asked, "Why are you still attacking me?" "Silence, die, scum." With that, two people came at him, drawing their hands together and intricately woven their seals together. "Kaffen and damn. Futen, Rapusho." Cursing under his breath, Naruto dodged to the side, bringing out two kunai and flinging it towards the two men. As he ran for cover, the combined jutsu raised and incinerated anything in its path. The men were parried the flung projectiles with their swords, but was surprised when the kunai had burst into smoke. Kakashi seemed surprised at this. He let two Kage Bunshin perform henge and turn into kunai. Since when? It suddenly hit him. When Naruto had summoned his shadow clones, he was surrounded with them from all sides earlier. The clones couldn't have been noticed since the smoke had surrounded the blonde. Hokage-sama thinks 2 steps ahead of his opponent, Dai commented, and Kakashi nodded. Just then, Naruto emerged from the smoke, dragging 2 unconscious men by the collar. The one impaled on the tree was about to extract the offending weapon from his shoulder, but Naruto stopped him by pressing his hand on his uninjured shoulder and said, "Don't move. You'll just open your wound further. Just kill me now. You think that we'll quit just because you left us to live," said the man. Naruto didn't move as he stared at the man that was glaring daggers at the man. "No, I don't. But I don't want the people that you love to come after me either," Naruto said. The man froze but snarled at Naruto, "I've already lost my family from Konoha. Letting me live is only a hindrance. Don't you want to live?" Naruto had cut off. "Don't say that you'd prefer to die just because you failed at something," Naruto said, his anger seething as he punched the stump behind the man. "You think this is supposed to make you feel better? You think having an eye for an eye is the proper way to solve things? You aren't God to decide to end the life of people that barely even know you." The man rose defiantly and seethed at the young Hokage. "You say that your people are innocent. Don't you dare play as the unsung hero in this. It's Konoha's fault that my wife and children are dead, all because of Danzo." The man retaliated, Naruto replied as he held the man by the collar. "And you're going to do the same thing as he did, killing innocent people left and right. Did you ever think just for a moment that you were probably on the same level as him? What was it, again? Scum." The man stopped, his grip on Naruto's hand loosening, as Naruto continued, "If you want to be another Danzo, then I won't hesitate to kill you. That way, I'll have stopped an evil worse than mine. Then why don't you kill me?" This time, the man's voice was an audible whisper. Naruto replied, "I'm giving you a choice. Do you want to live and search for a brighter future, or seek revenge and die a miserable death?" This time, Naruto's free hand was holding a kunai. A sudden surge of information entered his mind, telling him that the remaining 3 members were incapacitated. The man never thought something like this would happen. He had thought that he was prepared for death, prepared to face Danzo to his doom as he swung his sword. But this person stopped him, made him realize just how foolish it was to throw his life away. His reply was an audible whisper. Naruto said, "What's that?" "I can't hear you. Speak up." "I said, I want to live," the man shouted as he cried in his answer. His wife, his children, they were never going to come back. The times where his nightmares had plagued him every night, eased only by the liquor that had been his company and his remaining clansmen. They were all that he had left, and if they die, that verge of sanity in him will vanish like a flickering match, for he will have nothing left, not even alcohol can douse that pain. As Naruto had retracted the Fuma Shuriken from the man's shoulder, the throwing star returned to its folded form and Naruto wiped the blood away. Satisfied with the man's answer, he knew shinobi may have been trained to kill and to treat death as normal as possible. But the fear of death was still there. It still lingers in the heart of all, even shinobi, trained and dedicated his life in that field for years, fear death. The man sat on the ground as he cried and cried out, holding his head with Naruto turning his back on the man, walking away. "Hokage-sama, we should." "It's fine, Gai-sensei, leave them. They've learned their lesson," Naruto said as they walked away. Dai was surprised by Naruto's decision to leave them be. Kakashi wasn't, however. This is the Hokage that had trained under Jiraiya, Gai. Have you ever seen such a boy that could do that to his enemy? I've only heard rumors, but this is the first time I saw him do it. It's as if Kami himself willed inside him. Dai was astonished to say the least. Never had he seen someone as unique as Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya-sama had stated once that he treated the lives of every human being as precious. He would often light candles when he got home to pray for the souls that he had tragically ended. Naruto was the opposite of that when he was a child. To Naruto, what was most important to him back then was his existence, acknowledgement. Desperation often lingered in Naruto's mind as a child. He looked on in the village with a mere complacent and hated expression. He wasn't opposed to killing back then. Kakashi knew that his first and only kill was Sasori's spy, Yura, who Naruto had driven his Udama racing in at the said man's chest, tearing blood vessels and cardiac muscles apart. And although Naruto had ended his training with Jiraiya back then, Kakashi saw Naruto's expression as that of regret when they had camped the night before they saw Gaara. Kakashi had wondered how much change Jiraiya influenced on the boy and the boy to Jiraiya. "Oh yeah, Kakashi-sensei, I have to talk to you about something. I don't appreciate it when you revise my whole letter to the Princess of Spring Country and chucking in a copy of the movie of Ika Ika Paradise to be signed," Naruto mentioned, looking at his sensei with a scowl on his face, forcing Kakashi out of his reverie. "Ma, don't make a big deal about it, Naruto. And thanks for letting her sign my copy," Kakashi said, kissing the movie copy of his favorite series and placing it back in his pouch. "You know what just happened? Koyuki sent me a letter and talked dirty to me. And since it was a letter, I didn't know if she was teasing or if it was the real deal. You just opened a can of worms in front of my face, sensei. The worst part is you made it with my seal of authentication," Naruto answered. "You worry too much, Naruto. For one thing, if she ever did those acts to you, she'll be labeled a cradle robber. Of course, most of the female population older than 18 in Kano already consider you jailbait now." Naruto stood agape at that. "What? Then that means all those girls squealing at him earlier were." Kakashi chuckled under his mask and said, raising the pitch of his voice, mimicking of females, "Oh, Naruto-sama was so cool back there. He's so sexy. Would he father my babies? Or so I've heard." Naruto could only say, not finding his voice to speak in the matter. "I think you just broke him, Kakashi," said Guy. Kakashi chuckled further. "Oh come on, it's as if Jiraiya-sama never taught you anything about women." Naruto, finding his voice to speak again, "There wasn't anything to learn but to view women's anatomy while staying hidden before they kicked the crap out of you." Naruto shivered as he ran down memory lane. The misadventures with the Toad Sage were memorable on his part, mostly because he had more than once ran away fearing for his life from the crowd of women that were carrying weapons sharp enough and threatening them to get them fixed. Jiraiya had stated once that he'll get used to the challenge eventually, as it could also serve his training in speed and stealth. The fact that Naruto could run so fast was partially thanks to Jiraiya, and partially to Tsunade, who had been Jiraiya's inspiration when they were kids to get the hell out of Dodge when the time called for it. As they spoke often with Kakashi's amused tone, Naruto's embarrassment and Guy's outbursts, they got closer and closer to Iron Country. Snow began to fall gently on the ground. Naruto and the rest saw the giant gaping maw that ran on 3 different directions. The landmark seemed intimidating as well. Naruto turned around, finding the source of the voice. Naruto saw it was Gaara. "What are you doing here?" the redhead asked. Naruto grinned at that. Grabbing the red quadrilateral hat from his back, he placed it on his head and asked, "That answer your question?" Gaara seemed to smile at this. Kankuro and Temari looked astonished, Kankuro more so. "I suppose it does," Gaara mentioned with a smile. Indeed, it was a surprise to see Naruto become Hokage so soon. He had heard reports that Konoha was invaded by Akatsuki's apparent leader, Pain. What was surprising, though, was the fact that Naruto was the one to legitimately take the seat. He had heard bad rumors of the Hokage being a man that had ruled the black ops of the village, notorious for numerous secret deals and genocides outside of Konoha. Seeing Naruto becoming Hokage had put Gaara's mind at ease and dispelled such rumors going abound in the ninja world. Naruto commented, "Wow Gaara, you grew your hair a little." "Yes, the works of being a Kage can be quite bothersome." "That, and I supposed it looked fitting for me," Gaara commented. Naruto merely rolled his eyes. "There must be some mistake, there has to be," Kankuro shouted. All the while Temari was smirking at her brother. "Oh yes, she always did love being right." "Oh, there isn't one, dear brother. Do you really think Kakashi-san would be Hokage if he didn't carry the hat?" Temari asked, sneering at her brother, who was grumbling as he rummaged to his wallet and handed over a 100 ryo bill. "What's going on?" asked Kakashi, curious at the banter between the Sand siblings. "Temari and Kankuro had a bet to see if there was a Kage close to my age. Temari won," Gaara simply mentioned. "Ah, a simple game of luck, eh? Then my bet to you, rival Kakashi, is that there is a woman for a Kage who is nearing middle age and is concerned about not finding the proper husband." Guy exclaimed. Kakashi, already on autopilot, said, You say something, Guy." Kakashi, you and your hip ways always manage to get on my nerves. That is why you are my eternal rival," Guy shouted. The wind blew, the people were already moving ahead. Guy's head bowed as he could feel that he was ignored with his speech. Guy soon dashed back again to the group that had ignored his speech and saw that Kankuro was chewing something. Temari asked while laughing, wearing a new pair of shoes and holding her sides due to her fits of laughter. "So how's the shoe, Kankuro?" Kankuro replied in a deadpan voice in the middle of his chewing, like athlete's foot. That earned him a kick in the shin. The cold winter climate of Iron Country was a desert in reverse form. There may be trees, but there were barely any leaves in them. The fauna do not fare good as well, with a few species only existing in the harsh winter climate. In particular, only in Iron Country did exist an elusive bird known for its grace within the harsh frozen land. Its name was the snow owl. The said creature flapped its wings during midday, an hour it wasn't supposed to fly, as it only flew during the night. The said bird landed on the forearm of a rather large man with orange hair. It nestled closely to the man as the man then said to Sasuke, "There's a path in the west that's barely guarded." Said Jugo. Sasuke nodded. "Good, we're moving. Karin, detect Danzo for us." The Uchiha commanded. Karin seemed afraid of this, however. "Che, I'm coming as well," asked the redhead. Sasuke merely replied, "Your ability is required the most at this moment." Sasuke then said to the half-man half-plant, "Zetsu, was it? You will tell me how Danzo looks like. Don't lie to me." Zetsu merely smiled as he walked and said to Sasuke, "Don't worry, I won't. Danzo is not an ally of ours." Sasuke looked up at the place named the Three Wolves' Fang Maw. He scowled at the said structure. Soon, Danzo would feel the taste of his blade being driven to his gut. That man shall pay for his crimes. As Sasuke and the others infiltrated the pyramid-like structure situating in the middle of the Wolf's Fang Maw, Zetsu looked around the area that will be the meeting place of the 5 cages. His single present gazed back and forth from the outer area to the middle. "This is disturbing. I don't see Danzo anywhere," Zetsu mentioned. Sasuke was getting impatient. His anger was rising at the man that had escorted them in the summit. "What? Are you telling me that Danzo isn't here?" Sasuke bellowed at Zetsu. His killing intent was starting to leak from him as he stared at Zetsu, who was starting to panic. If indeed that Danzo wasn't the Hokage, it meant that the disruption of the 5 cages summit would lead to nowhere, as Madara had implied that Sasuke was now the important factor in revealing Tsukunomi. But in order to do that, Sasuke would have to be conditioned to a level that will put him in the same category as his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Madara had specifically ordered Zetsu to monitor the boy's growth, for Sasuke would be facing the Senju clan's representative, Uzumaki Naruto. His patience wearing thin, Sasuke was about to go away when he had heard that the Hokage had finally come. Staring down, he couldn't very well see the person's face, for it was being covered by the hat. Land of Iron, Outer Walls. Torun, be prepared to be on standby. We will commence our operation before the summit ends, Danzo mentioned, as he sat down in the hotel and watched the Three Wolves' Fang Maw as snow fell at an unbelievable rate. Danzo knew that the cage summit was a movement that the Akatsuki couldn't very well ignore. But he also knew another factor in that summit. With the way things are going and Akatsuki finally capturing 8 of the tailed beasts, the 5 great villages will have to get aggressive and retrieve the Biju by forming an alliance. And being that Konoha is the only village that hasn't lost its host yet, they would definitely put the Hokage as the head of the alliance, the absolute leader. Danzo scoffed, picturing the young Hokage leading the alliance. The alliance would most likely fall apart if he leads. Danzo muttered. That was why he had set up a strategy that would allow him leeway for the Hokage to surrender his position to him. Danzo showed a glint that wasn't present before. A small smile crept upon his wrinkled face. Summit venue. The Hokage had removed his hat, revealing a spiky blonde that looked no older than the Kage as one of the people supervising greeted him. "I am glad that you could make it, Hokage Dono," mentioned the man. The blonde nodded. The remaining people inside of the building looked at the boy that stood in the middle holding the hat of the Hokage. The rest were surprised, however. They had thought that the Hokage would either be the busty blonde Tsunade, the long white-haired toad sage, Jiraiya, or the elusive and shady Danzo. The Raikage walked closer and stood towering over the new Hokage, who had stared at him intently as well. The hat with the symbol of lightning gave away the man's position to Naruto. "Can I help you, Raikage?" Naruto asked, without the suffix of Dono to state his disrespectful attitude, staring up at the Raikage. The Raikage merely glared at the boy. "For Konoha's sake, you better speak your mind, boy," the Raikage merely said as he walked away. Naruto didn't look intimidated. "Oh my, I never thought that the Hokage would be one so young and so good-looking." Naruto, if ever he was intimidated by the towering Raikage, somehow jumped in surprise at the voice that had been said from behind. Looking at his back, he saw a very beautiful woman. Long red locks covered her right eye and wearing a dress that barely hid her very smooth skin on her shoulders and chest. She held the aqua blue hat that had the symbol of water. "My, aren't you the cute Kage? Is your father the legendary Yellow Flash? I heard he was such a cutie as well," the Mizukage mentioned, hands on her mouth covering her mouth in astonishment. Naruto held up his hands and had motioned for the Mizukage to step back, for she was too close for his own comfort. What were the sizes of those again? A B cup. Naruto mentally shook his head at the suggestive images entering his mind all of a sudden. Seriously, what was it with women and men of power? Naruto mentally asked himself, why does this remind me of what Anko did to me during the Chunin exam? And why is that kid with the glasses staring at me like he's boring holes through my head? If Guy were to initiate that bet earlier, no matter how absurd it was, he would have won, as he had hit it right on the money when the woman had ranted just how much she was desperate for a husband. Up above, Sasuke looked down seeing Naruto as being the cage and had thought of an idea. Sasuke, so does this mean we will now abandon the idea of assaulting the place? Karin asked. Sasuke shook his head and said this time, with a smirk. Someone with Konoha's affiliation must know where Danzo and the elders normally reside within Konoha, and I happen to personally know the Hokage. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is here. Someone leaked false information from Konoha, Zetsu mentioned, fearing for the worst. He had seen the fight between Pain and the nine-tailed host. Even though Sasuke had the advantage of the Sharingan, if Naruto had the ability to attack on all sides, the Sharingan would pretty much be useless. Add to the fact that the blonde's abilities further improved since last time and destroyed the 5 out of 6 paths of Pain at the start. The nine-tailed host is a dangerous opponent to mess with. Perhaps this was a miscalculation on his part. However, Madara had made it a priority that Sasuke awaken Susanoo here. But if Sasuke were to die, then it would be pointless anyway. Zetsu seethed his pride as an excellent spy was outclassed suddenly. He had double-checked the Leaf Village, but even then, the info he had gotten was scarce. It only made him cringe as to what Madara would do. Sasuke, on the other hand, remained silent, intent on watching the blonde that was interacting with his escorts, Kakashi and Guy, another pair of familiar faces. You mean to tell us that is Naruto? Now this is an interesting turn of events. If that guy managed to defeat Pain, then he might cause us a lot of trouble. Suigetsu mentioned, but Sasuke remained calm. We are facing cage-level shinobi. Suigetsu, facing Naruto or any of the other cages should have reached to your mind that we are going to fight monsters. Sasuke mentioned in a matter-of-fact tone. Suigetsu could feel himself hyperventilating. This was something he knew that he'd face. But for some reason when that person named Naruto defeated Madara's most powerful minion, he was having second thoughts. From the stories he heard from other people, the members of Akatsuki were all S-class shinobi. Shinobi that were near or were at cage level. Not that he was discrediting Sasuke, but the fact they were facing 5 people that had the potential to kill any S-class missing nin, it was suicidal. Sasuke may be a to S-class, but these were mid to high S-class ninjas that meant business. He just hoped that he and his team would survive this, except for Karin. Suigetsu didn't like her. She can convulse to death for all he cares. In fact, he hated her. The reason he hasn't tried to kill the shrieking bitch was the fact that Sasuke wouldn't like it. Jugo, well, as long as Sasuke could control his urges then he can live. Not much more was to be said. Below, the meeting was about to take place, as each of the delegations from Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kumo and Kiri sat in front of the kanji that signify each of their villages. A person then sat on a separate table from them, his head supported by a wrap of bandages and his long flowing black hair covering his back. Good day, I am Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron. I will represent as the mediator of this meeting. As the 5 cages sat, Mifune mentioned for them to place their hats on the table, as all the cages did so. Naruto looked around him, finding himself in the center of the meeting. To his back was a curtain with the character of fire written. Further his back was Kakashi and Guy. To his far right was the Mizukage, who was eyeing him, making Naruto pull his collar and gulp in nervousness. Next to the Mizukage to his near right was the Kasukage, Gaara. To his near left was the Tsuchikage, who looked like he had a bad tumor on his nose, and to his far left was the Reikage, whose build could intimidate anyone in the room if they were not on the same level as him. To his front, there sat the mediator, Mifune. The said man then said, now we commence at the start of the summit. The Tsuchikage was eyeing Naruto closely and could feel himself having cold sweat. The Hokage's appearance was unbelievable. Many would consider that face in Iwa as the face of the devil that had orders to carry out to utterly eliminate them. The Butcher of Iwa, the only ninja in history to have a flea on sight order if seen on the battlefield. The Yellow Flash. Very well, I'll start. To this, the eldest of the cages turned his head towards the Kasukage, who spoke as his hands covered his mouth. Naruto merely sat, his arms on the armchair as he watched the young cage speak. This cage meeting is already pointless in my opinion. 8 of the tailed beasts had already been captured. Akatsuki has already amassed enough firepower to take down any country it sets its sights on. The only way for us to counterattack this organization now is to use a massive joint military exercise before they capture the 9-tailed host. This is how dangerous Akatsuki has become. Gaara then eyed Naruto closely, who could only look in seriousness. Naruto may very well be the last target that Akatsuki needs, and although it narrows down to him making it easier for the Akatsuki to be lured into a trap, they would most likely suffer immense amount of casualties just by guarding him. The Kasukage then continued, I sent requests for aid to the other major villages countless times, but they were all ignored except by the former Hokage. The Tsuchikage replied, this young one has no grasp of politics and such, he must be taught. Humph, if a country had its host captured then it has no business giving other countries orders. It's an embarrassment to the village. If you had lost your host, then why didn't you try to recover it in secret? Once it's stolen you can't expect other countries to help you. That was fact. In the age of disarmament, hostilities between other countries still exist though it waned in time. Jinchuriki were often regarded as secret, super soldiers that were only deployed in times of great conflict. Secret weapons that could trigger massive genocides in an instant. They were either the trump card or the wild card of any village that had them. Hosts would determine a make or break decision. As such, destructive soldiers such as them were rarely ever needed in a time of inactivity. Time and resources were needed to make Jinchuriki truly capable of handling their beasts. Resources that were increasingly becoming scarce for military funding as peace continued. The Hokage frowned and then asked the Elder Earth Shadow, "Then did you try retrieving them, your hosts?" The pompous elder looked at the mirror image of the yellow flash and answered, "No. The first Jinchuriki we had, Raushi, retired from shinobi duty more than 10 years ago. Since then, he has secluded himself and eluded most of my actions to retrieve him. Han vanished 3 years ago on a mission from Numa no Kuni. Han was a very dangerous subject, he was far too unstable. Instead he became a liability for the village. I couldn't very well exhaust time and money on a very unstable man. How dare that man treat hosts like they were test subjects." Naruto inwardly scowled at the eldest of the Kages. He tried to contain his anger. As a host himself, being considered a test subject was demeaning, dehumanizing. The man didn't very well understand human nature that well. He may have been old, but his way of handling things were far too merciless. Gripping the handle on his chair tightly, he mentally counted from 10 backwards. He didn't want risking war on a village that had very well remained unaffected by Akatsuki's agendas. Naruto watched Gaara as his eyes flinched a little, a sign of growing irate at the Tsuchikage as well. Naruto retained his poker face as did most of the remaining Kages. All of the Kages turned to the large man that had stood up. The gigantic and overbearing gauntlets on his arms were shaking along with his arms. The Raikage immediately displayed what he exactly felt by shattering a part of the table in front of him. To this, the remaining occupants of the room immediately jumped, coming right in front of the table of each of their respective leaders. Weapons were drawn, fists were raised, hand seals were made, and bloodline limits about to activate. The mediator spoke. "I suggest you refrain from doing unnecessary actions. We came here to talk, not to do such barbaric things." Each of the following Kages motioned for their guards to stand down and go back to their places. Kakashi listened in closely as he had heard the Raikage about to speak. Guy had said in a low voice, "This isn't going exactly well. I didn't call all of you here to talk about the tailed beasts. I called all of you here to know where your loyalties lie exactly." The Kages raised their eyebrows in question. As they watched the Raikage, who was angry at all of the remaining Kages, he then scowled as each of the Kages was maintaining their calm. However, it seemed that the Hokage was starting to scowl on his own. It was as if the tension was only getting higher and higher. Konoha, Iwa, Suna, Kiri, most of the members of that organization came from your villages, particularly Konoha. All of you and even the former Kages, your nations had been under suspicion of using Akatsuki at least once. The Raikage had shouted. Naruto had raised his voice this time, standing up in pure anger and outrage. "What?" Gaara seemed surprised as well. He did not know this. He restated it in questioning the Raikage. "Used Akatsuki." "What do you mean used Akatsuki?" Naruto followed. "This better have a good explanation why you're blaming my nation as well. The Sandaime died because of one of its former members. My predecessor was placed in a coma by one of them. You tell me why my village would use Akatsuki when it was clearly invaded." Naruto was angered at this sudden revelation. Who would dare use those bastards in getting them closer to their goal? The Raikage turned his head to the Kasage and said, "Your village council may not have told you this, but Orochimaru was enlisted to help in your invasion of Konoha. It was unclear if he was still part of that organization." The largest Kage then continued. "2 of the former Kages died as a result of that operation. I can't help but think that this was set up from the inside of one particular village." Naruto frowned deeper. It only seemed to connect to one person in his mind. Danzo. The Tsuchikage then spoke, feeling as though it is the right time to say the facts about the current situation. The great countries are enjoying a relative time of peace. They are moving from military expansion to disarmament. As tension eases between the countries, the risks of war grow smaller. But therein lies a problem. The Mizukage added. The Tsuchikage nodded as he continued. Military villages are a drain in a country's resources. With this relative peace and disarmament, what would happen if war suddenly broke out? We can't rely on ninjas that are inexperienced and untested in battle. We'd lose the war. We'd lose our prospective clients. Our village would fall. Gaara seemed to get the idea of this, so one way of dealing with that was to use a mercenary force like Akatsuki. The Tsuchikage defended. It would take time and considerable resources for a village to build a powerful force. Akatsuki were professionals. They were hired for a relatively small amount. Add to the fact that they showed good results. The Raikage then pointed to the water shadow and said, "What about Kiri?" Intel reports stated that Akatsuki started as a mercenary group there. With no diplomatic relations to any of the countries, your village above all remains suspicious. The Mizukage bowed and said, "To tell all of you the truth, there were rumors that the former Mizukage was being controlled by someone. It could have been Akatsuki, but with no leads and evidence to point it out to them, I didn't make a big deal out of it." It was then that the Tsuchikage pointed to the lightning shadow. "Other countries wouldn't have used Akatsuki if only you didn't amass your military forces. Didn't you know that you caused panic when reports of your brother being sealed with the Hachibai and another host for the Nibai?" The Raikage then threatened the eldest of the Kages. "You watch what you're saying, you old crone, or I'll smash you with my Ain Kuroe." The escorts were about to erupt again until the Hokage had spoke. Stop. Before any of you start smashing each other's fists, I'm going to share vital info on you based on the intelligence that were gathered in Konoha. I don't like where this is going any more than any of you do. But if we're going to discuss about Akatsuki, then I must very well tell you one key piece of information about the organization. The Hokage then continued, 7 days ago, my village was invaded again, this time directly by 2 of the members of Akatsuki. One of them was supposed to be the apparent leader of the group. Up until in the middle of our fight, I've lost consciousness and wound up losing control as the host of the Nine Tails. The remaining cages looked at the blonde whose steel gaze caught the attention of everyone in the room. The fact that one of the hosts is here meant that Akatsuki may be coming for him right now. It was a thought that many would scoff at. The 5 most powerful ninjas gathered in one place may bring Akatsuki to them, but they could only bring death upon themselves if they decide to disturb this meeting. With the Hokage out for blood, and with the Hokage relaying info on the remaining members, it was foolish for the organization to invade this event. I've studied in Fuinjutsu to a certain extent, and although I'm no master, I'm adept at it. During an elapse on my consciousness, the seal placed on me activated a fail-safe program that rewound the seal. It was in this process that I met with the imprint of the 4th Hokage. The Tsuchikage paled at the mere title of the man. He told me that during the night of the assault of the Nine Tails to my village 16 years ago, he had met and fought with a man wearing a spiral mask. The same man that manipulated the leader of AIM, Nagato, was there when we had a mission in retrieving Uchiha Sasuke. The man was bearing the uniform of the organization. The Hokage in his impatience said to the blonde cage, "Be quick about it, Hokage. My patience is running thin." Naruto ignored the comment and continued on, "Being the person here along with one of my escorts most experienced in having encounters with Akatsuki and most of its members, I met Uchiha Itachi and said to me one name that you all have heard." Naruto then said, "Uchiha Madara." To this, everyone's eyes were instantly on Naruto as he said while grabbing a book from his pocket, "This spiral-masked man, the only person yet to be identified in this bingo book, might very well be the true leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. I thought he was long dead," the eldest of the cages said. "Most of us did as well. It's unbelievable, but, from the intelligence reports left to me from one of the root members, it's been confirmed." Naruto answered, "I guess he really is a monster then." The Tsuchikage could only mutter. He had read stories of Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the man that had said to have the ability to control the Biju under his will. Most of the battles that had happened between him and Hashirama were legends that were passed down from generation to generation. If indeed Madara was still alive and is leading Akatsuki, then that means that the only thing that would let them win against Akatsuki would be take him down using large numbers. To use an audacious plan that would most likely result in him cooperating with the cages around this very room. If Yun had interjected, he exerted his authority as mediator. As the leader of a neutral country, I have to say, the leader of Akatsuki has studied the current of the times very well. He used the stability and suspicion of other countries to increase his power and spread his agenda unnoticed. If this continues, Iron Country will as well fall to this menacing threat. Nifyun closed his eyes and breathed in all of these revelations in one day. Everything was spiraling out of control. But there's always a silver lining in this. It's rare for the 5 cages to have a meeting like this. What do all of you think? Until Akatsuki is taken care of, why don't you all form a 5-village alliance? An alliance? The Hokage asked in surprise. It seemed impossible. Naruto didn't speak, contemplating on the situation. Things were getting out of hand, as he thought. Nifyun continued, the chain of command should be uniform. We want to avoid any further confusion. The Tsuchikage then stood from his seat and said, and the question now will be who will have the highest authority in commanding this new army. Nifyun answered, you will only fight against each other to decide who it's going to be. Therefore, I would like for all of you to respect my decision as a neutral party. I will decide amongst you all. Outside the Wolf's Fanged Maw, Torun, Fu, commenced the operation. Danzo had commanded as he sat down on his chair. The 2 most elite members of Root nodded, quickly sending messenger birds to Konoha. The only sound could be heard in that place was the violent howl of the snowstorm occurring outside. Konoha, sitting beside the prone form of the god Aim, Sakura had looked over her master in a sullen expression. The message that Sai left behind still lingered in her mind, as well as Naruto's gnawing at her mind every second that she could rest. Sakura, please stop whatever you are doing. You and Sasuke are the cause of his greatest pain. As the Hokage, I'm going to do what's right for my people. Shishu, tell me, what should I do? I don't even know if what I'm doing is right anymore, she asked, as she hugged her knees and rested her forehead against it. In her depression, she didn't see Naruto off unlike the rest of the villagers. The thought of him and their talk earlier, those blue eyes that steeled themselves for what is about to happen. It all made it hard to bear. Is it really worth it? Getting back Sasuke here, was it really that important for Team 7? Those times that the 3 of them spent together were the times that made her happiest. Even though Sasuke and Naruto often argued, the fact remained that Sasuke joined Akatsuki, assaulted and captured the Hokage's brother, possibly to be left for dead. Questions then began popping up in the Cherry Blossom's head. Her thoughts were suddenly derailed when Sai had entered into Tsunade's tent and sat beside his teammate. Sakura looked questioningly at the pale member of Root. Sai was too quiet even for her. He would often show an oblivious smile and insult her, but now. It was then that Sai had bowed to greet the unconscious Godame and left a crumpled paper down on the ground right near Sakura. Sakura then grabbed the note slowly and unfurled it. She read, "I am forbidden to say anything about this, but Danzo-sama is about to instigate a usurpation to power. I can only convene to you this message in written form for fear of the other members may have become suspicious of my activities. Danzo is going to kill Naruto. Please inform him. I can't do so. Sai, is this true?" Sai could only nod once. Sakura stood from the ground and said to Shizune in a whisper, "Shizune-senpai, I need to go to Iron Country and inform Naruto of the situation before they can begin." With a nod, Shizune watched as Sakura went out, searching for team members that she may most likely need. She needed to hurry. Ru was about to stage a coup d'etat. Summit. What? The Hokage asked incredulously. Naruto was wide-eyed, too stunned for words. No, he shouldn't be doing this. It was too much. His responsibilities back at the village were already hard. The mediator spoke in a calm manner, explaining his reasoning to his decision. Out of all hidden villages, Konoha has yet to lose their host. Also, to put him in the seat of power makes it an even better chance to limit Akatsuki's movement. I do not see the problem in this. If they still have their host, then that means that they are doing something right. The Tsuchikage agree with the Hokage's outrage, but to take orders from a child, especially that of the Yellow Flash, I would never. I'm not biased against the fourth Hokage, but a teenager who more or less took the title of Kage in more or less than a week ago. The alliance would surely fall. The Hokage exclaimed. Naruto, despite the raps against him, also thought it was true. He raised his arm and said, I'd have to agree with them. I'm still not suited to take command of such a large-scale army. I don't think we will succeed if you allow me to. Mifune nodded and said, even though that's true, your village has managed to keep you inside its walls, and you have experience in dealing with most of the members. It is best if you lead. Naruto then said, I can't take this kind of responsibility. I don't. Mifune could understand the youth's words, but then said, a leader should set an example, is it correct? Naruto nodded, and Mifune spoke again, then you are already an example to the other countries as you are the only host still accounted for. It means Konoha knows how to handle the situation. If your predecessor can handle it, then you can as well. After all, it is the next generation's duty to surpass the previous ones. Naruto remained silent as he balled his shaking hands to fists. He wanted to be Hokage, he wanted to bring peace. But if he would lead this, it meant that he had betrayed his promise to Nagato. All he could do was bite his lip in frustration and close his eyes as he bowed, wishing himself to disconnect to the world. Damn it, what should I do? If I can't find the answer, then you'll be the one to find it for me. Okay, I believe in you, son. You'll be the one to find that answer. Be brave and continue down that path you have chosen. I'll always be with you. I am putting my faith in you. Yahiko's dream, my dream, is now yours. Is this it? Was this the ideal peace I wanted to achieve? Peace through war, sacrifice for prosperity. I'm betraying Nagato's trust. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The samurai had dashed towards the meeting, interrupting the talks of the cages as it shouted, Uchiha Sasuke has invaded the summit. Every cage stood up from their seats and the water shadow asked, what is he doing here? The Hokage, ever the ill-tempered man he was, shouted, I don't care. Darui, we are going to take down Uchiha Sasuke. After a few minutes, everyone remained silent. Naruto then thought, maybe finally confronting Sasuke would clear my head. It was then that Naruto stood up and said to Kakashi and Guy, we're going. The remaining cages looked at the fire shadow whose eyes were overshadowed as he stared below. Kakashi and Guy nodded. The Hokage may want to cool off his head, but I only want answers. Kakashi, Guy, we're going to support the Hokage and the team from Kumo. With a flick of his hands together to form a middle index cross seal, 3-cage bunshin popped into existence as Naruto said, you all know what to do. The Mizukage licked her lips, such a fine young man indeed. The three clones nodded as they scattered away from the sight of the remaining cages. Sasuke versus Hokage. Chidori. Sasuke mentioned dashing towards the Hokage in a straight line as the Hokage surrounded his body with lightning chakra, his chakra flaring and buzzing like an overloading circuit around his body. The Hokage then suddenly moved, stepping forward, his elbow drawn to the outreached hand of the Uchiha. As elbow and jutsu clashed, lightning crackled from the middle of the two fighters. The shockwave of the chakra forced back multiple samurai from their positions. Sasuke cursed as he jumped back, avoiding one of the Hokage's mighty fists as it came down at him like a meteor. His Chidori didn't work. Suigetsu exclaimed as he dodged a blow from Darui, who then pumped lightning chakra to the sword, shocking Suigetsu. The apprentice of Zabuza jumped back as Jugo appeared from behind, his curse seal partially activated, his arm contorting and changing form in a grotesque manner. The gigantic man from Taka rushed towards Darui, who sidestepped and let the rampaging powerhouse Jugo ran past him, going straight to the Hokage, who with the activation of the jutsu, instantly reacted, kneeing Jugo in the gut and then with his strong palm, literally pushed Jugo of his place and slammed the said man on the wall. Sasuke appeared from behind, his sword crackling with lightning. The Hokage was quick to react as he ducked below the swipe and then grabbing Sasuke by the waist and raised him up like an adult would a child. Darui smirked. Even if Uchiha Sasuke has the Sharingan, Raikage-sama's jutsu, Raiten, Yoroi, allows his synapses to respond in the speed of light, causing his reflexes to be comparable to that of the fourth Hokage and his attacks to become faster and stronger. The Raikage then held Sasuke by the neck. He then jumped and with his enormous strength, slammed Sasuke down on the ground, causing the ground beneath to collapse as the Raikage shouted before power-bombing Sasuke. Reigabamu. Sasuke was slammed on the ground, feeling the impact of the damage given to him. His head was shaking from the attack. The Uchiha was thankful he was alive by the set of bones from behind him. The Raikage jumped back as black flames erupted from the ground. The gigantic Kage watched as Sasuke struggled to get up, and with a sudden burst, he jumped up and performed a Tsukuyomi towards she who had used a Genjutsu temporary blinding and disorienting Suijutsu, giving Darui the chance to advance towards Suijutsu, slashing the boy who had liquefied as his weapon went through the fang boy that looked like a shark. She had suddenly fallen when Sasuke triggered his Genjutsu, causing his left eye to bleed as did his right. Sasuke was panting. Those three were strong. The Raikage wasn't a Kage for nothing. Even with his Sharingan, he couldn't follow the Raikage's movements. It was far too fast for his eyes to react. The Raikage instantly jumped towards Sasuke, who had evaded another vicious punch that shattered a part of the upper bleachers. Sasuke was suddenly surprised when the Raikage could keep up with him. The Raikage didn't even seem to put any effort to it, as the large shadow said, "This is for my brother, Uchiha Sasuke." Hirubo. Thrusting his right elbow once again, lightning danced around him. Sasuke couldn't evade in time as the elbow thrust towards his chest, pushing him in a powerful force that would have stopped the heart of any normal man. Sasuke was thrown away from the Raikage, skidding and collecting dust clouds in his path, finally being embedded on the wall. Sasuke, in another fortunate set of events, triggered Susanoo once more. The bones were present again as it wrapped itself around Sasuke, stepping away from the rubble. "Get out of my way," Sasuke said, hoarseness in his voice. The fight with the Raikage was starting to wear him down. In a room, the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage all stared on the table quietly, with the Hokage wordlessly getting out to go and find some answers and the Raikage taking out all that pent-up anger on the person that had done him wrong. The Tsuchikage merely smirked at this predicament. He had believed that the meeting, no matter how big news that it was one that would only involve the tongue-lashing dished out earlier as the main action. But no, Akatsuki indeed didn't ignore this event. They knew that with the Kage's meeting, it meant that they would be faced with the 5 great nations themselves. That Tsuchikage shook his head. Such a mistake could prove to become bigger now that they decided that they should interfere. So the Hokage descended to search for his prey, only to descend in the pit of snakes. Gaara muttered as he looked up. He had wanted to come and help, but if Naruto wanted answers first, then he would follow later. Right now, Naruto wanted answers from Sasuke, and that usually meant forcing Sasuke to calm down. "Poetic, are you, Kazekage Dono?" The water shadow commented. Gaara merely looked at the woman and said, "When you can't sleep, thoughts of multiple objects invade the mind. I have them often when I was younger." The eldest of the Kages smirked as he said, My, what a passionate fool he is, that Raikage. Doesn't he know the meaning of the word, restraint?" Gaara replied, "He speaks his mind and does things on his own, impulsive yet controllable." "Humph, for a brat, you sure know how to pull the strings to this old man's temper. I see that the former Kazekage has taught you a lot, but he forgot to instill manners in you." The Earth Shadow replied. Another smirk appeared from the old man's face. Gaara merely stood up and said, "And you are a person who has lost himself in the title of Tsuchikage. Honor, tradition. I have no need for such petty things. In the line between life and death, manners are the least that I need." With that, the Kazekage walked away, motioning for his siblings to come with him, with Kankuro smirking as their backs were turned onto the Tsuchikage. "Yeah, that's right, you arrogant prick, you got what you deserve," Kankuro muttered. "He is quite a pure one, isn't he? How?" The Mizukage inquired to her eldest escort. The man nodded in reply, and the Hokage. Such intensity in his eyes as he walked away. If he were only a few years older. "Perhaps it's time we interfere as well, Ao, Chaojuro. Come." The 2 escorts of Kiri nodded as the Mizukage stood and left towards the battle, leaving behind the aging Tsuchikage. "Very well. Shall we join them too, Akazuchi?" "Kurazuchi." The Tsuchikage smirked inwardly. It had been years since he had stretched his weary bones. He just wished his hip wouldn't suddenly ache at the chaos about to ensue, because from the looks of it, all hell would break loose the moment all 5 cages act in one area. Konoha. Neji nervously looked around. 4 of them were about to depart. As soon as they see a hawk landing from the direction of Iron Country, they would break for it. "Are you sure about this, Sakura?" Neji asked. Sakura only nodded. "Troublesome. Only a week of rest and we're already sent on action. Let me remind you, Sakura, I just recovered from a broken leg." Shikamaru muttered, shaking his leg a little as he stretched his neck from side to side. All that rebuilding took a lot of work this past week. He would go crazy if that coup d'etat managed to succeed. The work that all of the people had put in the reconstruction would be wasted. "The hawk is coming closer, 100 meters from our starting point," Neji Nason. Though sightings of root members in our vicinity Hinata had informed them, the Hyuga genius nodded and said, "Very well, I will be the second in command in this team. Our mission right now is to inform Hokage-sama of what Danzo is about to do." We will intercept them when the summit ends. Hopefully, this will end peacefully. Sakura-san, you shall be the one to provide medical support. Hinata-sama would be our tracker. Since Kiba and Shino are unavailable, Shikamaru, you will be commanding officer. I'm sure you already know. Shikamaru waved his hand off and said, Yeah, I know. Just let me remind you that going to Iron Country would take us at least 2 days at our top speed. With the possibility of encountering Danzo, we should take a different route. It would be longer, but it would be sufficient enough for us not to be tracked down and be safer. I don't want any casualties on both sides. We're already as thin and as worked out as it is. We don't need to outright kill each other. Hinata, Neji, put your Daojutsu to good use. The hawk has just landed. Hinata mentioned. Shikamaru nodded. Adjusting the trench knife strapped on his back, Shikamaru then nodded. All right, let's go. With a flick of their hands, they jumped from their positions and into the tree branches above, going northward towards Iron Country. Iron Country. Sasuke found out that despite having Susanoo, it was still incomplete. He could still feel the impact of the attacks coming from the wreckage, and they hurt a lot. Surrounding himself in the black fires of Amaterasu, he once again underestimated the wreckage bullheadedness in this situation, as the gigantic man literally blasted his left arm through the everlasting black flames, with Sasuke feeling the damage of his attack hitting him a few centimeters below his windpipe. Sasuke fell down, rolling on the ground as was met with a wreckage, prepared to deliver another attack. Jiraiya, Dorapu, the wreckage said, as Sasuke triggered yet again his Manjikawa Sharingan, flaring to life as the red of his iris and the three Tomoe began to shape to that of an atom as black flames erupted from the ground. Sasuke muttered, "Anton, Kagetsuchi." Black flames erupted from the spaces above Sasuke's chest. 5 columns of black flame was about to swallow burn the wreckage alive, until sand seemed to explode between them. His set objects were now drizzling on the open floor. The Kazekage had controlled his sand once again as the wreckage was flung back as he had heard a voice coming from the back. Fuinjutsu, Fukahoin. Countless tendrils of chakra were shot over to the ebony fire as the black flames that danced around Samurai and the wreckage's arm alike were swallowed into a small scroll that had the words of snake, boar and tiger written on it. The design around the area that the black fire were collected were 2 snakes as it opened its maw and the kanji of fire written big in the middle. Sasuke looked at the jutsu that had triggered. This has never happened before. The black fire was suppressed from someone, not him. It was then that he heard footsteps, walking and in rhythm, the sounds of the sandals slamming on the floor, getting louder and louder as the Uchiha looked on in the shadows as a pair of feet emerged along with the hem of his Haori. His voice ever familiar to the Uchiha as he said, "Hello, Sasuke." A few minutes earlier, Zetsu had no choice. To make up for his mistake in Konoha, he knew of one alternative for Madara to get what he wants and in the same process, redeem his mistake. The leakage of false information from Konoha had hurt Zetsu's pride. It had a major setback to their plans, of course. He wanted to inform Madara at least before, but it seemed the route from the area that they had infiltrated to had been guarded tight now. He could probably escape on his own, but leaving Sasuke's little troop on their own was suicide, as Sasuke might do something worthy of attention. It was a blessing, though, that Sasuke was actually willing to fight the people from Konoha. Perhaps it was his blind hatred of anyone affiliated with the Leaf Village, but nonetheless, Zetsu, as Madara had been doing, would capitalize the hatred of Sasuke to suit the needs of Akatsuki. After all, one man who is blind in his hatred would need a guide to direct his anger. Madara had given him direction, Sasuke had the drive. What he needed was further advancement. So he had formulated a plan in order for Sasuke to grow strong, without dying from the 5 greatest shinobi that are currently walking in this very room. He sank to the floor as he reminded Sasuke not to be seen for a moment. Sasuke's eyebrow was raised in question. Once Zetsu had appeared down below, he gave a menacing chuckle as he said with a sneer, "Uchiha Sasuke is in this very building. Find him if you dare." With that, Zetsu was seemingly stabbed like an animal by the samurai as their chakra-powered blades pierced through the body of Zetsu, who, unknown to the rest, began spreading some dust into the area unsuspectingly. And then, pandemonium. Sasuke had jumped down below filled with his rage, as he activated his Sharingan with the samurai already going for him. "If you are going to block my path, then be prepared to pay for it." It was in the midst of his terrorizing that the wreckage had appeared, bursting with that armor of lightning. The lightning shadow came at him with ferocity of a bloodhound, nailing Jugo on the wall as his escorts dealt with Suijutsu. Although he had managed to be relatively unharmed with a few bruises and cuts, along with the bleeding eyes, those blows coming from the infamous wreckage hurt like a bitch. The wreckage was fast as he was powerful, his taijutsu was completely unbelievable. The imposing physique of the man showed in battle, and although he was limited to close-range combat, that didn't mean he couldn't get close to him fast. The bout with the wreckage had proven to be more of a challenge than he ever thought, disregarding the fact that the man was willing to literally burn his arm off from Amaterasu just to nail a powerful clothesline just below his neck. He almost had the man with his new technique, up until sand literally exploded in between them with the wreckage being flung back to the area where the Kazekage was. Sasuke seemed surprised at first, but was more shocked than anything else that his black fire, the everlasting flames of Amaterasu, began to move, not to his will, but being absorbed in a scroll. The black flames flickering about everywhere and burning the samurai were slowly grabbed by the tendrils of chakra, and in a few seconds it was gone. It was unbelievable. Up until now, no one, in his mind, had ever stopped Amaterasu except him. He hadn't thought it was possible to do so. But there it was, being sealed into that scroll. In the midst of his shock, footsteps were heard as it slowly approached the scene. Each step, almost a second apart from each other, as if it was the only noise that Sasuke could hear in this room. With the resounding last step, Sasuke looked around and saw a pair of black sandals. With the black hem of a Haori, Sasuke looked up as the man's features were covered by the shadows as he spoke. "Hello, Sasuke." That familiar brought a smirk to his face as he said to the man, "Naruto. So you're the Hokage now, eh? Good for you." Naruto seemed to frown. Something felt different about this Sasuke. It was as if Sasuke was looking at him like an amused psychopath. It seemed that his indifference back then felt different. It felt like he had one thing above all else to Naruto: contempt. "I've got questions that need to be answered, Sasuke," Naruto mentioned, looking into the evolved Sharingan eyes that Sasuke possessed. Sasuke laughed a little and said to the blonde, "Still the idiot? I see. I'll answer any question you might want." Sasuke then pointed to his face with his thumb and defiantly said to Naruto, "If you can land a punch against me." Naruto raised an eyebrow at this and replied, "Still the arrogant bastard. If that's how you want it then, fine." "Raikage, Kazekage, don't interrupt." The Raikage replied, outrage in his voice, "What? Hokage, we should take him down this instant. We can take him down with the three of us." The Kazekage raised his arm and said to the lightning shadow, "This is an opportune moment for us to gather information about Akatsuki and their plans. Hokage Dono wants answers. Raikage Dono, he knows what he's doing." The Raikage grunted and crossed his arm, all the while saying, "It sounds as if you knew the Hokage yourself, Kazekage." "Fine then, I'll let the Hokage have his way with Uchiha Sasuke." He then continued, "But if things get out of hand, I'll personally end this." Naruto merely approached forward to reveal his yellow sage eyes. "Thanks for that, Raikage," he said, not turning his eyes for one moment from Sasuke. The Uchiha looked at him with that confident grin again. He may have wasted almost half his chakra from his last fight, but it won't be a problem now. "Let's do this, Naruto." The blonde wordlessly dashed forward, cocking his fist back, as he leaned his body forward, increasing his speed. The two dashed towards each other, with Sasuke closing in faster than Naruto. Once Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto, the blonde then hurled a punch at Sasuke, who effortlessly leaned his head to the side, narrowly hitting him in the face, but something of unknown force collided with his cheek, sending him flying back from the blow. A grunt of pain escaped from his mouth, being thrown back from his position. Naruto merely smirked at that when Sasuke was flung back. Somehow, that felt satisfying. Sasuke didn't know what hit him. One moment he had evaded that punch, the next something rattled his brain as his face was met with something akin to a punch. He stood up, looking at Naruto intently. His eyes didn't see that attack. Did his Kyuubi chakra activate again? No, even though it was a different chakra, he could still see it. Then, what had hit him square on the cheek that managed to break his Sharingan's predicting pattern? First question then, "Sasuke, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Sasuke answered, scowling, "Lucky shot, but I'll answer. I came here on the pretense that I was to assassinate the presumed Hokage, Danzo." Naruto raised his eyebrow at that and then said, "Obviously he's not the Hokage, I am." Second question, "Why are you targeting Danzo?" Sasuke dusted himself and said, "If you can punch me again, I'll tell you." He sneered at Naruto at that one, to which the blonde looked impassive at. His controlled anger was reaching to the limit. "You like hurting yourself much, Sasuke?" said the fire shadow as he went for his stance of his Kawazu Kyuumite. Sasuke charged at Naruto head-on, his Sharingan eyes spinning faster than normal, his clairvoyance activating at an increased pace. He stopped and jumped to the side as he saw the punch about to collide with his face. But as soon as he thought he was out of range of the attack, his chest was rattled to what seemed like being smashed through a brick wall. Sasuke coughed out blood at that as Naruto, without letting up, punched Sasuke directly at the face this time, resulting in the said Uchiha to collide to one of the standing pillars around the room. "Ready to answer yet?" Sasuke growled this time as he got out of the rubble that had once been a column. To this, Sasuke spoke. "Danzo, along with the elders, Himura and Koharu, they ordered the massacre of the Uchiha clan to stop an attempted coup d'etat stemming from my clan. Itachi was forced to kill every last one of them. That's why Konoha is my target right now. Every last one. Every last one that subject themselves to follow Danzo and the others." Sasuke for once was growing frustrated. His Sharingan was absolutely useless against Naruto in close range. If he could do all those invisible hits at a moment's notice, Sasuke knew he wouldn't stand a chance against the blonde if he was up close. He'd resort to a different tactic then. Naruto was startled at this. He didn't know anything about the Uchiha massacre, but to him, right now, the most important bit was to obtain the information that he needs. "If your target is Danzo, then I'm sorry, but he's not here. However, I can't let you involve others that clearly did not know what happened that night." "Tell me, Sasuke, why did you involve yourself in Akatsuki?" asked the fire shadow. "To get what I want," Sasuke answered as he crouched down. His hand crackled as lightning began to seep around the Uchiha, dancing like crescent waves and lines of electricity wisps flailing around. The sound of 1,000 birds chirped. Sasuke was surprised. He could hear the voice of the blonde on his back, who was now sitting on it. Do you know why the Uchiha were killed off? Sasuke let the lightning from his hand spread throughout his body, activating his Chidori Nageshi. Naruto jumped and landed on one of the supporting beams as Sasuke shouted. They were suspected of releasing the nine-tailed fox 16 years ago. They couldn't do it. The fox was a natural disaster on its own. There's nothing to prove that the Uchiha had some involvement in it. Sasuke screamed. Naruto shouted, and you think murdering those countless innocents would satisfy your vengeance? You're only doing what those advisors had done. And you say that you're different from them. Sasuke retorted, you think that I care about that? Did those advisors spare my clan's children, men and women alike? Those weren't involved. There were children in that compound that haven't even walked and Konoha ordered for their deaths. You think it would justify just to their deaths? Naruto jumped down and dashed towards Sasuke as Sasuke jumped back and brandished his katana. Your ways of thinking are flawed, said Sasuke as he dashed at Naruto with his sword outheld. Lightning began to crackle in accordance to his chakra as lightning danced around his blade. Naruto grabbed his Fuma Shuriken, and wind began to encircle around it, swirling as his chakra transformed to wind. So are yours. You think whatever you're doing would end in the scenario you want. You think through that you'll gain peace. You're just the same as that bastard, Danzo. Shut up. Don't compare me to that scum. What's not to compare? He ordered to kill every last one of you. You're going to kill every last one from Konoha. Your bastard of a brother was just the same as you are. Don't you dare speak of my brother in that way. Itachi died for Konoha. He suffered through such an ordeal just so that everyone from Konoha can enjoy that fake transition of peace. As blades and jutsu clashed, nullifying each other, Naruto and Sasuke jumped back. Sasuke was starting to breathe deep. Even then, that isn't the right way to obtain your peace. You may have killed people in Konoha, but the survivors will learn to hate you as well. They'll come for your blood. You think that cycle will end with just you delivering your idea of justice? Naruto shouted. Sasuke began throwing him kunai and shuriken that Naruto deflected as they ran sideways and clashing with their respective weapons in the myriad of columns in that building. Sasuke pointed to the blonde and screamed, you try telling that to the graves of every last Uchiha that were murdered on that night. Sasuke threw a kunai at the blonde. Naruto dodged by jumping and landing to one of the columns as he ran up and began jumping from column to column, letting loose a volley of shuriken to Sasuke, who evaded and took cover from with one of the columns he used as a shield. Do you even know what really happened the night of 16 years ago? Naruto shouted. Sasuke then with his kunai and steel cable flicked it at the blonde who jumped away. Another kunai was thrown, this time faster than the first weapon as it ricocheted with the kunai with the steel cable, trying to wrap around itself at Naruto, who cut the cable down with his wind chakra-powered Fuma Shuriken. He hid behind the columns, landed down on the ground, and immediately sensed a presence approaching him fast. It was then that Tsunade had appeared from behind him. Kubikiri Haucho in mid-swing. Naruto had caught the gigantic blade in the semicircle ring just above the handle with left hand. Just with one hand. How strong is this guy? Tsunade thought. Naruto immediately pulled the gigantic sword towards him, pulling Tsunade as well. Naruto tossed a Fuma Shuriken in his right in midair and then cocked his right arm back. In that midst of a second, Naruto punched Tsunade, liquefying the boy as Naruto tore through the torrential water down to his legs. Tsunade reformed and stumbled back. It was then that Kakashi appeared and shocked the water puddle with a simple Raiten, making Tsunade pass out. Raiten, Reimiaku. Naruto turned around, Kubikiri Haucho still in his hands, and impaled the approaching fully transformed Jugo by the shoulders with the sword and pinned him to another column. Jugo groaned in pain a little but smiled as his body transformed once again and formed what seemed to be 10 holes above his head and his sides. Chakra collected like little globules and was about to fire at the fire shadow. With his outstretched hand, Naruto formed a Rasengan before Jugo could finish his attack and slammed it on the said man's abdomen, flinging the gigantic man back with the force of a hurricane and slamming him to another wall, effectively rendering him useless in the fight. It was then that Sasuke had appeared behind the blonde. Despite his sensing abilities, he wasn't fast enough compared to Sasuke's speed. His right eye contorted and changed in the shape of an atom, signaling the activation of the Manjikayo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. The eye contact was not to be, however, as suddenly one of Naruto's escorts had intervened. Super dynamic entry. Guy had entered into the fray and kicked Sasuke by the side that was blindsided by Guy's direct flying kick to his abdomen. Guy didn't stop there as he lifted Sasuke with his leg and gave another direct kick to Sasuke, sending him skidding on the ground. Are you alright, Hokage-sama? Naruto nodded and then looked towards Sasuke, who was now panting heavily. Naruto's Sage Mode had deactivated, his red and yellow sage eyes fading from him as he saw Sasuke beginning to stand. His eyes had once again flared to life, turning and contorting into the Manjikayo Sharingan. Naruto could feel the chakra building up with Sasuke as it began to grow and grow, forming the bones of Susanoo, this time, managing to complete the skeletal structure on its own. Sasuke was breathing heavily. Let's see. You break into my absolute defense now, Naruto, Sasuke mentioned between his heavy breathing. Naruto had then rummaged through his pouch and grabbed a scroll from his pocket. Biting it between his teeth, he had used a set of 5 hand seals to direct his chakra. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. During his training, he had inquired the Toad sages about using the reverse summoning technique. The sages scratched their heads at this. The reverse summoning was first used when they summoned Naruto for his senjutsu training and then to his fuinjutsu training. To them, the reverse summoning was only done by the summons themselves and that there could possibly be no way that he could do this on his own. Flashback. Reverse summoning, you say? Well, that's a different matter, Naruto-chan, said Fukasaku, scratching his head. Normally only we can perform it. The reverse summoning functions for the summon animal to transport the contractor to where the said animal is. The idea of summoning your Kage Bunshin with the Sage Chakra is different. You have the same chakra signatures as them, and so we can do that. But if you want to, it's going to be different from any regular summoning technique. You need some sort of guidance to do that. The Yondaime Hokage, I believe, could do that by using a special seal that lets his chakra home in on that seal, and then use his infamous Hurei Shin no Jutsu to travel there. If you can use a seal that is somewhat of a beacon for your chakra detecting skill in Senin mode, I think it might just work, Fukasaku mentioned. Naruto nodded and understood. As he began reading through some of the seals in his book that pertained to use a seal like a beacon, he came upon a peculiar seal in the book that was used when someone is lost in any given terrain. The seal would automatically light up whenever there was a corresponding seal with the same design. It acted like a messenger between 2 towns and relayed the position of that said person through chakra. With Senin mode, he could detect chakras around him, as long as he is exposed to that certain chakra for a period of time. However, searching for his own chakra was more difficult. Not only was the familiarity of his chakra the problem with detecting it, the problem lay in that when detecting the chakra of his clones in any location, his own chakra would interfere to know where the location of the clones was. It was then that through his brainstorming, Naruto's mind had discovered something. Whenever he had summoned any toad in time, before they appear, a runic circle appeared and crawled to the ground just before the smoke had erupted and revealed the toad that he had summoned. Fukasaku mentioned that the circle was considered the homing destination of the summoned animal or human. The normal medium on that was the contractor's blood. Naruto had then began to think, what if he modified that circle? What if he placed a different medium to the circle to summon one of his Kage Bunshin? With that thought, he went again and asked the Toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima, to assist him in making that summoning circle. The Toads looked at each other and nodded. It was theoretical, but it might just work. Flashback end. Naruto then opened the scroll and in it was the summoning circle rune that appears once Kushio's no Jutsu was used. Naruto then grabbed the paper seal from his pocket, the seal that homed in on another seal that had the symbol of the hare for speed and travel, rat for dispersion and multiplication, bird for tracing and location, and a drawing of a spiral above the characters to activate the circle. Naruto slammed the seal towards the scroll with the summoning circle written right down in the middle. Immediately the flow of chakra went to the seal as it began to sway to the chakra, and homed in on one random seal that had the same design as that of the seal that Naruto had. In one resounding pop sound, there appeared a Kage Bunshin in front of him, sitting in the lotus position with its eyes closed, and Naruto said, "Dispel quickly." The said Kage Bunshin did as it was told and vanished in a cloud of ninja smoke. Naruto's eyes began to change again. Going from its cerulean blue color to yellow, his pupil expanded sideways and grew a few millimeters as a red outline began to appear on the top of his eyelids. "Another weird jutsu coming from you," Sasuke mentioned, as he let the skeletal form of the belligerent storm god to grab the gourd to its side and like dripping water splashed in an arc as it threw it in the air, forming an ethereal blade made of pure chakra. Naruto was about to dash towards Sasuke, until he was stopped by Kakashi, sharing an eye staring into the horned skeletal frame of Susanoo, who held his shoulders and said, "Wait, Hokage-sama, I can see that chakra is forming like some sort of coating. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. Please approach with caution." Naruto stopped and hesitated. Sasuke sneered at the blonde, a smile forming on his face as he said to Naruto, "What's wrong, Dobe? Where's that bravado that you had 3 years ago?" Naruto frowned at Sasuke and then performed his signature move, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones then popped into existence as all of them began to dash towards Susanoo. The 3 clones then used the field to their advantage and hid among the pillars, dashing in a random direction per clone. Sasuke looked around. With those columns blocking his view of the Sharingan, there was no way to predict them. It was then a clone from above, with a Chuudama racing in prepared, jumped and headed straight towards Sasuke's position, the ball already close to the skull of Susanoo. Swinging the sword of Totsuka upwards, the sword impaled the clone as it vanished in a cloud of smoke. Immediately, the 2 clones have already appeared from the side, both with the same attack as did the one above going to his side. Sasuke turned his head around to the right and let the gigantic sword swing the ephemeral blade. He had managed to hit the clone with another slash from below, but the other one had passed through as defense as the clone slammed the giant racing in towards the side of the storm god. Sasuke then felt his technique shatter lightly. The side of the storm god rippled in the slightest, and the free skeletal arm of Susanoo swatted the clone away like a fly. I guess I have no choice then, Naruto muttered as he put his hands in a familiar middle index cross seal and 2 clones popped into existence. The original held out his right hand as chakra began to swirl. His 2 clones began pouring chakra to the technique. Wind rustled around the blonde as Guy and Kakashi stood back. The chakra gathered in Naruto's palm was enormous. As the ultimate jutsu of form and shape manipulation roared to life, the 4 blades that surrounded the sphere spun like a windmill, and it began spinning faster and faster as time progressed. What are these chakra levels? The Hokage asked. The condensation of the chakra in Naruto's palm was unbelievable. Even from this position, he could feel just how dense the chakra was. Gaara seemed to be curious as well. The grinding noise of the technique certainly didn't help. It was like a spinning fan. The wind blades were so visible that it was awe-striking as it was frightening. His 2 siblings looked on from their aid of the samurai, feeling the same level of goosebumps coming from the fire shadow. Futen, Raisen Shuriken. Naruto held the technique up. The winds began to grow wild and fierce. Naruto then threw the spinning chakra shuriken straight to Sasuke, who was surprised that a properly maintained jutsu like that could be thrown for long distances. The shuriken spun like a whirling buzzsaw of death, grinding and spinning its way straight to Sasuke's Susanoo. The sword was then placed close to the anticipated site where the chakra shuriken would place its deadly attack. Sword clashed with shuriken as it began to fight and shred towards the ephemeral sword. Sasuke had found it hard just deflecting the said attack away with his Susanoo. It wasn't even dispersing the chakra. It was then that the blades of the jutsu dispersed, leaving behind an orb that Sasuke viewed with his Sharingan. With his enhanced vision, his eyes grew wide. Inside the glowing orb of destruction, the form of the chakra began to destabilize and the added wind chakra began to expand. The orb had hit the sword a few milliseconds later. It felt like time stood still, just for a moment, and then, boom, a large explosion tore through the hallways of the said room, as the initial shockwave gave a torrential howl all around the area, completely shattering the wall behind Sasuke. At the epicenter of the explosion, the blast radius of the attack began to literally eat away at Susanoo, as the microscopic needles of the Raisen Shuriken's explosion. The intimidating stature of the skeletal frame of the storm god was starting to disintegrate as its bones began to turn to dust. It was here that the explosion had ended. Sasuke was near the brink of 0 chakra reserves. He was already kneeling on the ground, and his breathing became even more labored. He said between pants, "I haven't lost yet. Yaten, Yakai no Jutsu," yelled the newcomer, obviously female, and a stream of the said element was thrown in the air. The lava had landed just to the back of Sasuke, where the gaping hole from the Raisen Shuriken was evident. It may have been Sasuke's only escape route, but it would not be possible. He would have to cross the stream of lava that was lying there waiting for him. And with his chakra levels, he would not be able to escape. Is this how far I could have possibly have gone? Is this my death? Sasuke thought as before him had appeared the Mizukage, her escorts on her side. His Susanoo was starting to collapse. That attack from Naruto and his low chakra reserves were punishing him to his limit. There was no way that he'd be beaten like this so easily. It's such a shame for a man, a handsome one such as you, to die. Don't worry, before you die, I will be giving you a kiss to remember by in hell, the water shadow said, giving a wry smile at the Uchiha as she held her hands together and formed another seal. Futen, Kamu no Jetsu. A colorless mist escaped her mouth as she breathed out. The haze of the mist littered her area as her 2 escorts jumped back and let the acidic atmosphere around the Mizukage and Sasuke to take place. I said to everyone not to interfere with our matters, Naruto exclaimed. The water shadow answered to him. But this is a terrorist, Hokage Dono. And I can't forgive Akatsuki for manipulating a Gurasama, the Yonde Mizukage. Naruto then shook his head and sighed in defeat. He finally said to Sasuke, Sasuke, give up. This is your last chance. Naruto mentioned, giving Sasuke the ultimatum. Sasuke snarled at Naruto as his answer. Naruto closed his eyes as he could see that the area around the Mizukage and Sasuke starting to distort. It seemed that the last technique that the Mizukage had done was evaporating liquid faster than expected. The acidic atmosphere was even starting to actually melt the skeletal frame of Susanoo as parts of its bone liquefied and fell to Sasuke's arms, burning him. Sasuke screamed in agony. The pain was terrible. It was then that Zetsu earlier, the man that had seemingly dispersed himself from the arena, jumped in the last second, activating his Hoshi no Jutsu spore technique, and said, all the while laughing, "Haha, all you Hokages are idiots. You never took mind that I used this technique earlier on, if any of you noticed." It was then that Zetsu had begun growing around the people in the room as they began siphoning chakra around the area. Wrong move, Naruto mentioned, and immediately the Zetsu that had been absorbing his chakra seemed to petrify. He looked down and saw that his body was turning to that of a stone frog. With a horrified look, the petrifying effect crawled down the spore technique. The Zetsu that clung to Naruto turned immediately to a statue, and Naruto punched the brittle statue with his fists. His sage mode was forcefully finished. He then saw another Zetsu clone that seemed petrified falling down to the floor and then shattering. Up above, that Tsuchikage had appeared and jumped down. His hands were clasped together and saw that a giant cube that looked like it was made up of dirt around. Jinten, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. The cube then smashed below on the prone form of the Uchiha, looking ready to pass out from chakra exhaustion. The giant cube then fell on Sasuke as the area around the cube was disintegrated to dust. Naruto was about to dash to the scene when he felt another chakra signature that had suddenly appeared in the area. Who looked onto his top right. Standing on the railings in the balcony, shouldering Uchiha Sasuke, was the man that wore the orange spiral mask, Uchiha Madara. Yo, Konoha, Shizune was running to find Yamato. Out of all the people that Naruto trusted next to Kakashi as a senior, it was the ANBU captain that had been spliced with the first Hokage's DNA. When she found out from Sai of what was about to happen, she ran immediately outside as soon as Sakura ran outside and headed to Iron Country. When she had found the face-plated ninja resting for a bit in a pile of wood, she immediately notified him of the situation. What? A coup? Since when? Since Hokage-sama has left. Right now, there are probably Root forces stationed just outside the gates for a complete lockdown with half of the forces of Root just outside the border of Iron Country. What do you suppose we do, Yamato-san? Shizune asked. Please inform Shikaku-san, you must keep this as low-key as possible. We only need shinobi loyal under the Hokage to be informed of this, and I'll handle those in the ANBU. Shizune nodded and left. Yamato did as well. What bad timing this was. Right at the moment that he and some of the Konoha shinobi had been rebuilding a district of downtown Konoha. Yamato had hoped that the members of Root did not begin their patrol already inside. He needed as much cover as possible for them to come up with a counter-strike force. Summit. Naruto glared at the man with the spiral masked man, Yu. His eyes narrowed as Zetsu had instantly appeared behind Madara and began infusing chakra to Sasuke. The Raikage spoke. What are you doing here, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara sat down on the railings and said, Oh, nothing. I was just hoping for Sasuke to at least critically injure one of you. He then eyed every single prominent figure inside the room. It seems I made a slight miscalculation as to who the Hokage actually was. No wonder Sasuke wasn't able to hurt at least one of you, though I wonder, why did Sasuke not use Amaterasu? Naruto remained silent and grabbed the Fuma Shuriken and 2 scrolls on the floor. Hokage, is this the person you were talking about earlier? The Raikage asked, and the blonde fire shadow nodded and said in a low voice, That's Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Naruto. So you're the Hokage now. I can't believe you managed to throw a wrench to my plans. Tell me, how did you make Nagato betray me? The man in the spiral mask asked. Naruto glared at Tobai and said, Like I'll tell you. You used Nagato, just as you are using Sasuke right now. You bastard, you used Nagato's fragile state and almost destroyed Konoha. Uchiha Madara chuckled. The rest of the cages looked on between Naruto and Madara. Naruto then vanished from Madara's sight and instantly appeared from behind. His arm phased through the masked man as did the flowing natural energy, completely missing Madara. The punch, however, shattered the railings to which Madara sat. You sent the fox to Konoha. You managed to plant the suspicion of the elders on the Uchiha. You were the one responsible for turning Sasuke the way he is now. Madara then said, I admit, I was the one to turn Sasuke the way he is like now. But I simply gambled on the choice and Sasuke followed through. He followed me. I have no further answers to that. Through these accusations, Madara had forgotten one small detail that had been with Sasuke since the beginning, Karin. Karin was listening in closely. She was fearful when the 5 cages had entered the same room to deal with Sasuke. She could swear that someone inside the room had been able to detect her, but she didn't pay mind to it. As long as she didn't make a move, she was fine. However, when she heard of the accusations of the Hokage, she was starting to have doubts on this man. And however she saw it, it felt like it somehow made sense to her. The way he spoke to them when they were asked to capture the 8-tailed beast, the way he spoke when they were about to go to Konoha. It was as if the man with the mask knew how to push Sasuke's buttons and make him go to anywhere and do anything Madara wanted to. Madara then saw Karin and paused for a moment, and immediately, another distortion on space happened. It looked like a spiral and began to swallow Sasuke in it like water is to a drain until Sasuke disappeared. Just like before, that person is able to manipulate the time-space folds. Kakashi muttered as the rest of them could only look at Madara in an odd expression. Karin, please, heal Sasuke's injuries. Zetsu, grab Suigetsu and Jugo and get them out of here. I'll meet up with you later. Zetsu did as he was told and grabbed Suigetsu and Jugo's down forms. Jugo, who had earlier absorbed fresh cells from a down samurai, had reverted back to his human form after he painfully extracted Kubikiri Haucho from his arm. Now, Hokage, do you really want to know what had happened on the events that lead to the massacre? Naruto paused. He wanted to know himself. Sasuke seemed angry at him earlier when he mentioned Itachi. Could it be that the massacre wasn't portrayed as it was supposed to be? That Uchiha Itachi had gone rouge and killed everyone from the Uchiha clan. It was then that Madara spoke about the night of 16 years ago, the night when the 9-tailed fox had assaulted the village. Then to the following events that lead to the massacre. Naruto's scowl further increased. When Madara was done, Naruto shouted, Then it really was you. This was all you're doing. What business do you have here then? I doubt that you just told us a history lesson about the massacre of the Uchiha clan that Tsuchikage had mentioned. Madara answered, Ah yes, I'm just here to talk about the Moon's Eye plan. The people looked on, puzzled and intrigued by Madara's behavior. You see, long ago, when the Sage of Six Paths was still alive, he stopped a monster of a great, near-apocalyptic proportions. He then continued, the Jubai was a monster that was the origin of the tailed beasts. The Sage of Six Paths sealed the Jubai into his own body and acted as the very first Jinchuriki. He then sealed the body of the 10-tailed beast up on the moon that which he created. On his deathbed, the Sage of Six Paths was worried that the Jubai shall roam again. Therefore, he divided the chakra of the 10-tailed beast to 9 different beasts on their own, known today as the Biju. My plan is simple. I will collect every tailed beast there is and fuse them together and seal it in me. And with that power, I will ascend to the moon and fuse with the Jubai to project the most powerful Genjutsu, Mugen Tsukayomi. With that, there will be neither conflict nor wars. All within that illusion shall fall into a dream-like trance. The Hokage interjected, "You think that plan of yours is actual true peace? I shall not allow it. You're only locking away the conscious thought of every human being." The Water Shadow added, "What is there left if humans can't strive for their hopes and dreams? You're just a madman on a quest to fulfill his delusions. You think that we shall let this slide by?" The Tsuchikage added. The Hokage then pointed to Madara. "You just want the world for yourself." It was then that the Hokage spoke. "You're just pounding on our freedom, you bastard. You've got no right to talk about peace when you're the one who decided to cause all of this pain in the first place." Madara then stood up and looked at every person in the room once again. "It isn't as if I'd lose if you refuse. If you don't want to start a war, hand over the Hachibai and the Kyuubi right now. As if we'd let you." The 5 Kages shouted. "What do you mean hand over the Hachibai? Didn't you capture Killer Bee already?" The Hokage questioned. Madara made a simple reply. "No, the Hachibai escaped from our clutches. Sasuke didn't capture him." The Hokage then sighed in relief for a moment and then, angered by the thought of his brother slacking off once again, shouted, "That bastard. I bet he's just enjoying himself on his vacation. He didn't tell me anything. When I get my hands on him, I'll lay in Kuroa his ass." Madara then said, "Reconsider your options. You will all certainly be in quite a trouble if you decide to not give in to my demands. The 7 Biju are nothing to scoff at." It was then that Naruto gave a firm reply. "No. I won't allow a man like you to do what he wishes with the world. Your sick and twisted view on peace would never happen. I won't allow it." The remaining leaders of their respective villages nodded. Madara then said, "All right, consider this day then that I, Uchiha Madara, declare the 4th Shinobi World War." Iron Country borders. Danzo had began to walk towards the 3 wolves. Fang Ma, the crippled warhawk, was accompanied by his best soldiers, Torun and Fu, as the rest of his root ninjas began move and weave around the area. He looked up as he heard an explosion coming from the inside. "Akatsuki has made a move, eh?" the old warhawk mused, as he stared into the clouds that seemed to come from the center of the imposing landmark of iron. Torun, lead Team Delta on the northern front. There are 3 exits here. I want Fu to go to the western side and I'll be here in the eastern side of the eggs. We'll surround this place. The teams stuck in Konoha are on standby. Once the messenger hawk lands and has given the orders, they'll assassinate Tsunade if he doesn't respond to my demands. The rest of the teams are to lock down Konoha to prevent any reinforcements in coming out to here. When the Hokage is seen, await on my command." Danzo instructed, and his 50-strong root forces all divided and scattered around the area. The winter winds howled and surged in that vague afternoon in Iron Country. For today there will be blood, and that blood that shall be shed shall be the Hokage's blood. Danzo would again dirty himself, in the name of the village that he so fervently loves. War is a tragedy no matter how one sees it. In the midst of the fighting lay death, misery, poverty, destruction, and hate. Nothing made sense in wars. It is probably the biggest atrocity of man that makes even Mother Earth weep. Such a travesty and convoluted life that humans live in. For be it victory or loss, there is only one thing that remains in the heart of people when all of the fighting quells. It was hatred. AIM, being the center of 3 major powers and the focal point of every ninja war it had participated in, had felt this tragedy more than any other nation combined. Indeed, the country and village deserved its name, the Weeping Country. The country of tears that had been shed by the departed souls who had fought for their ideals subdued many times in the past. The country of the people who shed tears in the midst of the never-ending rain for the men that had left their wives with their newborns never to come back. Nagato had been a victim of this war, a victim of circumstance, of incidents, of tragedy. His salt-laden tears would forever be mixed with the waters of AIM and in his grief. But compared to others, he had in him resolve. He decided to grow stronger for the fact that he no longer wanted to lose anyone. Above all, he desired strength for one thing that would end all travesties of massacres and bloodshed. The child, bestowed with the noblest Daijutsu, desired for peace as did the Sage of Six Paths during his time. Once Naruto had heard of this circumstance that Nagato had, he couldn't help but feel the sympathy bulging inside of him. The ninja rulebook had told him before, and probably left the most lasting impression in him to make him realize how his naivety would be useless in being a shinobi. Never sympathize with the opponent. Yet, he did so on so many occasions. Be it his worst enemy or not, the names kept appearing in his mind as well as their faces, Haku, Sasuke, and Gaara to name a few. He knew he shouldn't have done so back then. But for them to feel the same type of loneliness and pain of abandonment as him, he couldn't help but show his sadness for them. Soldiers didn't need sympathy, humans did. He knew how terrible that nightmare of life was simply by just existing without a given purpose. He knew he fought in anger and rage when he was young, but never in hatred and contempt. Naruto could recall one fight that he had forsaken everything in him to defeat his enemy. It was against Kabuto. He could still remember how his anger triggered his hatred of the man so much, how betrayal can easily affect him. how one simple encounter with the man, he had to forgo his ideals and just wanted to murder him. To him, Kabuto was evil, an evil that could kill anyone dear to him in cold blood. Kabuto, unlike Gaara, had been given choices about his life, and that was what made Naruto hate the man. Kabuto chose to betray them, chose to follow Orochimaru, and chose to kill Tsunade in her most vulnerable. Gaara didn't choose to kill people on a whim. Someone who had poor parental guidance in his childhood didn't know what he was doing was wrong. There was no one to guide him back then, and even if he did have one, they chose to use Gaara's fragile mind to their liking. It was utterly disgusting. It was this feeling again, rising within him as he stared at the masked form of Uchiha Madara. A man so bent on controlling the world with the palm of his hand, Madara didn't want peace, he wanted to play God. It was in that context that Naruto, for the second time in his life, showed that contempt and hatred upon the man that stood before him. This was the man that could have possibly manipulated Kiri's former Mizukage, Higura, attacked Konoha with the Kyuubi no Yauko, created Akatsuki, used Nagato, brainwashed Sasuke, and now declared the Fourth Great Shinobi War. How paradoxical it is that the Hokage of Konoha turned out to be you, Naruto. The kami must have an interesting sense of humor to favor you above Danzo as the sixth fire shadow. It's so similar that if it weren't so tense, I'd laugh at it. Mention the masked man that stood before him. Naruto remained silent as Kakashi stepped forward. Are you pertaining to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Madara smiled beneath his mask and said, exactly. And just like the days of old, Naruto and Sasuke shall meet in battle one after another as did Hashirama and I once did. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? It's fairly self-explanatory, Naruto. You and Sasuke, Senju and Uchiha, are fated to battle. Like the sons of the Rikudo Sennin, the elder, who inherited the eyes of the sage, the power of his chakra and spiritual energy, and the younger, who inherited his body, his willpower, and physical energy, you two will fight on two sides. It's your fate. And with just that, Madara turned his back and gave a wave. A small distortion had appeared as he was sucked right in, saying his final word, the next time we meet, we'll be on the battlefield. And with that, Madara vanished just like he came. Ryutenbai no Wanoki, the Earth's shadow, shook his head and muttered. And so the gates of hell have opened. Thus leaves us with a crisis worse than that of the Third War. Such a pity that out of every sane human born into this world, there is always a madman that follows through. Gaara closed his eyes and muttered, into thus, tragedy bequeaths tragedy. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and thought about the words that Nagato had left him, the ninjas of Konoha and the events unfolding now. His hands balled into fists as he punched a wall in frustration. Damn it. Unknown to many of the people inside the room, Naruto had bottled up the emotions that he felt ever since finding out about Sasuke joining the criminal organization. Revelation after revelation, Naruto wanted to stop for a moment and sit down, think about all of what's happened and finally make a decision. But Naruto couldn't do so, he didn't have the time. As the Hokage, his time was taken from him for his people. There could only be so many events to weigh someone down until they have reached a breaking point. Naruto was no better. Ever since being in this summit, things have spiraled into chaos that it was just a matter of time or any more revelations coming from an outside source and he would snap. Naruto would soon find it out to be sooner rather than later. Sakura's team. Sakura and the rest were panting. They had to access a different route to the Cage Summit that was taking place in Iron Country. They had been traveling non-stop. The 2 days that had been their estimated was cut short, running through the whole of Fire Country in a day's worth of travel. When they knew that their friend would be in great danger, Sakura didn't want that. Losing Sasuke was enough. Losing Naruto would be a devastating blow to everyone. Once they had reached the borders of Iron Country, Neji and Hinata's Byakugan were on their highest fields of vision, scouting for hostile ninjas that were members of Root. Shikamaru looked up, seeing the gray clouds and the falling snow slowly descending to the ground. Shikamaru sighed. Not 2 weeks of rest and the clouds are so gloomy. This is a troublesome situation we have here. Neji mentioned to them. There's a team of Konoha ANBU to the east, 3 kilometers from us. It might be Root. We should lie low and slow down for a moment. We need the rest. They took that moment to slow down for a few minutes, as they remained hidden from sight and sat in uncomfortable silence. Sakura had looked on, grasping the cloth on her thighs in a tight grip. Shikamaru, how many forces do you think Danzo has in this summit? The ever-lazy tactician merely looked up above the gray clouds that seemed to remain static in the sky. There are 5 powerful ninjas that have earned the title of Kage, and of those 5, they have 2 elite bodyguards, the closest they have to the level of an ANBU captain or higher, each. Putting that into perspective, there's 15 elite ninjas that are to S-class levels. If Danzo plans to have an assault force strike the meeting, then he would need to play with the numbers game, quantity versus quality. I don't know Danzo's motives, but you can be sure that he may know something we don't. Hinata activated her Byakugan once again, checking out the clearing that they rested on. There were no hostiles in sight. There's a team of Konoha Shinobi stationed just directly in front of us, 5 kilometers. There are 3 of them. Do we intercept them or do we avoid them? Shikamaru shook his head. We're nearing the summit venue. Right now, the shortest goal is the most important goal, and that is to inform the Hokage on the attempted coup and, if possible, cripple some of the numbers to turn into our favor. Shikamaru then continued, right now, Konoha can't probably send for reinforcements, being that the village would be in lockdown. The safest bet is to let the ninja left in there to take care of Root. My father is a good strategist. Once he got hold of the information, he's already thought of counterattack measures. No doubt that the village would be stalled long enough for Danzo to act. My guess is that he's carrying more than 100 shinobi at his disposal. But I have a bigger fear on what might happen if Danzo pulls off his operation. Everyone remained silent as Shikamaru continued. We're taking them down, fast and hard. We'll use hit-and-run tactics and make a beeline straight to the summit venue. Shikamaru then explained what they had to do. Countless scenarios played out in his mind as it began to work fast. Hit-and-run tactics were much more dangerous and risky than ambush tactics. For one, it left quite a mess in the aftermath. Another reason would have to be that they needed to make sure that they move fast, strike fast, and make sure their target's down while running away to make no scenarios of pursuit. Blitzkrieg tactics were highly effective if you knew the abilities that are presented to you based on the information gathered beforehand. As it is, you knew where and how to strike when using such a strategy, and that is to where the enemy will be blindsided the most and to hit them in such speed and accuracy that it becomes devastating for the enemy to follow through. But then it becomes completely useless when the gathered information is incomplete. Once they got closer to the stationed ANBU forces, all 4 of them kept quiet and crept in silence, as 3 stationed elite ANBU forces immediately had their guards up. Sakura had appeared from above, her right fist drawn back as an immense amount chakra gathered on her fist, giving off a blue glow. She struck down below, releasing the chakra to the earth, shattering the hard matter below. Slabs of earth rose from the ground as the cracks from the earth gave way and forced the 3 masked ninjas to jump. In a quick motion, Sakura dashed away from them, bolting forward at high speed. As soon as they saw what the pink-haired shinobi did, realization dawned on them too late. Countless shadow needles had appeared from the ground, piercing the first ninja with the hawk mask. The shadow needles protruded from countless parts of his body, including his head, as blood was drawn from the man. Not a second too soon, 2 more ninjas appeared, jumping from the canopy of trees as the first gave a direct palm strike to the chest as the other pierced directly at the back of the head and then to the throat, severing the chakra pathways and also the windpipe, effectively suffocating the man before he could shout for an ambush. Quickly, the ninjas left away without turning back. Shikamaru made sure to leave a message for the remaining members via an explosive note planted on the ground as they approached the giant landmark of the country of iron, the 3 Wolves Fengma. Shikamaru knew then that if they were detected right now, it would most probably be too late. They were already nearing the entrance. As a famous general had once said during the First Shinobi World War, "The die has been cast." Konoha. Everyone in the small room were tense, indeed. There had been activities that some of the ninja began to question when root forces were expected to do gate guardian duties on the 4 main gates of the village that were supported by the outermost wall. Once news had been received of the attempted coup, however, the shinobi who are loyal to the Hokage quickly commenced a secret meeting inside the makeshift house that Yamato cleverly disguised as one of the reconstructed houses in downtown Konoha. Shikaku made his presence known with a small cough and spoke. "All right, due to a reliable resource, Yamato and Shizune had informed you of the threat that is about to happen. That bastard, Danzo, Hokage-sama should have taken care of that man when he had the chance," shouted one of the ninjas. Some nodded their heads. Shikaku merely shook his head. "No, the Hokage knows how grave the situation in Konoha has become. Just with the money for reconstruction alone, the resources that Konoha is dishing out is being stretched thin." Hokage-sama didn't want to confront Danzo as he knew just how every ninja in Konoha right now is vital to the village. This puts Danzo on a better edge than Hokage-sama. Danzo is in command of 1/3 of our ANBU forces. Naruto-sama acknowledges that he needs all the helping hands he can get, and that's why he's been lenient on the man. Simply taking care of that warhawk would have put this village into a worst-case scenario that would have left us more vulnerable than we are right now. One of the shinobi then remarked, "Then what are we supposed to do? Sit back and let this happen?" "I won't allow it," Shikaku replied. "Who says we will allow it either? We are Konoha shinobi, and therefore, anything hostile instigated against us would be met with the most proper course of action. Then, as a member of the Council of Elders, we are going to retaliate." The shouts of affirmation were heard from the shinobi inside the room. Shikaku placed a hand under his chin as he began to think. "Yamato, since we can't take the fights to the streets, we're taking their stupid usurpation matters on the outer walls. I want you to be there and deliver enough chaos with your abilities so the rest can take them out when they're in their most vulnerable. Genma, Rado, you two will be with Shizune to guard one possible target that might turn the favor more to Danzo." All 3 nodded as Shikaku continued. "There is an important factor that must be kept protected as she is the weight to tip the scales. I want the 3 of you to guard Tsunade. No doubt if Danzo kills her, it would be a terrible blow to the 6th. Shikaku then approached the remaining rookie 9 of 3 years ago. They were tense as the councilman approached them. "I trust that you will adhere to what I have in mind. Shikamaru mentioned that your age group seemed most affected to this crisis." They all nodded and looked at each other. Kiba spoke for them. "We had a talk about what happened 5 days ago. We found out what happened to the Uchiha." Shikaku nodded and then said, "Good, it's good that the generation that will follow us are decisive. That means you're all prepared now. I'm sorry it must be hard, but if you must know, it was even harder for the Hokage to decide. Keep that in mind. Nakama are Nakama after all, no matter what happens. Right now, I need all of your help. They could only obey and wonder what might happen next. Summit. Naruto felt chakra signatures flaring everywhere, just before his Sage mode was on the verge of ending. He felt 4 familiar chakra signatures approaching the landmark at a blistering pace. The fire shadow mentioned out loud in front of the delegates, "There are countless chakra signatures around the summit, numbering by the hundreds. What's going on?" The said people looked bewildered at the Hokage for a moment, until one samurai stopped in front of them after a long dash and spoke, "Mifune-sama. There are Konoha shinobi who are seeking an audience with Hokage-sama. They say it is urgent business." The fire shadow raised his left eyebrow in wonder. What could have brought a team from Konoha here that was urgent business? It seemed utterly important and worthy of his attention if they needed shinobi to deliver the news instead of messenger birds. "I'll entertain them. Send them in. The other cages can discuss the battle plans without me for a moment. I need to know what's going on in the village if this is that important." Mifune disagreed. "No, as the commander-in-chief of this alliance, you are needed to discuss the battle plans with us, Hokage Dono. It is your pivotal role." Naruto nodded. There was no turning back now. As the presented head of the alliance, he could not afford to state his absence in such a critical moment. The pressure that he could feel from the responsibilities was overwhelming. Naruto wanted to rest. He wanted a break from this responsibility. He wanted to run. As soon as the samurai had escorted the 4 ninja inside, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as his jaw slightly dropped. In front of him were a tired and disheveled troop consisting of Shikamaru, Sakura, Neji, and Hinata. Naruto wanted to ask if they were all right, but the urgency written on their faces forced Naruto to stop. These people were going to report to him on what had forced them to run all the way from Konoha. "What's happening?" Naruto asked, his voice commanding and concerned of his subordinates. The 4 ninjas, in the midst of their heavy breathing, stood in attention as Shikamaru, the assigned team leader, reported to Naruto in a courteous manner, "Danzo-sama is instigating a coup d'etat. He has forces stationed outside. The number of their forces are undetermined. Sai reported to us that he's planning to assassinate you." Naruto stood there for a moment. Now he really needed to sit down. All this events playing on such short notice was driving him mad. A pain familiar to any cage had surged in his head. How he wished he didn't have taken the seat in the first place. The blonde sighed as he sat down, massaging his temples in frustration. "Thanks for the heads up, Shikamaru. Rest for a while here." The Raikage eyed the Hokage as his gaze narrowed on the fire shadow. "What's the meaning of this, Hokage Dono?" Naruto gave a simple reply, "I'm as confused as you are." Mifune then looked at his 2 personal guards and nodded. The leader of Iron Country then looked at Naruto and spoke. "You are now the head of this 6th village alliance. As it stands, any intention of harm to the Supreme Commander must be met with swift retaliation. Therefore, Hokage Dono, I am willing to lend you my men." Naruto inwardly cursed. The burdens were piling up, one problem after another. He seemed to somewhat glare at the leader of Iron for putting such faith upon him. He didn't want to be part of this at a crucial rate. As far as he knew, it would feel like he was betraying the teachings Jiraiya had left for him, what Nagato had entrusted to him. Naruto loved his teacher, and for him to be in this crucial moment, it was frightening to think about showing his back to the trust and words of his former master. It was unfair for the man. "Naruto, why do ninja fight?" His master's voice spoke to him, asking a question that had a simple answer: to protect their precious people. The blonde mentioned with a wide grin that put the sunlight to shame. Jiraiya eyed him with a curious gaze, then gave a slight smirk, ruffling his dear apprentice's head. Naruto looked on in a confused stare, wondering what was his master's gesture before. "The lives of humans are strange, Naruto. In nature, we are probably savages on crack. We have the ability to think, control our instincts, and adapt. Yet, we can't completely get over them, our instincts. Reasoning is a given to us. Then again, ninja tend to go by the saying, kill 1, save 1,000. "I don't get it," was the blonde's reply, tilting his head and scratched it with his right hand. Jiraiya laughed all the same as he sat down near the blonde. The 2 of them took a break after an intense day of training. Jiraiya sat down beside the blonde as they both stared on the orange sunset. "Neither do I, but that's just what part of being human is. We aren't perfect creatures, but we are closer to the level that other animals can't grasp." "No, I meant that thing, kill 1, save 1,000. Naruto interjected. Jiraiya seemed to scratch his head as well as Naruto continued. "I mean, what's the point of killing someone and saving 1,000 if it won't even get to that number? That's stupid." Jiraiya laughed even further of his apprentice's approach to this specific topic. "So you consider those you fight as a part of that group of 1,000? Naruto nodded his head and replied, "Of course. They're human, aren't they? Everyone deserves a chance to live. Look at Gaara." Jiraiya seemed pleased to this, and in his curiosity of the blonde's logic, he asked Naruto one simple question. "Then what about those people that want to hurt your precious people?" "You mean like Kabuto?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto seemed a loss for words at that moment. He never really thought this through. He hated Kabuto as much as Orochimaru. They were the ones that taught him a lesson that made him angry at himself. Kabuto betrayed his trust. Orochimaru killed the Sandaime. Old man, kind and understanding Sandaime. Orochimaru killed him and sought Sasuke as a new body. He hated the snake bastard. Makes you want to kill that person, huh? Naruto looked at his master and nodded. Jiraiya smiled. "You understand well, Naruto. So what will happen if by chance you encounter Orochimaru? Are you just going to talk to him and ask Sasuke to free him?" What about Akatsuki? Are you just going to talk to them and let you be off? I'll fight them, was Naruto's firm reply. Jiraiya couldn't detect the hesitation in his apprentice's voice. It was unwavering, so calm yet so full of determination and grit. The older man then, for the second time that day, ruffled his apprentice's hair. That's right, when everything seems like it's falling apart in talks, there's only one thing that ninja do best to prove their point. People fight for what they believe is right. When all talks end, there's only fighting that remains. We are the people that will bring our world to a new age. Jiraiya mentioned and continued, killing is a sin, Naruto. You know this, I know this. However, shinobi live a life of battle, of death. We've been oriented on this when we were in the academy. However, never for once think that all life is expendable. All life is precious, no one is a tool. Do you understand that? We aren't kami, but we are creatures given intellect and free will. However, when a wrong is done to us in the first place, then don't back down. Face it head on. And fight. Strife is born when one asserts their aggression. Konoha isn't like that. We are a village of diplomacy that has a military for protection. Naruto mentioned to himself as he got up and mentioned to Mifune, alright, have your samurai on standby on each of the entrances. I'm sending a recon force on each entrance to the main building. I'll determine the number of the forces that Danzo has. The Mizukage looked at that steel gaze that the fire shadow had outwards. She then looked at Mifune and frowned. Mifune intends to test the fire shadow in leadership. Up until now, the Hokage had declared that he was not suitable to be the supreme commander for the Alliance. The Fire Shadow perhaps foresaw how the events would lead to a failure of the Alliance if he assumed command. Then why would Mifune still entrust the safety of his men to a Kage not even a few months into power? The only logical answer was that the leader of Iron Country was testing Naruto's ability in leadership and strategy. These are your men, Hokage. Even if they are a faction not from yours, they are still ninja of your village. Are you willing to destroy them to stop this? The lightning shadow then pointed to the Hokage, who didn't flinch as he placed his hands together and began to mold chakra. The surge of the energy grew around him as the chakra began to circulate around the Hokage as he used a familiar, middle index cross seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And within the room, hundreds of copies of the Fire Shadow popped into existence as each one of them jumped into every which way to try and determine the size of the force that Danzo had placed. Naruto turned his head to the Raikage and spoke. His voice was hoarse. The fatigue and backlash of making the jutsu made him tired as sweat fell from his brow. My faith in my ninjas is absolute. Root has been an organization independent of the Hokage's administration and ruling. Danzo created the foundation to have some sort of political power within Konoha. Along with it though, were under-the-table deals that Danzo has made without the notice of the Sandaime Hokage. The most memorable to me was his meddling in the affairs of Aim to Cure. The blonde then continued, my sensei said once, cry for the enemies you have slain, and offer 1,000 lamentations for your comrades who betrayed you. The Raikage was then silenced as Naruto turned his back on the cages. Mifune glanced at the fire shadow that stood before him, his back present as he walked towards his soldiers and helped them get rested in one part of the room, talking to the one with the hair held back in a ponytail. Outside, the explosion on the western entrance of the imposing landmark echoed through the skies in a thundering sound. Fu had approached the area and saw 3 down Foundation members taken out by that explosion. Note. In urgency, the emotionless Root member ran towards his leader and reported the situation. Once the Root operative reported to their leader, Danzo frowned as he looked towards the structure that housed the meeting inside. Danzo told his men to stand down. It would be far too late to withdraw now. Still, numbers were on his side right now. He had approximately 400 men stationed outside the entrance of the summit venue. If the people from the inside do not realize the numbers that he had, then he would still have that advantage. An assault like that meant that the attempted coup was discovered. Fu hadn't known what had particularly leaked the information about Root and its machinations during the 5 days that had occurred in the absence of the Rokudaime Hokage. Danzo, who knew of Akatsuki's reaction to the summit beforehand, being the summit an event that the said organization would dare not to ignore, thought it would at least cripple the Hokage or even one of the cages in the process. That foolish leader from Iron would select the Fire Shadow as the head of the alliance for various reasons. For one, the protection of the Jinchuriki placed on Naruto was a thing that the Sandaime implemented well and continued on to Tsunade's reign. The protection given to Naruto brought an example to the other villages on how they should handle their super soldier programs. Naruto, who has barely shown any results in complete sync with the Kyuubi, was their result. A failure. Konoha's Jinchuriki program was inadequate. Naruto wasn't taught on how to handle the Biju. The Sandaime had forbidden anyone to do so as it would only bring about danger to both Naruto and the village. Danzo scowled at that. The Sandaime was foolish in not letting such an egg hatch in his care. Naruto would have grown to an ideal super soldier, completely loyal to the interests of Konoha. This super soldier would have been a weapon formidable even against 2 Biju. The Kyuubi was the strongest Biju after all. Why not capitalize on such a gem? Another reason that the Hokage would be selected was how they had handled Akatsuki before. Konoha, as well as Suna, had been waging skirmishes against Akatsuki for the longest time, a span of 3 years. While Kumo didn't know the existence of Akatsuki until Naruto, host of the two-tailed monster cat, had been captured by them. The country turned a blind eye on the said organization as it had not affected the village in any way. It had no experience in handling the organization. Right now, of the major powers, the biggest military powerhouse that was currently at the top, with Konoha invaded and almost destroyed, Kumo is the biggest and most powerful of nations, having resources based on mining of precious metals. Kumo had the firepower and brunt of the alliance, but it did not have any strategy implemented to face Akatsuki, who currently held almost all of the Biju. Iwa was another problem. According to Danzo's spy network, Iwa had dealings with Akatsuki, used them quite often, and paid a hefty amount for mission work. Discovering of how much of a commodity was Akatsuki to Iwa, Mifune would not place his trust on Onoki, the Earth Shadow. Fu, return to your post. As alarming as the leakage of information from Root is, this is a crucial moment now. We can't afford to back down. What with them knowing of our position, we just have to strike when they least expect it. It was then that numerous clones of the Fire Shadow had swarmed from the summit venue, going out and jumping in every which way. Danzo had once again recalled one trait that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had gained upon his return to the Leaf Village. The Nine-Tails host had learned the proper use of Cage Bunshin. Realization dawned on the leader of the Foundation and turned his head to Fu, informed Torun that under any circumstances, should they not reveal themselves in front of the clones that the Hokage has made. If those blasted clones discover the fighting force that we have, they are sure to come up with a counter-offensive. Danzo commanded his most elite and Fu nodded. Danzo had looked as the swarm of clones began going about in a random way, scoping the large area and seeking out any root operative. Danzo had hoped that the numbers game would definitely intimidate the cages. What with Mifune and the samurai being neutral parties, he had imagined that they would not get into the conflict of shinobi. It should be noted that Naruto had the ability to produce 1,000 clones at the maximum and that the clones had a wide range that they can cover. It would only be a matter of time before his forces would be discovered. Summit. The waiting game was always tense. Naruto sat in lotus position, the tips of each of his fingers touching each other. As he waits for the influx of information relay from his clones, he focused on gathering more nature chakra from the atmosphere as the delegation per country began to talk. Gaara took initiative. Before we take care of this nuisance, are we all willing to form an alliance now? The Mizukage glanced to her side and spoke to the Raikage. I seem to recall you are opposed to the idea, Raikage Dono. The Raikage remained silent as he stared upon the quiet and concentrating form of the Hokage. The lightning shadow then turned towards the Mizukage and said, I refuse to let Akatsuki have their way with us anymore. I will not allow that madman to succeed in his plans. If this is the only way to oppose the power of the 7 Biju and Madara's forces, then I have no other choice. It was surprising, however, that the Hokage had been right about his brother still being alive. Konoha nins do tend to know more than the average shinobi. Perhaps they had been doing right in waging those skirmishes against Akatsuki and sending all of those request aids to the different villages and handling the organization. The Raikage seemed at a loss for a moment then. It was foolish to have left an organization like that unattended for so many years, and now, the effect of their struggle had borne fruit to an ugly situation. The Water Shadow began to share her idea to the leaders. If we are to stop this Tsuki-no-Mi plan, then we must not, by any means, allow Madara to take into possession the Hachibai and the Kyuubi. Right now, our priority is to secure the Hachibai and hide it away from him. With the host of the Nine Tails with us, the only thing left to do is to keep them from the clutches of Madara. The Mizukage then made it a point to emphasize her opinion, stating that the 2 remaining hosts were pivotal to the success of the war. If they could secure the 8 Tails host along with the 9 Tails, then this pointless war would be determined immediately. The Earth Shadow then replied, Madara might have a plan or a jutsu to make use of those beasts. 7 of the 9 Biju under his command is unimaginable. If ever we fight this, without a veritable amount few Jutsu artisans or any bloodline to control those beasts, we have a long and difficult war ahead of us. An idea then stormed through the mind of the Tsuchikage. How about we incorporate the Hachibai and the Kyuubi as one of our forces? To this, the Wind Shadow immediately denied the Tsuchikage's request, unthinkable. Protecting them is a vital part of this war. To this, the Kazekage continued, I have a suspicion that he's using this war to lure out the hosts of the 8 and 9 Tails. Well, with his current weakened state and the few remaining members of Akatsuki, even if he succeeded, the risks would certainly be high. The Mizukage and the Raikage seem to agree to that as well. At any rate, we can only deploy them at a most crucial rate. Besides, my brother is not one to follow instructions. A wild card like him will only bring confusion on the battlefield. Gaara glanced to Naruto for a second, thinking of the same thing, until he looked back to the Raikage. 420. Naruto then stood up, as the red rings from his eyelids appeared once again as his eyes opened. He said to the people in the room, as the clones from outside began to dispel, one by one. 400 ANBU troops, all from the Root Division, and a suggestion to our current discussion, I won't let this war drag on. Besides, Madara has a Jikin-Kuken ninjutsu. He can travel in that of the speed of light or even faster. It's impossible to escape from him for very long. He can cover a fair amount of distance with that technique of his. If he's going to target us as well as the Hachibai, then we need to have at least more than just a platoon for guards, particularly those of NBU captains. Akatsuki would push for us the moment the first sign of battle commences. If we intend to put a stop to this, then we would need to take into account of Madara's abilities as well as his remaining accomplices. I don't want to sit around and be protected. I'm a pivotal part of this war. I'd be damned if I just stand by. Madara also issued to negotiate with us. He wanted us be presented to him, and although he may have an ability to control the Biju, it might possibly have some sort of backlash to him if he wanted to go through all this trouble to inform us. He then turned his head towards the leader of Iron and spoke, "Prepare an appropriate amount of samurai, Mifune Dono." Do samurai have any long-range specialists as well? Mifune nodded. We have long-range specialists for samurai that excel in Kyudo. What do you intend to do with them? Naruto began his instruction. Place them on the highest perch on each of your landmarks and we'll force them out of formation ripe for the samurai to mow down. They may have genjutsu specialists in each side of the gate, so we at least need someone to immediately break down a genjutsu specialist per side of the gate. Can you all trust me with this battle plan? The delegates looked at the Hokage's sharp gaze and listened to the firm resolve in his voice. It was funny in some sense. They feel like they could trust the Hokage that well, and the plan that the Hokage had gave, it was actually pretty good. The Hokage then glanced to the tactician from Konoha and asked, "Well, Shikamaru, what do you think?" Shikamaru smirked. "Why are you asking me, Hokage-sama? If you want my opinion, then I'd say it could work. Anyway, the needed rest is all that we need to get up and fight again." Naruto grinned at Shikamaru and then turned his head back towards his delegates. "Then my question now is, will any of you lend me your aid? Or will you leave me alone to deal with this problem?" The Raikage gave a grunt and turned his head. "The sooner we deal with this nuisance, the faster we can locate and secure my brother. Time is precious, and the more we waste our time here, the closer Akatsuki is to their goal. I will give you my aid, however, after this war is over, we part our ways, Hokage." "I don't expect you to, Raikage," the Fire Shadow remarked with a simple grin. He then looked at Gaara, who nodded and said to him, "I owe my life and ideals to you, Hokage Dono. Consider me forever in your debt. As Kazekage and representative of Tsunade, my strength is yours." The Kazekage had extended his hand to the sixth Fire Shadow as gesture of a handshake. Naruto smiled and shook his hand with Gaara's. Once they let go, Naruto turned to face at the Mizukage. The Mizukage gave a sly smile at the Hokage and leaned in closer to the blonde, their faces merely centimeters apart. Naruto gulped and adjusted the noose of his clothing as the Mizukage mentioned to him, "You are indeed a very reliable Hokage and even more as a man. The world should have more people such as you, Hokage Dono." The Water Shadow then gave a wink to the Fire Shadow, who merely laughed nervously, earning quite a few incinerating stares from his subordinates. From the pink-haired one and the female Hyuga, and from the boy with glasses that was the Mizukage's escort. Gee, if teaming up with the son of the Yellow Flash is the only out of this situation, then who am I to argue in the end? The Tsuchikage merely said as his two subordinates jumped down from the ceiling and stood beside the Earth Shadow. Naruto merely nodded and then said, "Good, then I'll take the Eastern Gate, and since I have more of my ninja present at this moment, 2 of the cages will take over one side of the entrance. I'll handle the eastern side since Danzo is there." Mifune then walked towards the blonde and spoke to him. "Very well then, I shall accompany you to your side, Hokage Dono." Naruto smirked and then said to the leader, "Let's go, then." As each of the leaders split into 3 directions, the samurai had begun to move per instructions of the Hokage, with their leader's authorization. Outside, a domino effect happens when one piece of the set falls down. It leads to another, then to another, until every single block of those things fall down. Danzo didn't know who had started the tipping of the initial piece, but if that leakage of information had been spread, it was most likely that Konoha had already organized to stage a counterattack on each of the gates, with the Konoha shinobi pushing back his forces from the streets of the recently reconstructed downtown. Danzo held his cards close to his chest now. Everything will make or break in this very moment. A spike of chakra had interrupted his thinking as he looked above. The skies of Tetsu were dull and gray. There were no open spaces in the sky to view the stars at night, only clouds that snowed hard. So why then did he see something akin to stars as he continued to gaze up? Realization soon dawned on him and mentioned to all the station platoons, "Move out." The ninjas scrambled out of the way as the arrows had pierced the ground. 2 ninja, who were unlucky enough to be caught in the pelting rain of metal and wood, were pierced on the head, the arrow tip penetrating to the porcelain, ceramic, ivory white mask, instantly killing them, as another pelt of arrows descended from above and had pierced numerous parts of their bodies. Danzo gritted his teeth as he too dashed and avoided the raining death. His troops clearly soon became disorganized as the flight of arrows had made them scramble out of their position. One particular member of Root, however, decided enough was enough and clasped his hands together for a sequence of seals. Daten Doryueki. A landmass of the earth wall erupted from the ground and curved upwards, acting as a barrier from the hail of arrows that descended to their area. Taking shelter from the hail of death, Danzo turned his head for a moment as he saw what seemed to be the opening of the gates of hell. Konoha, commence the counterattack. Shikaku gave his command as the ninjas began to move out with Yamato heading for the northern gate. Shikaku looked up in the clear skies of Konoha that day. All of these instabilities causing around his village, Shikaku could only surmise that something big is about to happen if it involved Danzo showing face to the public. Things were spiraling out of control, something was plunging this world to anarchy, but lest he wanted to die, Shikaku would rather go down fighting. What was supposed to be a normal day in the village hidden in the leaves would turn out to be bloody. Not even the history book will ever remember this day, for the secret war within Konoha was reaching its climax. Iron Country, Danzo. Once the Warhawk had heard his name, he immediately recognized that voice, the voice of the person that had vehemently denied him of his seat. Once he discreetly put out his head for a moment, Danzo saw a battalion of samurai, wearing their famous bulky white armor and helmets, bulldozing their way towards him. The fire shadow in the middle, his right hand had with him a Fuma shuriken. The ninjas of Root scattered, deploying in each side of the earth wall, dashing towards their target, the Hokage. As their body flickered all around, the samurai began to dash forward, pumping chakra to their feet and swords. They parried the strikes coming from the Root ANBU. As the frontline swordsmen swung their swords high, cutting down the first 5 Root members that came in contact with their swords. Disemboweling 2 Root members and decapitating another one, the legion of the samurai were charging through Danzo's lines of defense. The Hokage had jumped, his Fuma shuriken fully opened, and with his wind chakra surging like the divine wind, he threw the menacing projectile through the earth wall, severing it horizontally, forcing the ninja who had taken shelter there to move out as the earth wall collapsed from the sheer force of the wind chakra. The swordsmen then separated, intent of taking down Danzo's forces, swatting away kunai and shuriken with their swords and armor. Naruto had met with Danzo face to face. "I knew I should have dealt with you back then when you didn't have your abilities." Danzo spoke in a condescending tone to the Hokage, who then replied, "And allowed someone like you to be Hokage, to deliver your own citizens to their deaths, to force more hatred on our nation. I don't think so. I have made those decisions in the best interests of our village," Danzo remarked. "Interfering with the political situation and aim does not make it for our best interests. You saw what happened. You saw the effect of your actions on the day Pain invaded." Naruto recalled those horrifying hours, those events that lead to one disaster after another, all because of the Sandame's teachings. Danzo replied in a calm manner, opening his uncovered eye. "Peace does not exist inside diplomacy, naive child. Humans do not have it in their nature to sympathize with those not in their community. Survival of the fittest. We as ninja continue to live in the life of misery and hate, all for the sake of our village. We are coated in blood, only to bring about a new age for us to walk forward. We can't stop and wait for the weak. Death and violence is the way of the ninja. Petty words and bonds do not mean a thing." Naruto growled at the man. "Who are you to lecture me about human nature?" Naruto instantly appeared above the bandaged man, fist cocked back, letting his punch fly to the man, who made dashed further away from Naruto. The snow was instantly scattered every which way, and Danzo said to Naruto, "It would be terrible if I was hit with that punch of yours. My sources say you learned a style that could deliver quite a good amount of damage that doesn't require you to hit your opponent in close range." Naruto didn't stop there as his hands clasped together to perform his trademark jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones popped into existence around Danzo, who jumped and with his only arm, created a half-seal and blew fire from his lips. Katen, Hausuka. The fireballs instantly struck the 3 clones and dispelled them quickly. Danzo landed on the ground gracefully. Naruto was quick to appear from the smoke. The distance that he had created was instantly closed. Naruto then let out a powerful punch aiming for Danzo's head. Danzo raised his available arm and created a seal. Danzo was instantly replaced by a patch of snow once Naruto's fist went through the man's head. Naruto turned around and saw Danzo to his side, his sharing eye unraveled from the bandages for all to see. Naruto didn't once look surprised from Danzo. "I thought as much as the mastermind of the Uchiha massacre would do something such as this," Naruto remarked, his eyes unmoving from the man. Danzo seemed surprised at that. "How much do you know?" "About enough dirt that could cause the public outrage to have your head on the platter," Naruto replied. Madara wasn't exactly a good keeper of secrets. Danzo visibly frowned at this. "Then I can't have you roaming in this world with a secret that big." Danzo flicked his hands, about to strike Naruto with a more powerful fire jutsu, until Naruto had appeared at his back in a blinding speed. Danzo jumped as Naruto was about to deliver a sweeping kick. Danzo then inhaled deeply and shouted, "Katen, Karyuin Den." A stream of red-hot flames escaped from Danzo's mouth, as it took the image of a dragon head surging through the atmosphere and collided against Naruto as the superheated flames consumed the snow on the ground, melting it and evaporating the liquid. Naruto had appeared amidst the flames, the hem of his haori swaying and dancing in the hot and cold winds besides the dancing orange flames of Danzo's jutsu. His sage eyes seemed glowing as he was standing in the conflagration of the Karyuin Dam. Danzo inwardly cursed. There was no way he could take on this boy without another arm. He was still incomplete. He can't be allowed to die here. Retaining his stoic expression, Danzo still had another bargaining chip in his hand. With his available arm, Danzo held up another hand seal and slammed his hand on the ground, revealing a set of birds that each had goggles on their heads. "Uzumaki Naruto, you will hand over the title of Hokage to me, or I shall kill one person that is very important to you." Naruto instantly froze. Danzo's simple smile crept upon his face. Danzo then said to the fire shadow, "Yes, Tsunade had been a very good friend of yours, am I correct? It would be a shame if she were disposed of." Danzo then approached Naruto, who were balling his hands into fists. The stress from earlier was rising again, and one by one, they were piling like unwanted garbage. Danzo then continued, "Just like your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Such a beauty, too bad she had discovered my affairs with an aim to cure that time. If she had not, the Foundation would have left her alone." Naruto's anger quickly spiked to new levels, as he could feel himself getting lost in the sea of hatred and malice. He wanted one thing that made him understand Sasuke's emotion. Somebody killed his mother, a mother who he hadn't known, someone who could have provided him the love of a parent, someone who could have told him stories, sung for him at night, and embraced him when he had nightmares. Danzo took it all away. He wanted revenge. Once the man had closed in on Naruto, awaiting his approval. In a swift move, Naruto's right hand flickered and immediately went to grab the man by the throat. Contempt and anger was gushing within him like a broken dam, as the waters of malice raged furiously within him. Snap! All your atrocities, all of the people that you have wronged. It ends today. Danzo kicked the blonde by the gut that made Naruto flinch, as Danzo had managed to jump and had sent the messenger summons fly towards Konoha. Naruto didn't care. Right now, at the very core of his thoughts, he wanted to kill Danzo. His golden irises began to change color, taking that of scarlet red as his pupil began to contort, and another line grew over the horizontal frog eyes, growing perpendicular to the normal sage eyes, changing to that of a cross. The whisker marks on his cheeks began to etch deeper as his claws grew and sharpened, his canines growing as well as he bellowed to Danzo. What made Danzo wary, however, was the denser chakra that seemed to have been present when Naruto had transformed to his six-tailed state. The potent energy was filling the air that seemed to permeate with nothing but pure killing intent. "I'm going to kill you. Mindscape. What is this? The strengthened seal is siphoning my chakra to a level that was when it was weakened. And that chakra, it's neutralizing mine as well." The cube, I thought in panic. Its chakra was being siphoned and converted at a faster rate. And to make matters worse, the potency of his very chakra was being cancelled by the nature chakra that Naruto had gathered earlier. Kakashi paused for a moment, as he felt that spike of chakra emanating from Naruto. In panic, he had approached Tsunade to describe to him what was happening with the chakra coils of their leader. Hinata nodded, focusing her doujutsu on Naruto's abdomen. She could see the free flow of chakra in the chakra pathways. The red energy seemed to lose potency as it began to mix with the chakra that had some sort of green hue inside, clashing and canceling each other out. Just then, it stabilized itself, as the four energies, nature, physical, spiritual, and Yauki began mingling with one another. Hinata had said to Kakashi, and Naruto-kun has synchronized with his Biju. Kakashi looked incredulous at that moment, as he stared on their beloved leader. Naruto had outstretched his hand. The red chakra obeyed his will as the red chakra literally stretched from Naruto's hand in an open palm and grabbed Danzo by the waist. Naruto dragged the older man on the ground as he threw Danzo to the other side with his strength. Naruto wasn't done yet. And within his hand, blue energy began to contort and formed a spherical shape on his right palm, as wisps of chakra began spinning. The orb grew in size until it was about his height, and raised it above his head. Naruto then reappeared on top of Danzo. Danzo wasted no time in pulling off another technique from his arsenal. He had heard Orochimaru had developed this technique in order to escape a sure-hit attack from someone like Itachi. It was an advanced version of the Kawarami. Though it had notoriety for large consumption of chakra, it served its purpose. Naruto then slammed the giant racing in on the crippled old man as it began to tore into him, grinding him to paste as the unstable circulation of chakra gave an earth-shaking explosion, vibrating and tossing away any loose object not stuck on the ground. The ground that the technique had smashed into was nothing more than a crater left, and standing on ground zero of his attack was the Hokage, who vanished and body flickered outside, at speeds that many would find near the levels as that of the Yondaime. He had detected Danzo's chakra. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the man struggling to his feet. Before he could make a move towards Danzo, he saw two ninja, each on his side, about to intercept him. Naruto, in his fit of rage, directed his anger on the rude ANBU, mercilessly slashed the one on his left with his left claw upwards, tearing of his mask and surgically cutting through his throat and eyes. Naruto then flickers his right hand. A kunai had popped from his sleeve and shoved it on the ninja's forehead to his right. He then retracted the kunai from the dead ANBU and then looked at Danzo with that murder-laden eyes of his. The ninja fell in a heap, and Naruto raised his right hand. Red chakra began to take the form of a clawed hand and grew in size. Naruto slammed it down, instantly going underground. The ground that it traveled into collapsed in a line that the chakra traveled as it popped from the ground like a geyser and grabbed Danzo by the waist. Naruto pulled the crippled old man back with much force, dragging him to the ground at a speed of a freight train. Naruto held his foot out and stomped on the bruised and battered body of Danzo, his kunai poised to strike the man dead. Naruto's inhibition about killing was soon forgotten. He didn't care about the flying swallows anymore. He just wanted one thing that would satisfy him of his bloodlust. If there was one word to describe Danzo, then it was devious. The man was shrewd and ruthless. He has a distinct fanaticism to Konoha's military might, being the most powerful throughout the elemental countries as proven during the First Shinobi World War. Why wouldn't it be? The village hidden in the leaves was established by the two most powerful clans before the formation of what was to be called now as Fire Country. This, along with the bountiful resources that Fire Country had in agriculture, fishery, and the like, had established the nation as a powerful force to be reckoned with. Danzo wanted to maintain that power and saw that the teachings of the Sandaime as too lenient and diplomatic. To him, there was no way to solve conflict without proper military intervention. He had seen war, he had been a part of it, he knew that killing was a necessary evil, and he would willingly do so again if it meant Konoha would remain at the top. It was worthy to note that the teachings of the Sandaime were stemmed from Hashirama and Tabarama of the Senju, the Shodaime and Nidaime respectively, and that those that followed after Hiruzen were also followers of their ideals. From Minato to Naruto, these leaders of Konoha had been, are, without a doubt, shining examples of their time. Due to the images and personalities gained from each of these three leaders, the villagers and ninja alike grew to follow them in a heartbeat. Minato, after the Third Shinobi War, had been graced as Konoha's finest. Nothing or no one could have been compared to the fourth Hokage. He was a prime and excellent example of what a shinobi should be. That was why the people loved him, why they followed him to an extent that bordered to fanaticism. But even with the Yondaime, Danzo could not be convinced of this. Danzo saw the Yondaime as a fool who followed the teachings of his rival. He views the Yondaime as a weak-hearted fool that could not capitalize on the sanctions given to Earth Country and possibly rid themselves of a nuisance for good after the Third War. That was why he was denied of the position to succeed the seat after him. Instating Danzo as Hokage meant going to war just after the Yondaime had sealed the Kyuubi into his own son. Shikaku had wondered what had occurred to Danzo's mind, why he wanted to take matters this early on. Why couldn't he have taken the seat in a matter of 5 days that the Rokudaime was away? It might have been that the old Warhawk had started his planning from there. He wasn't sure how the other countries would react to this, but he would be sure that it would put Konoha on a bad side if Danzo would succeed. Which he doubts it. An assault on a cage in the presence of 5 cages no less would be quite idiotic. Danzo should have known that. Or is it that the man had finally grown impatient after years of tolerance under the rule of the Sandaime and the Godaime? Shikaku would never know, nor would he care to ever find out. To him, Danzo is a criminal now. There was nothing more to be said about the man that had been plotting in the shadows. Shikaku sat on the tallest building that Yamato had created, intent of observing the skirmishes that are about to take place. He could see Yamato on a fair distance by the northern gate as he stopped. Along with him were Naruto's former classmates. Yamato then began to weave his hands to a series of seals at a fast rate. He said to the Chunin that were with him, "Do any of you trust me?" All of them nodded. Yamato merely gave a smirk. "Then don't move for a second, Kiba-san, Lee-san and Tenten-san. You three will serve as the strike force, I'll provide the distraction." Yamato had then ended his slew of seals and shouted, "Mokuten, Deijurin no Jutsu." Pillars of wood rose on the ground, propelling Kiba, Lee and Tenten straight up. All three of them looked at each other as the rest of the pillars began interweaving with one another upwards, with some of them now bending and began barraging the northern gate below. The root operatives immediately went out of formation as the pillars began bombarding them at an astronomical rate. Down below, Yamato was panting. "The things I do for my village." The ANBU captain muttered, taking a deep breath, and then nodded to the remaining members of Naruto's friends. "Chaoji-san, I want you to use your Beiken no Jutsu and serve as artillery while the others get to their work. Shino-san, I want you and Ino-san to serve as backup, and you are to engage when you feel the need to, especially Ino-san since she is our medic in this field. Under any circumstance, don't intercept the ninja unless they are blindsided." As the barrage of the wooden pillars came to a screeching halt, the 5 root members regrouped and began scaling the bent wooden poles like a ramp. Each member was dashing on their own pillars as the 3 Chunin up at the summit of this wooden square structure began to prepare. "Now, let us burn with our flames of youth and drive these people out who threaten the fire of our village." Lee shouted, raising his right hand. To his side, Kiba smirked, riding his ever-loyal companion. Akamaru, "Well boy, looks like we're going to have to party." To the Inuzuka's right was Tenten, who rolled her eyes. It was so typical of men. Grabbing a small scroll, she unsealed the content inside to reveal a Kusurigama and another scroll that contained an adachi. "Whatever, stop dawdling and let's get this over with." Tenten jumped as she landed on one of the pillars, with Kiba jumping as he shouted, "Yahoo!" His dog barked and agreeing as the duo jumped below. This time, Kiba was running with Akamaru, both at the same speed. Lee followed suit as he too jumped and somersaulted, landing on the wooden ramp down slope, the pull of gravity accelerating their speeds. They could feel their adrenaline pumping as their hearts raced as they dashed downwards with the pull of the Earth's gravity below. They could feel as if they were free-falling at such speeds with the wind gushing to their faces. One of the root members in the middle clasped his hands together and formed a seal. Rinpo and Maku. Out of the sleeve of the one in the middle, as his area was soon covered with smoke. To Kiba, it didn't matter, you can't get away. Jiju Ninpo, Shikyaku no Jutsu. As soon as he applied the jutsu, Kiba and Akamaru dashed even faster, as the boy squatted to Akamaru's level and dashed on his limbs, making fair scratch marks on his side of the column. 2 members then jumped from the smoke, wearing identical masks just like the one who initiated the smoke screen. Kiba could smell the scent in both of them as they lunged at him from above. Kiba then spun like a drill, as did Akamaru, to avoid getting assaulted by the 2 elite members. Yatsuga. The two clones prevented their attacks altogether as Kiba stopped to a screeching halt as another member had appeared from underneath the wood this time, popping from the said structure and almost sliced Kiba's head off, who had ducked just in time. It was then that a gigantic Chaoji had appeared behind Kiba, who then gathered chakra at the palm of his hands and throttled his hands on the area where Kiba was. Alright. The piece in front of Kiba shattered, plummeting the ANBU with the cat mask down to the ground. Kiba looked back and both he and Akamaru regrouped, seeing as the ANBU earlier with the shadow clones lunged at him once again. Shagetsu. The clones of the root operative swiped at Kiba with their swords sideways from the center. Kiba ducked and immediately stopped when he saw the cat-masked ANBU appeared below, about to give a rising vertical slash. Kiba rolled to his side and noticed Akamaru's scent at the top of the clones. The Fang Boy then recovered his footing as he dashed straight upwards with his forelimbs. Kiba then appeared this time with Akamaru once again on top, as both master and familiar began spinning like drills again and both began to intertwine this time. Tensaga. The two formed a large drill-like attack, easily rivaling as that of the Garaga as the two rammed towards the three shadow clones, dispelling the two clones and with the drill. The gigantic drill then drove the ANBU to the ground in a loud and sickening thud as the attack almost began digging deeper into the hole that the two had created. With Lee, as soon as the three of them dashed down, Lee had already prepared to loosen his bandages and had discarded his leg weights. He threw them to the root member that was on his pillow. The man dodged and saw the things fall down as it picked up quite a pile of dust below and even gave a small crater to the ground. The ANBU quickly turned his head around and Lee was already giving a straight flying kick at him. Lee's dynamic entry was parried, however, by the man's elbow arm padding. Lee jumped and used a somersault back, landing on the wood column. The man eyed Lee carefully underneath his lizard mask. The man seemed unmoving at first until his hand flickered together. Lee wasted no time as the man finished his jutsu and unfurled a Gaokakaiou no Jutsu straight at him. Lee jumped and evaded the fireball. As went past him, the elite root member came upon him with daggers burning from his hand. Lee then kicked the man's forearms to avoid getting incinerated by those things and controlled his trajectory, landing just in front of the man. The root member he was facing was a Katen expert, and not just any Katen expert. It seemed that the man can use Katen at a close range effective enough to be weapon. His chakra was converted to flames as he held onto his dagger. Katen, Saukonga. However, once Chaoji had started to shake things up with his Chauharite, Lee saw the man distracted for a moment. Quick to capitalize, Lee sped up, and in a blink of an eye, the gap between him and the man was cut short. Lee then gave a straight jab at the man's chest that had flinched from the pain. The man staggered but regained his footing, spinning around with his daggers in his hands. The flames arced in a wide angle, almost grazing Lee at the cheek and at his flak jacket. Lee inwardly cursed the burning pain that he felt from his abdomen and cheek. The man then stopped, spun the dagger in his left hand in a reverse grip, and then he gave forward thrust of his dagger straight at Lee, who elbowed the man's left elbow, drove a knee on the man's gut. The man staggered back as Lee had jumped once again and spun around. Kanoa Senpu. The man blocked with his forearm, but Lee did a reversal once his kick was parried. He used the halting force of the block and then reversed his spin, going for a low sweep kick that forced the man to fall. Lee wasn't done yet, and he held the man by the elbow and disarmed his and spun around, doing the same to his left before delivering a straight kick to the chest. Lee jumped down, loosening his bandages even further, plummeting down below as he went after the man, his bandages coming loose. Hachiman Tonku, Daichiman, Kaiman, Kai. He felt the limiters in his muscles and chakra break away as the bandages unfurled and began to wrap on the Katen user, whose weapons were clearly off from his hand. Lee had managed to reach the person and then began hold the man by the waist as the ANBU member was wrapped by the bandages like a cocoon. Lee then began to spin around like a top, spinning faster and faster until they looked like a miniature tornado. Wind currents were picked up fast as Lee drove the man below to the ground. Amot Wrench. Boom. With Tenten. Tenten threw her Kusarigama at the root member with his sword drawn out. The member deflected the sickle with ease. Tenten pulled back the chain of the Kusarigama and the man still dodged. The man then accelerated his pace, going directly to Tenten at such short notice, his sword brandished to his front as the sun glistened and shone its light to Tenten, casting her into his illusion. Meijin Shiranui. In that moment, Tenten saw what appeared to be a dancing ball of light as the image of the man contorted into a wavy pattern, going around her vision as he toyed with her senses. Tenten was never really good at Jinjutsu. In fact, she wasn't very talented in that field on her own, as she, as Guy had trained her, was a long-range expert who had improved on weapons training since Invasion of the Sand and Sound. Besides, to her field, Jinjutsu would likely cause more problems in her weapons training. She was trained to adapt to every single weapon she could think of, and that meant her studies in each field continued to be met with training for hours on end. From swords, axes to spears, it was too much already to do more than that. Tenten, with her Nadachi in her right hand, blocked the white light that seemed to flicker and dance in her eyes. As she heard the high-pitched sound of metal clashing against metal, she felt a sudden, painful pushing force pushing her at her back. She felt her feet lost the object she was supposed to stand on. She saw her vision as blurry. The sounds she heard were only ringing, as if it was a high-pitched tune that was about to destroy her eardrums, as the ringing continued to vibrate in her ear. The flicks and dances of the wisp, as she named, made its way towards at the top of her head, but her senses, her visions came to a sudden abruption when one clear sound had broken her out of her reverie. Boom! She could hear a large slamming of force just beneath her. As she was awakened to her senses, she could see the shattering of wood below and the ANBU Black Ops agent free-falling towards her. As she looked around, a descending splinter of the wooden frame that Yamato built and destroyed by a giant palm from Chaoji, descending very close to a wooden platform she could see just to her right. Fixating her descending trajectory, she landed on her feet on the descending pile of wood and used it as a plank to jump to the platform. She threw the sickle of her Kusarigama at the platform and then swung around the giant symmetrical tree blocks and then with chakra gathered at her feet, stuck herself on a completely perpendicular piece of wood to the ground. The ninja with the owl mask that had cast the illusion earlier at her chased after her as he jumped and weaved through the wooden blocks. Tenten had let go of her Kusarigama and then grabbed a handful of kunai. All of them had explosive notes tied to their rings. She bit the Nadachi on the flat part of her blade as she began to run and jump through the massive coils of symmetrical wood, and fired kunai after explosive kunai to the ANBU, who seemed unfazed by the impact despite the fact that he was freaking close to the highly explosive daggers. That didn't seem to stop the operative as a kunai came merely centimeters away from his mask and exploding on his back. The man was clever. He used the impact to boost his speed and gained in closer to the kunoichi. Tenten cursed her luck as she grabbed her Nadachi situated between her teeth by the handle as she defended herself from the man. The clashing of blades could be heard below as Tenten and the man clashed swords with one another. She was kicked by the man on her abdomen as she stumbled back, but not before unsealing a small scroll from her hands and hurled it at the man. The scroll unfurled and revealed a stored seal pattern in the middle. Tenten then raised her hand in a half-ram seal and unfurled a small globular object that seemed to be glued with numerous kunai. There was a small explosive note in the middle that was about to go off. Another loud explosion was heard and countless shrapnel had exploded as the explosive note went off, triggering the gunpowder in the ball to release the shrapnel from it. In a stifling sensation of pain, the ANBU member felt his footing on the wooden structure fall off, as he could feel his chakra loosening its grip on the wooden structure. As the root member stared upwards, before he completely hit the ground, he saw a giant pole, no, a tetsubo being hurled at him. Tenten had taken cover after that explosion, as she saw the man was caught off guard. A few more seconds and the man could have had her head, as he saw the man descend from the explosion, with a few kunai embedded on his chest and abdomen. Tenten seized the opportunity to finish the fight as she gave a jump that would be considered a leap of faith and unfurled another small scroll, unsealing it and revealed a tetsubo. She held it between her palms and gripped the weapon firmly. She then swung the heavy object with its tip straight at the man as they began to descend. The weapon had hit the root member straight at the chest, further plummeting them down. They landed on the ground with a thunderous crash as the earth below gave small fissures and cracks due to the weight of the weapon, her victim crushed under the weight. She breathed a sigh of relief as she then looked to her sideways. Kiba and Akamaru were resting under the shade of the wood, as did Lee as they looked upwards. It felt like something was still missing. To their surprise, another member had quickly appeared at the top, intent on taking down Chaoji from the forehead straight down. His sword had glowed blue from his chakra as winds began to pick up. Futen, Ama no Furiken. The chakra began to stretch and form a sharp blade that was about to descend to Chaoji. Chaoji, surprised by the sudden appearance, couldn't very well dodge in time. Tenten, Lee and Kiba watched as their friend was about to be sliced down in the middle, until they had seen the man was suddenly surrounded with swarms of insects. Hijetsu, Mushidama. I am sorry, I am late. My timing was a little off. Shino had suddenly appeared on the summit of the wooden structure, hands in his pockets and his back to the enemy, as swarms of his insects enveloped the man that not even a glimpse of hair could be seen. I have intervened as I had deemed necessary, per Yamato Teichu's instructions. He then brought out his right hand open close to his face, as he said in his monotone voice, You, who threaten the life of our comrade, shall suffer the wrath of my insects by 1,000-fold. With that, he balled his right hand into a fist as the man's chakra was consumed to an absolute zero as he descended below to the ground, his insects slowly going back to his sleeves. Chaoji dispelled his technique and gave a sigh of relief as he stumbled back. This was the third time he felt that he was going to die. It had been that close when he was about to be severed in half. He was thankful he had someone like Shino on his team. Ino had arrived below the tree, running through each and every one of them, checking for injuries. To her right was Yamato, who sat down under the shade of the tree. With that, the initial strike has begun. They just needed to wait for the remaining Konoha shinobi to take care of the remaining root problem. Tsunade's tent, Ayaba, Shizyun, and Genma were nervous. It had been a few minutes since the battle had begun, and by now, the citizens would have noticed the signs already and went back inside. Genma and Ayaba were outside as Shizyun was beside the god Aim, attending to her needs. Shizyun was nervous. The fact that the enemy could strike any moment was making it hard for her to focus. Taunton was at her side, concerned for his caretaker. Shizyun had pet her pet pig as she sat down beside her master. She heard the sounds of explosions, echoing through the skies of Konoha. She could hear the sounds of footsteps abound as countless of her fellow ninja had begun running around the area, sniffing about of any of Danzo's forces that are about to threaten the god Aim. Outside, Genma held his senbon between his teeth like a toothpick. His hands were at his sides, not normally within his pockets. He was wary, and he should be. These were elite fighters they were taking on. Yamato's squad had the advantage when Yamato led them in the fact that they had superior numbers compared to the people of the Northern Gate. He had seen almost every ANBU member take off their mask and began searching the area so as to not confuse anyone further. Root Ninja tend to act like ANBU loyalists, but the difference is that Root Ninja do not respond to any communication unless it involves the mission. To them, there was nothing more important than the task that had been given to them. To his right, he saw Ayaba tense as he adjusted his sunglasses. The man was just as wary as Genma. These are Black Ops agents. They tend to be absolutely ruthless when given the task. It was what made Root so damn efficient at what they do. But they also had the lowest recruits. Often, the ninjas that are put under Danzo's training program were neglected children who are never going to attend the academy. In here, Danzo and his subordinates would brainwash these children to forget anything that had to do with their past, their lives, their ages, their hobbies, their names, and the list goes on. It was inhuman, Ayaba thought. These people were trained to become killers with no emotion, not even a tangible sense of guilt. In Ayaba's musings, it was then that they saw three ninja about to approach them. Ayaba and Genma visibly tensed as they saw these three with hollowed look on their faces. Genma's teeth tightened the grip on his senbon. Just in time, Shizune had appeared at the entrance of the tent. She had closed the cloth that led to Tsunade's room as she said to the ninja that stood before her, "You will not get past this point from this moment on." Shizune then raised her right sleeve, revealing a set of senbon shooters on her forearms. The weapons glistened in the sun as it accentuated its deadliness in front of the three emotionless ninja before them. Unknown to the six combatants, a silhouette of a boy had squatted down behind Tsunade's tent. A small black rat had appeared inside, sniffing around the small room. Iron Country. From the team, the samurai who jumped in the midst of the chaos had pushed him to this area. As the wave of swordsmen began cutting down Root members left and right that used the woodlands as their shield, with the samurai splitting into different directions intent on taking down every last one of the usurpers. Shikamaru got swept by the tide of really aggressive samurai, being pulled the sudden gush of battle when one of them dragged him into this depressing wood area. And that was what led to this scenario. Shikamaru stood up straight on a tree branch as he glanced to his side, taking a small peek at a squad of the Root shinobi. Grabbing a pair of smoke bombs from his satchel, the lazy strategist looked to his other side and gave a deep breath. Compared to these people, Shikamaru's physical prowess was unappealing. He can't outrun someone like Kiba or Lee, can't outmatch Choji and Naruto in strength, and can't even strike as fast as Neji. Shikamaru found it troublesome to include any effort in physical training. Instead, he focused in letting his mind do the work, weaving formulaic plans that take a lot of people by surprise. Every time he used such articulate forms of tactics, almost all of his enemies play into his hands, every single time. Shikamaru sighed again. His glaring disadvantage had been obvious earlier, and it was only thanks to his teammates that he was able to initiate the Kage Nui at a closer proximity than he was originally comfortable in. Without something to cast a light around the area, his shadow techniques would be fairly useless. Shikamaru grasped one of the trench knives that once belonged to Asuma, gripping it with his free arm tight. As the three ninjas began to scour the dead frost of a forest, Shikamaru crouched down and began to think. In heavily forested areas in jungle warfare, the best strategy would be to use guerrilla tactics. Striking simple but enough to slow down the opponent for easy pickings at the end, and although Shikamaru had the patience, he didn't have the drive to do such tactics here. And with his shadow techniques out of the question at the moment, it would mean that his only choice to fight these assassins were to use his ningu and trap-making specialties. 15 shuriken, 5 kunai, 10 meters of ninja wire, a flash bomb, 2 smoke bombs, and 20 kabaku fuda. Yep, restocking is a bitch before an emergency mission. Shikamaru then stood up. For another time he had grabbed another stick of cigar from his former teacher's remaining stock. He popped one on his mouth and with a lighter, he ignited the cancer stick and began to let the nicotine fill his lungs. Now he knew why Asuma was addicted to this. Somehow the cigarettes always made his nerves calm down. Smoke bomb still in his hand, the young tactician ran forward, finally deciding to do his strategy. Ambush is out of the question. I'm not stupid enough to do that with my techniques limited. Guerrilla tactics it is. Shikamaru then with one of his kunai, wrapped an explosive note by the handle carefully, and began stalking the 3 Root agents that had just went past him and separated to 3 different areas. Shikamaru, standing at a safe distance, flicked the kunai from his hand with it being thrown into the area that one of the operatives was at. The kunai had hit a trunk of the tree and gave a small resounding thunk. As it embedded itself on the tree, the Root member with the ape mask looked at the kunai that had suddenly exploded, sending him careening to the side by the initial shockwave. The operative looked back from where he thought the kunai was fired and soon gave chase. Shikamaru fastened 3 explosive notes underneath the branch he had stood on, then jumped below after throwing the first kunai. As he had hit himself below from of the bushes, he then grabbed 4 shuriken from his pouch and then changed his position to get a better angle to aim the throwing stars. Once the member had landed on the branch that he had made, Shikamaru propped his hands together for a ram seal and the 3 explosive notes immediately had set off and ignited, causing a resounding boom throughout the forest. The root operative then fell down, emerging from the black smoke caused by the charred remains of the tree above. As the man descended from the freefall, Shikamaru, seeing that the man was now blindsided, flicked the force shuriken from his pouch and threw a kunai. Sure enough, the force shuriken had embedded itself on the man's limbs with the kunai sailing through the man's throat. Shikamaru thought he had a lucky shot at that. He expected someone like Tenon to do that kind of difficult shot. But then again, he wasn't too shabby on his ningu usage, or so he thought. Shikamaru immediately leapt away from the scene before those two members managed to jump him at the moment. Shikamaru's features darkened, flicking a smoke bomb in the area to bide him more time on how to attack the remaining two members currently on his tail. One down, smoke had littered the area to where the two operatives arrived. Seeing the fallen form of their comrade, they checked on the dead man and looked everywhere. The windpipe has been pierced, based from position that he had fallen and the angle of the kunai. The enemy has taken a southwest route. With that, the two ninja had flickered out of sight. Over to the more forested area, Shikamaru then whisked his plan into motion. Now that the one of them was out of the fight, this would be a whole lot easier than he had thought, and if worst comes to worst, then a little gamble with the flash bomb would be his last resort. As soon as he began weaving trap after trap with his ninja wire and 15 explosive notes around a small area, Shikamaru then grabbed one of the 3 remaining kunai in his pouch and planted one on top of the canopy of branches above. It was a good thing there was no light source for once. If there was, then the shadow of that kunai could have been utterly obvious. As he finished attaching the wires to the kunai on top, letting the tension of the wire reach its peak, Shikamaru then jumped away. He had 2 kunai and 11 shuriken left, coupled with a flash bomb that was all the tools he had left, and still no jutsu was used. Shikamaru's never-ending patience was seemingly running thin. For him to be in this kind of disadvantage, it was terribly frustrating and difficult. Shikamaru then turned to a corner, marking one of the trees with a slash from his kunai. Shikamaru knew that these people would be treating this mark as a decoy, and that was the pineapple-headed Chunin had wanted them to think. Naruto is going to owe him for this later, big time. As soon as he had let his trap set into motion, he made it a point to let himself get in the way of the root agents for the first time. Finally making his tracks obvious, Shikamaru leaned forward a little and soon ran like the devil itself was chasing after him. When the operatives had finally managed to obtain the real tracks left behind by the Chunin, they soon ran at full speed following the trail left behind by the Nara. Once they had caught up to Shikamaru, Shikamaru threw 4 shuriken that were easily deflected by the 2 masked ninja. Shikamaru then pulled out his remaining smoke bomb and tossed it on the ground. The smokescreen littered the area in a blanket of gray smog that the 2 agents got into. Shikamaru had then jumped from the smoke and immediately let loose 8 shuriken from his hands and heard the sounds of multiple tension wires being effectively cut. Springing the wires and lashed towards the blanket of smog like whips as it waved in the air and bound the operatives like the slithering body of a viper. Once the smoke had cleared, Shikamaru could see only one person in the binding tap that he made. Shit! Shikamaru then turned around and saw that the ANBU was already on top of him, with his sword brandished upwards. Shikamaru had 2 kunai left in his pouch, and he tossed it at the man before jumping back and unfurling 3 more shuriken and throwing it at the remaining mobile root member. Shikamaru cursed his luck. He had no more ningu at his disposal. His jutsu were too close range for him to do the next step, and the man that was bound by his trap was about to get out. Shikamaru then raised his right hand and formed a half-ram seal. The member then looked down as the explosive notes gave a hissing sound as the sparks and flames began eating away at the paper. As each of the explosive notes ate itself whole, a resounding explosion could be heard in the dense woodlands of Iron Country, wiping out a single man. Now only charred remains, as a small crater bore itself as a testament to the 15 explosive notes that had went off at the same time. Through this small distraction, Shikamaru capitalized the moment and held out Asuma's trench knives and then threw them to the man who jumped away. Not one to finish his last gamble, Shikamaru then tossed his only tool left to his back. A flash bomb. With it making contact on a small tree, the bomb went off and gave such a blinding white light that the remaining operative in Shikamaru's sight shielded his eyes. Shikamaru, in that very second, had finally began molding his chakra and activated his Kage Nui. The branches of the shadow needles crawled through the trench knives and instantly expanded, as it rose upwards and ascended like blades of grass and descended on the blinded man, finally impaling him on every conceivable part of his body. The man fell down in a limp as Shikamaru gave a sigh of relief. The tactician slumped on the forest and gazed up. How he wished that things were simpler back then when they were kids. Shikamaru didn't care anymore. He just wanted to take it easy for a moment while staring lazily towards the dull and gray clouds that blanketed the skies of Iron Country. Shikamaru then let out another cigarette from Asuma's last pack and lit the said nicotine stick. I can see why Asuma-sensei was addicted to this stuff. Another puff of the said stick and Shikamaru rested his head comfortably on the bark of the tree. He'd get back to his team later. Right now, he wanted to recover his mind from doing those things so much. He'll be back, eventually. Hinata. The moment the gates were opened, and the moment that the men had begun their assault, Hinata had activated her Byakugan to see just where her teammates were. When the samurai had literally bulldozed their way towards the positions of the ANBU members, her vision shifted when she saw the collapse of the giant earth wall that was severed on its lower part, resulting in the collapse of said wall and burying some of the ninjas there. Her vision, however, shifted again when she heard Kakashi questioning her about Naruto's chakra coils, which, surprisingly enough, were intermingling with each other, and that Naruto had 3 types of chakra flowing in him. The myriad of blue, green, and red entered her vision, looking at the center of Naruto's chakra reserves. She could see that the green energy and the red one were trying to cancel each other out. In the middle laid the blue, normal chakra that was trying to absorb both. When the red one somewhat stabilized, the green energy began to feed the blue more of its energy as it then began to mix. It had looked like Sage Mode had the ability to neutralize some negative effects that the red chakra had. The malevolent red energy was being put on stasis, slowly being absorbed by the blue energy. Her musings were cut off when she had seen to her back was an ANBU member that was poised to strike her down, until a blast of wind had sent the man flying from her and hitting the cold hard ground, skidding to the snow by the attack. Hakushu, please do not let your guard down, Hinata-sama, Neji quickly implied as he chased after the rude ANBU, reeling back his hand, giving a palm strike directly at the chest. Hinata nodded and turned around, her sights focused on the person in front of her. It was another operative. Byakugan still active, Hinata had lowered her stance to the Juuken, palms open and faced against her would-be assailant, charging palms open. The rude ANBU jumped overhead just as Hinata had outstretched her palm, sailing past over the man that had used a somersault over her. The operative then raised his sword, about to slash Hinata in a vertical swipe. The girl fluidly dodged to her right and directed her palm to the ANBU member's back. The operative twisted his body as he landed down, carefully evading the attack by mere centimeters from his spine. The man then landed on his free left hand and was about to swipe his sword horizontally at Hinata's thighs, but the girl managed to jump back, evading the attack that could have crippled her for life. Maintaining her stance in the Juuken, Hinata watched her opponent carefully. Studying the man carefully before making another assault, Hinata focused her vision to his chakra system that was now flowing like a cascading waterfall. Neji Nason has more experience in fighting armed shinobi than I am. Tenten-sen had been his sparring partner for a long time. I'd been more used to fighting enemies unarmed. This would be difficult, but Neji Nason always said that sword users are predictable to where and how they swing. If it's above their head, they will do a vertical cut. If it's by the waist or torso with the hilt forward, it's a horizontal slash, and if the blade is pointing forward. The man then poised ran towards Hinata, his body flickering from side to side. The tip of the blade, as expected, was pointed towards her. A thrust. Hinata simply leaned her torso to her left, effectively dodging the blade. Hinata then, with her right arm, grabbed the man by the wrist with her 2 fingers, tried to poke the man's tenketsu situated on his solar plexus. The man blocked with his free arm, using his right arm as a shield. Hinata then adjusted her strike, and instead of poking the man by the chest, she directed her finger to close the tenketsu on the man's right arm. Somehow, Hinata could hear a silent grunt of pain coming from the operative as he felt the grip on his sword loosen. Hinata then felt the man force his sword down. Hinata then stepped forward and ducked, the blade completely missing her by a few inches as she went past the hilt. Hinata countered with another palm strike, this time to the nape of his neck, trying to destroy the man's peripheral nervous system. The man simply ran forward, with Hinata missing her strike. The man grunted in pain as he tried to lift his right arm but couldn't do so. There was that tingling, numbing pain that he had felt. But pain was a mere obstacle. Root had taught him that. Pain blocks what the mind wants. Survival instincts are non-essential to ninjas of Root. To them, they had been trained to ignore their flight response as normal humans. Fighting would be their only option. If anything, if it meant cutting your own arm off to succeed in the mission, then do so. By all means, you exist for the mission, nothing else. The member could not feel his right arm. The prickling sensation sent to his right arm was all there is. It looked somehow limp. But the man still held onto his sword tighter, as if his own will had strengthened in holding his katana. Forcing his hand up, the member didn't flinch or once wince with the amount of pain delivered to his right arm. All he knew was that he needed to win. The drive in his mind to finish and succeed in the mission was all that he needed. Nothing more. It was the belief that his superior had instilled in his mind for as long as he was active. In Root, you do not exist. You have no past. You have no present. You have no future. Only the mission. Hinata watched intently as the man forced his right arm to chest level, forcing chakra on the closed tenketsu point that she had just blocked. She could see how the man was forcefully opening the small blocked point. She found herself cringe at the amount of pain that it must be doing to him. Forcefully opening your tenketsu point would lead to a serious amount of injury, one of which was straining the chakra coils that streamed the energy all around the body. A forceful opening could lead to the collapse or burst of the veins that travel the chakra to different parts of the body. The man used a ram seal as he began molding chakra and then held his sword in a reverse grip. Ninpo, Mikazuki no Mai. The man then separated to 2 as the 2 clones began hovering to her side, as it looked like a firefly dancing in the wind. Hinata knew better though, as her Byakugan had already foreseen where her opponent was. Hinata began concentrating chakra on her palms as she began to thin it out like a sharp thread, as she began weaving around her area of what seemed like a net of repelling chakra. Shugo Hack Rokaji and Shu. The man's blade from atop was parried and deflected away from his hands, as he was suddenly caught in the dome of the repelling chakra net, hitting him in every part of his body as it seemed like 1,000 needles had just rained and was piercing his skin in a sharp and continuous amount of pain. Hinata wasn't done yet. As she put the base of her palms adjacent to each other in a vertical manner with her palms open, she struck the man in the middle of his chest. His Aoi Tenbu. Chakra shot out of her palms, piercing the man at the chest, destroying every chakra pathway as the lights of the energy pierced the man, riddling his body like bullets. The man convulsed in midair and was blasted away by the force of the attack. Hinata turned around. Another member had appeared, this time from the ground. The member lunged at her with his katana drawn. She gritted her teeth. Defeating the first one was not an easy feat, and facing another one was just a problem waiting to pile up, one after another. Hinata then bared it with gritted teeth. Even if these people were stronger than her, if it meant that she would defend Naruto with her life, then she would wholeheartedly do so as she did before. This is my last gamble. Juho Saoshiken. She could feel the chakra on her hands glowing and dancing like wildfire as a pair of lion heads had began to take shape on her palms. For the person that I love, I will do anything. That confident smile that she had shown now was all the answer that the ANBU shall get before she thrusts the attack straight to the man's body. Sakura. For most of the onslaught that occurred, Sakura stayed behind the lines and began treating injuries left and right. She had a competent medical staff to her aid and a very responsive medical unit at her disposal. The samurai may be no slouch and posed an even more intimidating figure than the ANBU, but they were people that specialized in combat more, while shinobi branched out in different areas. Versatile, the samurai were not. Get the antidotes ready for anyone who gets poisoned. Have all the injured placed in one area. Separate the people, those who are in mild and in critical injuries. Make the area for the critically injured close to our proximity as possible. Divide this unit into teams of 3 for every patient that are in critical condition, 1 for every mildly injured person. Make sure you all have your soldier pills for an additional chakra boost. Sakura began yelling orders left and right. Being the apprentice of the god Hokage, she knew more what was normal for her age. Tsunade considered her a prodigy in this field, with the potential to surpass her one day. Sakura began skimming through the notes as medics from left and right began delivering the wounded one by one, with some of them obtaining wounds themselves though minor. She stopped for a moment, looking sharp as she could feel the killing intent well up from underneath the earth. She then commanded for the medic corps to stand back as she wore her black gloves and said, "Never underestimate a medic nin." Sakura punched the ground in such a violent manner that the ground beneath her shattered. Fissures and slabs of earth rose up and spiked, revealing a root shinobi that had been stalking them for quite some time. Sakura cracked her knuckles once again and said, "Nobody messes with my friends." With that, Sakura darted like a lightning bolt, already on top of the man that had shook of his dizziness, dodging another chakra-induced punch that further caved the ground below. Sakura then jumped, as the man began to breathe out fireballs at him with a hausuka. With a twist of her body in midair, she dodged the fireballs and raised her right leg above her head. She had seen Tsunade Shishu do this often when she was training her. Tsunade drilled it into her mind that a medic nin's job was to not be allowed to be hit. Dodging became first nature to her. She had become proficient at it. That Tsunade said that many people would mistake her to have the Sharingan. Another was that medic nins only fight as a last resort. Given that a medic was a vital part of the team, fighting was not an option. However, if worst came to worst, then fighting would be the obvious choice. It was in times like these that Tsunade had taught her fiercely aside from medical jutsu. Sudenkyaku. The ground-shattering heel strike to ground shook the man of his bearings as Sakura had suddenly appeared on his side. Grabbing him by the nook of his shirt, Sakura tossed the man in midair with her nearly monstrous Tsunade-like strength and punched the man hard in the gut, piercing through organs and with the lower half of the spinal column shattering from the blow. Kakashi and Guy had appeared just in time to provide his backup. Kakashi was concerned about the Hokage who had ran off and fought Danzo on his own, so he went back to find Sakura in case there was a backlash of this new type of power that the Hokage had accidentally accumulated. He had known that Naruto was feeling the stress levels of the political talks was reaching him at boiling point. Add to the fact that Sasuke appeared and disrupted the meeting and facing Madara about the truth behind the Uchiha clan. Kakashi wasn't surprised that all of these revelations after revelations mentally exhausted Naruto so much that it left him quite frustrated about the whole thing. Guy, on the other hand, appeared just in time to double-check the medic nin corps, with the brunt of the assault force fighting off the root forces along with the leader of Iron. Guy thought it would be more prudent to be on guard for the medic nin corps. Besides, out in the battlefield was Neji and Shikamaru. Guy would trust these people would be okay on their own. He just wished that the Hokage would keep his cool. He had noticed that Naruto started to slump a little when they were about to exit the gates, and from the bags under the Hokage's eyes, it showed the fatigue that settled within him. He wasn't sure if he could leave him alone like that. After all, almost half of the attacks that was dealt to Sasuke was Naruto's doing, and he could see just how much it pained Naruto in doing so. Kakashi seemed to mutter something along the lines of, "It's the Valley of the End all over again." When they were in the hallways a little earlier, I had not personally heard about this particular mission from Neji, as the boy refused to tell about it. As it was, Neji didn't want to talk about a mission that was an utter failure. And even though Neji got to open up, some of the accounts after Neji's and Lee's battles were missing, so he didn't know what exactly occurred at the end of the mission that led to its failure. It was then that two root ninja had appeared right in front of them. From the disposition that each of them gave, they were probably high in Danzo's rankings. Well, looks like I'll get to see more action after all. Kakashi then unfurled the Sharingan covered from his forehead protector and gave a simple hand seal. Guy merely went for his Gauken stance. Sakura, go and see to Hokage-sama. Tsunade is near his vicinity. She should be able to tell what occurred and what might happen. Kakashi commanded the pink-haired Chunin, who nodded. Keep Hokage-sama safe and uninjured. We will handle this and catch up to you in a moment. Guy continued, not taking his eyes off their opponents. Sakura nodded and ran off towards the Hokage, who was mere minutes away in killing the leader of Root. Naruto. Rage, indescribable fury welled from within Naruto's mind. Nothing could be compared to what he had felt when Danzo mentioned his actions against his mother. He could feel his anger rising and brewing like a storm back then. Naruto could only see red at that time. This anger and rage that he felt was worse when Kabuto almost killed Tsunade, when Sasuke left Konoha, worse than Jiraiya's death. It had hit him hard, harder than anything he could have felt. Was it the same for Sasuke when he saw his family die over and over again? Naruto couldn't answer that question for the moment, for he had poised a kunai at Danzo's throat, the man responsible for ruining his and Sasuke's lives. The man that indirectly destroyed Konoha by allying with himself with a questionable leader, the man that had been under suspicion of using Akatsuki to kill the Tsunade. His grandfather figure, Naruto couldn't stand such the repulsive man before him. It only brought on his anger and unending hatred of the man so much. With that, he had brought down the hammer of justice upon the wicked man that was Danzo, and impaled the man by the right shoulder. The old man grunted in pain as he felt the blade of the weapon piercing his flesh. Blood began to damp Danzo's kimono, oozing out to where the kunai was impaled. The man looked at Naruto, who was looking at him with rage-filled eyes, eyes of malice and wrath, eyes that could set fire to any object it sees. And right now, those eyes were piercing Danzo to the very pits of his soul. Death is a punishment too good for someone like you piece of shit. I have a better one in mind. Naruto then let his chakra focus to a single point of his right index finger. The chakra flickered and sparked brightly as Naruto then began to point it at Danzo's forehead. Naruto then began carving the seal with his chakra on the man's forehead. It was an improvised seal that he had come up on the fly from his training a few days ago. Carving the character Void on the old Warhawk's forehead, Naruto then proceeded to his hand seal sequence then. He had intended to use this as a restraining measure if ever he encountered Sasuke on his way to the summit, but he couldn't exactly test this on Kakashi as it would have brought problems at an initial test. But to Danzo, he could do this without restraint, without holding back, without as much as a problem. He first started with the seal of the boar to suppress what he wanted to suppress, Danzo's Sharingan. Then he proceeded to use the seal of the ever-noble tiger, the destroyer of all things, the symbol of flames and power. The rat for spreading the seal and start the connection of the network within Danzo's chakra system. And finally the ram to finish and mold the chakra to a single focal point. With that, Naruto touched the forehead of the extremist leader again and the seal had glowed. Within seconds, Danzo could feel his Sharingan suddenly vanish from his right eye, like somehow it deactivated. He could feel his chakra coils move to a standstill for a second, and then a few minutes later, he couldn't feel his chakra anymore. He felt himself fall beneath the lowest of the low, as he felt utterly powerless to the boy that stood before him, those cross eyes showing that undeniably heated glare against him. He could feel that the Hokage had wanted to do more than just seal away both his chakra and Sharingan, but the restraint from the man was unbelievable. Naruto then could feel his Sage Chakra and the Biju Chakra dying down from him, as he knelt over the body of Danzo and began pummeling the beaten man on the ground. All the while, Naruto was crying his tears out. Bastard, you killed her, you killed her, you ruined my life, you ruined our lives. Naruto kept pounding, pouring all his anger and sadness into his fists. I wanted to kill you, I wanted to murder you, make you feel pain before finally lobbing of your head. Another set of punches flew on the man, as Naruto continued pounding the man on his face as he broke Danzo's jaw. The answer to peace is understanding, Naruto, remember that. The voice of Jiraiya echoed in his mind. Flashback. Mama, where are you? The crying 3-year-old Naruto walked through the hallway of their tiny apartment, looking for his mother. I had a nightmare. Naruto continued between sobs, holding his closed hands to his eyes, trying to dry out the tears. Where are you, Mama? Naruto continued. Thunder echoed throughout the house. A rainstorm had occurred that night. Naruto was crying, calling out for his beloved mother's voice. I'm scared. I'm cold. Where did you go? Flashback end. Naruto continued to pound the man's face as he could feel all of his anger and his rage balled into one moment. Naruto punched the old Warhawk to the face before he finally screamed all of his anguish out in the open. As Naruto stood up, he could feel his eyes began to water more. His tears began turning to blood. Naruto coughed out more blood from his mouth as he looked onto the snow-covered ground. He knelt down and finally collapsed. Red and blue marks began appearing on his right hand as he slowly fell into unconsciousness. Right here, Naruto-chan. A voice echoed through his mind before slowly succumbing to the darkness. Mama, Mama, look, a 3-year-old Naruto shouted, holding the sleeve of his mother, tugging it with all of his might. A childish grin plastered on his face as he held out a paper with doodles and colors from a 3-year-old. The lady with the red hair then kneeled down, looking at the paper her son drew. A gentle smile escaped her lips. This is wonderful, Naru-chan. Is this me? Naruto nodded fervently. Kushina smiled and embraced her son lovingly, feeling proud and happy for her son's affection. Naruto peeked in the small dark room in the dead of the night, carrying a small blanket with him. The boy then gently woke his mother, shoving her arm. Kushina woke up, disheveled from her sudden abruption in her sleep, seeing the crying form of Naruto, carrying a small blanket. Mama, I had a nightmare. I dreamt I was being eaten by a monster. The blonde ushered between sobs. Kushina gently smiled and moved to the side of her bed, motioning for Naruto to come over. The small boy then climbed the bed as Kushina uttered to her son, "Don't worry, Mama's here. I won't let anything happen to you." Naruto felt the comfortable bliss of sleep once again as he slowly dozed off in Kushina's embrace. Thunder echoed throughout the hallways. As Naruto was startled awake, the boy immediately got up as he began to cry again. He looked around and then got down. He got through the familiar room he had always went. Once he was inside, he found the bed empty. Panicking, the blonde began looking around the house, running to where his little legs could take him. He ran around the house, looking at the bathroom, then to the living room, shouting for his mother. "Mama, Mama, where are you?" he shouted. Throughout the darkness of their house as rain began pelting from outside, thunder echoed again to the hallway of the small house. "I had a nightmare." Naruto continued between sobs, holding his closed hands to his eyes, trying to dry out the tears. "Where are you, Mama?" Naruto continued. Thunder echoed throughout the house. A rainstorm had occurred that night. Naruto was crying, calling out for his beloved mother's voice. "I'm scared. I'm cold. Where did you go?" "Right here, Naruto-chan." Naruto instantly dashed towards the area where he had heard the voice of his beloved mother, who was kneeling on the ground, sweat falling from her brow as she looked absolutely disheveled and tired. Naruto, in distraught, charged towards her mother and embraced her. "I had a nightmare again," he began. As he embraced her, Kushina hugged his little child in the back, ignoring the pain on her back. She lulled Naruto in her sweet embrace. She gritted her teeth, unknown to Naruto, as the pain of the poison kunai started doing its job. It was acting fast, coursing through her body like quicksilver. She knew she was going to die and leave Naruto behind, but not before giving Naruto one last goodbye. As the young blonde hugged her with all his might, Kushina felt her resolve collapse a little. Embracing Naruto in the tightest way as she can, she couldn't show the distraught face of a mother now. Naruto needed her. In the midst of her endearing and final embrace, Kushina began to sing to her son. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mommy's going to buy you a mockingbird." As Kushina sang that song, she could feel her son's breathing slowing down and her tears starting to fall. She couldn't bear to leave her son alone in this world. Amongst a crowd of people that hated him, in a world where they would use him, no one could protect him, she feared for the worst. As she continued to sing, she willed herself to get up through sheer determination and placed her son on his bed, all the while singing the song that her son loved so much. She kissed her son on the cheeks as she tucked her son on his bed. She could feel her voice waver and her salty tears brushed on her lips. As she stood up, she had 2 more stanzas left of the song. "And if that horse and cart fall down, you'll still be the sweetest little boy in town." One more stanza, one more parting gift to her son. It was getting harder to speak, let alone pay attention. She had to be strong. For Naruto. Damn it, just one more. "So hush, little baby, don't you cry. Daddy loves you and so do I." As she went out, she had closed Naruto's door gently. Thud. Naruto opened his eyes. The scent of antiseptic filled his nose, and the white ceiling of the room made him realize he was in the hospital. He groaned and looked around. There were several cords attached to his chest, hearing the beeping sounds of the machine giving off sharp lines up and down. "It is a relief to see you are finally awake." He turned his head to look at the source of the voice and found Mifune, who was leaning against the wall, parallel to his bed. "You have been out for 48 hours, Hokage Dono." Naruto groaned again. He sat up, stretching his sore back muscles, and asked Mifune, "What happened, Mifune-san?" "The attempted usurpation to the Alliance has fallen. Your plan was excellent," Mifune replied, as he then continued, "Danzo has been detained into one of our cells. All remnants of his forces in this country have been wiped out, and we have very minimal to low amounts of casualties. If it not for your medic, we would have far worse. I commend your predecessor on teaching such an excellent apprentice of hers." Naruto only nodded. He saw that his abdomen had bandages, as did his cheek and his right shoulder. He flexed his right arm and clenched his hands into fists, finding that it too had bandages on its own. Sakura had soon stormed inside Naruto's room. A quite irate cherry blossom-haired girl had met her, holding a chart in her hands, and shouted to the blonde, "Don't be so reckless, Hokage-sama." Naruto flinched at the tone of her voice as she continued, "Did you know what happened to you?" Mifune then stepped out of the room, obviously uncomfortable at the tongue lashing that Sakura was delivering to the captain commander. "Internal hemorrhage of the worst kind, that's what. Some of the major blood vessels were ruptured." He turned to aneurysm. Sakura then looked at the chart. There were multiple signs of internal hemorrhage in Naruto's body, organ punctures, lacerated blood vessels, and even an awful case of pneumothorax. In one episode, Naruto's lungs had almost collapsed. If it wasn't for Kyuubi right now, Naruto would have surely died. When finding out the cause of the said thing, Hinata had explained that the two opposing chakras of nature and the Kyuubis caused a violent reaction over time, that the stored chakra in the cells began to disintegrate to a point where the very cellular structure began falling apart. The regeneration of Naruto's wounds had worked faster than it originally had, though. Sakura had to wonder just how it happened. The strength and seal of the fourth was probably there to be thankful for. As she skimmed through Naruto's chart, Sakura began to speak. "We thought we could have lost you, you know," she said in a somber tone. Naruto remained quiet, looking down. "When you fought Danzo, I guess your anger was at your limit." Naruto couldn't reply. He had no words to tell about what happened. Instead, he remained quiet and stared at the sheets draped over him that kept him warm. He balled his hands into fists, ruffling the blanket on top of him. "But that doesn't excuse you why you have to be so rash, Naruto." Naruto flinched yet again. "You're always like this. You're willing to sacrifice yourself just so you could finish something. Don't you know that all of us were concerned when you were near the brink of death? Just this once, Naruto, just don't do things that could lead to your death. We've lost Sasuke-kun already. I'm not about to lose you too. Don't try to push yourself further than you already have." Another round of tongue lashings came. Naruto couldn't very well reply. He was too preoccupied about that dream he had just had. Or to be more precise, a memory he never knew he had. "Are you even listening to me?" Sakura griped. Naruto nodded absent-mindedly. He stared over the window as he watched the snow outside gently falling on the white ground. His memory, though vague, had a sudden recalling of his mother. He didn't know why he would forget such memories of someone very dear to him, someone who had showed love to him. Something must have happened prior to his mother's death. Something made him stop remembering. The question was, why? "I'm sorry, Sakura. It's been one hell of a ride. Realizations after one another, unbearable truths about my past, about Sasuke's. I can't believe it. All my life, it was dictated by the people in the higher-ups of the village, or more precisely, someone who manipulated everything underground. The same person that was responsible in instigating such a terrible act against Sasuke's family and mine as well. After what Danzo said about me, I could only see red." Sakura stood there quietly. Naruto held his head for a moment and said with a dejected smile as he leaned back, "How could I forget my own mother like that?" This time, it was Sakura's turn to be speechless. Back then, she would have said that Naruto was an idiot that forgot someone important like his mother. It was enlightening to say the least, as Sakura realized the horrors of her past actions towards her team. She had never bothered back then to look at her teammates beyond that of their shown attitudes, but by the time she had started doing so, it was already far too late to do anything with them. Sasuke had drifted away from them. Naruto was already going away for his training trip with Jiraiya. She had to learn about her teammates through hours of sneaking through shinobi profiles after her training sessions with Tsunade. She didn't want to say anything anymore, she didn't want to pry anymore, and any type of stress wouldn't be good for Naruto. It was enough that Naruto made that decision with Sasuke. Shikamaru had been right with him all along. With that, she said to Naruto, "Get some rest, Hokage-sama. I don't know what happened back there with Danzo. I won't pry. But whatever it is that's bothering you right now, please settle it quickly." The Hokage has left in search of his brother 2 days ago, while the other Hokages remain to discuss some of the preparations with you. Once Sakura was outside, everyone from Konoha looked over at the pink-haired Kunoichi and told them that Naruto was now awake, and soon, the 3 remaining Hokages and the leader of Iron went inside. Sakura, however, tried to stop them. The Hokage was still recovering. It was met with an urgent stare coming from the Tsuchikage. The old man said to her, "That may be, but this war takes precedence above all. Every human life is at stake here. Recovery time can be given to him on a much more lax period." Once inside, the 3 remaining leaders of each respective village stood dignified before the cage of Fire Country. All of them wore stoic expressions and calculating looks. Dara spoke, his voice laced with the formality like any other diplomat. "Hokage Dono, we commend you for your strategy in exterminating the forces that threatened the alliance. Also, after you lost consciousness, the 5 of us had disputed over the potential candidacy of the Supreme Commander. This time, Mifune stepped in. We can't risk you being exposed to the battlefield this early on, Hokage Dono, but we can't also risk you not being there, the fact that you have veritable strategic knowledge of the battlefield. We can't let you be sent to the front lines." Naruto had immediately interjected, "What?" The Tsuchikage spoke. "Indeed, I may have considered the hosts of the Hachibai and the Kyuubi to be a very vital part on the front lines when we are out there. But it is also a fact that your chakras are painfully obvious once you let the beast out, a factor which I have forgotten about the Jinchuriki." Naruto seethed at that for a moment, with his hands balled into fists. The Mizukage had quickly added, "You are a vital part of the war, Hokage Dono. We lose you and the 8 Tails host, we lose everything. I'm sorry, Hokage Dono, but we can't have you being enlisted as a part of the forces in this war. Strategic meetings that will commence on the alliance will be held in secret. With only the 6 of us talking like this, we will hide your location as to where that meeting will take place. And the one that shall take over as the second in command will be Hokage Dono, that will pose as the supreme commander up front." Naruto wanted to protest, but he knew that the other leaders were right. He still hasn't found a way yet to counter Madara's time-space manipulation. Naruto then asked, has the Hokage accepted? All of the Kages and the leader of Iron nodded. The Hokage then added, not only that, Tsuchikage Dono has also given us information on some of Madara's techniques, being one of the people that Madara had fought long ago. The Tsuchikage then asked, what of the prisoner? I have questions I need answered from the man, and if I can pull this off, we may be able to reduce the numbers of Akatsuki members forcing Madara into a corner. Naruto held his chin for a moment and then said to the leaders, is there anything else that you need to tell me? All of them shook their heads. Naruto answered, then let me get some rest for now. As soon as you can, go back to your respective villages and start preparing. For now, we need to determine Akatsuki's main base of operations since AIM has withdrawn its support from Akatsuki. With that, the leaders had exited the room. The rest of the Konoha ninja hurriedly entered the room, fully intent on knowing what had just occurred and the war that the Tsuchikage mentioned. What's going on, Hokage-sama? What did the Tsuchikage mean that we're going to war? Asked Shikamaru. He eyed the Hokage who was looking out at the snow-littered skies of Iron Country from his bed. Akatsuki declared war on the 5 main hidden villages seeing as they now have 7 of the 9 Biju. We decided to form an alliance to counter the threat. Before that, they terrorized the summit itself. Guess who was with them? Shikamaru didn't like where this was going. He was frowning the whole way as he said the name, Sasuke. Naruto solemnly nodded. Sakura looked horrified for a moment. She was shaking visibly at the thought of Sasuke being part of a terroristic attack on the summit. Sasuke may be calm, but he had an impulse worse than Naruto and was almost always taciturn when it came to his goals. Her voice shaking, she said to Naruto, what's going to happen to Sasuke-kun now? Naruto gave a sigh as he stared up on the ceiling of his room and said, I can't pardon him, Sakura. He's assaulted the 5 Kages, and no one can deny he's part of Akatsuki now. However, it turns out that Madara is brainwashing Sasuke to do his bidding. So there may be hope yet. One last chance, Sakura. We have one last chance to get him back or at least defect from Madara. Kakashi had answered for Naruto. Sakura looked grim for a moment. Was this how it's all going to end? Now could you please let me get some rest? Tomorrow, I'll have a talk with our old friend, Danzo. His subordinates nodded all at once and began exiting out the door, but not before Hinata had said to the Hokage, I'm glad that you're safe, Hokage-sama. Naruto looked quizzical for a moment. Confusion littered his mind, until he remembered the day she had confessed to him. Naruto seemed to let out a melancholic smile as he said, stay for a moment, Hinata, I still have to say something. Hinata stopped reaching for the doorknob as she looked at Naruto. She could feel her heart beat faster than ever. Her face dyed with the red of her blood crawling to her cheeks. What is it? It was that stutter again. She knew for a fact that she had been slowly getting over her shy phase, but it was harder now that Naruto seemed ready to answer her. Sit down for a moment and relax. This won't take 10 minutes. Hinata did as she was told. Naruto then continued, I'm sorry if I didn't get to talk to you sooner about this, but I had a lot of things to take care of. Hinata shook her head at this. It's no problem, Naruto-kun. Naruto seemed to chuckle lightly at this as he continued, you know you're always too kind for your own good sometimes. Hinata seemed flustered for a moment there as Naruto continued with a smile, but then I guess that's why I like people like you, Hinata. You're always looking out for everybody, even when you knew I was going to fight your cousin 3 years ago. It's no big deal, Naruto-kun. I just gave you words of encouragement. I'm glad that I was one of the reasons why you wanted to win against Neji-Nason. Hinata replied with a serene smile on her face. Naruto gave a soft laugh as he looked down. I guess you have a way with words, Hinata. Remember that mission back then when we went to hunt down Itachi? Hinata nodded. Naruto then said, looking back, I was a bit tense when we started. I was nervous. We were about to go on a hunt for a ninja that was clearly beyond our league back then. I was nervous of the fact that Itachi might kill one of you guys and me being taken away. But you cheered me up and told me to do my best. It's been a while since I felt that much lighter than normal, like somehow, I felt the weight I was carrying was lighter. Again, the blonde gave a small laugh as he said, I never got to thank you for that. Hinata gave an earnest reply, it's enough that you were encouraged by me. A blush escaped her cheeks yet again. Naruto gave her one of his patented grins for a moment, until he looked serious, as he continued to stare on the ivory white ceiling. Then, pain attacked, you jumped right in front of me, just in time before I was taken away. But most importantly, you said those 3 words that stopped me dead in my tracks for a moment. Hinata didn't say anything. Right now, she wanted to hear what Naruto wanted to tell her. I've never really understood what love was, in a romantic sense. I thought that I just wanted to protect everyone, like Nagato wanted for his precious people. He just wanted to protect his friends that grew as his family. A silent pause echoed through the room as Naruto then said, do you regret anything that you said to me, Hinata? I don't regret anything that I have said, Naruto-kun, it's the truth. I've been in love with you since we were children. That fact will never change, she said with a warm smile that Naruto grinned at. It was the same sweet Hinata that he had known since they were children, only now, she seemed more confident than anything. Naruto was somewhat proud of what Hinata had become. It was one of the things that made him smile, somewhat, that one of his friends had been. Well, I don't know, I'm flattered, Hinata, but I still don't know. I've been fighting for recognition all of my life. Every time I talk to you, I can't help but feel at ease. With Sakura it's different. I don't know, Hinata, it's just, I don't feel like I can pursue a relationship yet. Hell, I don't even think I should be Hokage at the moment. To me, Tsunade-chan is still the Hokage that loves to drink and gamble all her money when she thinks we don't know. Naruto said that in an amused tone, letting out a small laugh. Please don't force yourself to answer my confession, Naruto-kun, she immediately said as she looked none too amused. Take your time, don't think you can address this whenever you can. I would like it if you take your time and finally know what you truly feel about me. Please don't force yourself. Sincerity was laced in that voice. Naruto returned his melancholic smile. Thank you, Hinata. You really do have a way with words. I'm sure you'll make a fine clan head and a great wife someday. Another set of blushes escaped Hinata's cheeks. She had never expected this though. Naruto suddenly talking about this topic so soon. He didn't accept her, but at least didn't reject her. She stood up with a smile on her face, somewhat relieved at that moment. She could feel that she still had a chance and said to Naruto, it's not my nature to give up though, Naruto-kun. You know that's our Nindo. Naruto interjected with a smile, happy that Hinata had accepted his explanation for now. With that, she went away and closed the door. Naruto could feel himself drift back to sleep. He had never slept so well before in his life. Konoha, Tsunade sat before 3 of her ninjas who were kneeling in front of her. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the battle with pain and she could feel every muscle in her body ache due to the stasis that they had been put through. Tsunade looked around the tent. Her vision was still blurry as she could feel the effects of some of the drugs that had been given to her during her coma. She cursed her dizziness at the moment. The seemingly strong drug had rightfully affected her so. She was cranky 2 days ago, more so than she is right now. The noise just outside of her tent 2 days ago woke her up in such a rude and abrupt manner that her temper flared to volumes of one who was suffering from an alcohol withdrawal. The noise outside was as subtle as a hammer for a ninja, and the battle inside was none too pleasing as well. Flashback, 2 days ago. The sound of metal clashing against metal was heard outside of the tent, with people constantly screaming outside along with techniques pouring out like rainwater. A small black mouse had crept into the white tent that Tsunade was sleeping in. It scurried around the vials and bottles of herbs and medicines until it had stopped on an IV stand. The small mouse sniffed and squeaked as it stood on the IV stand. All at once, 5 beasts made of ink had hopped into the small room as they began to pounce on the seemingly harmless IV stand that instantly popped, revealing a Root Division member who dodged the attack of the animated creatures. The voice of the man seemed monotonous as he mentioned to the figure that was sitting outside the wall, "Are you betraying the organization?" The figure didn't say anything as the ink lions began growling and circling their prey, stalking the victim before finally moving for the kill. The beast to his right soon lunged at the man who sidestepped and grabbed his blade, slashing it in the abdomen, dispelling the clone. The ink splashed to the floor as the rest of the lions did so while growling and snarling at the man. The ink beast to the left then swooped below, attempting to bite the ankle. The ANBU dodged by folding his knees below before jumping, and he thrust his katana on the ink beast's face, dispelling it as well. The said man was about to do a jutsu, but he was cut off, seeing as the beasts would not let him do anything. The wolves kept chasing the ANBU down on the tent, clashing and avoiding every snarling creature and forcing to run around, taking down medical racks and herbal bottles and medicine shattering on the ground. A few minutes into the match, the man was suddenly grabbed by the throat by the hand of one very pissed-looking Tsunade. The man was about to stab Tsunade in the gut until she drove the man's face on the glass-ridden floor of her tent. Blood splattered on the ground as the man's face was embedded with countless shards of sharp broken glass. "I was taking a nap, got him it. Can't you little shits be quiet just for once?" The man was then literally tossed outside, colliding with the 3 Root ANBU forces that served as a decoy. Tsunade walked outside, clenching her fists as it began to sound in cracks. The busty Hokage then charged at the 3 ANBU with a speed that surprised them. Tsunade had appeared just right in front of them, about to deliver a devastating kick that could absolutely kill them, then sent to lower Earth orbit. Tsunade shouted in all of her strength, "Get out!" The 4 ninjas were punted into the air as they felt some of their bones shatter from the god-aimed strength. Ayaba and Genma were speechless. The lady then turned her head around to the 3 flabbergasted ninja on her back with a scowl on her face as she said, "What the hell is going on here?" Flashback end. Sure enough, halfway to Genma, Ayaba, and Shizun's explanations, Tsunade was now rubbing her temples on the headaches and paperwork about to be done. For once, just for once, she wanted to act sick again and leave the cage's work behind. She was going to pound Danzo for his insurgency. Nobody messes with the Hokage. "All right, where's Danzo? I'm going to give him a beating that he'll never forget before I decide what to do with him." Tsunade cracked her knuckles for a moment. The 3 Jounin looked at each other with Ayaba saying, "Danzo is an iron country, Godame-sama. Right now, we have sent an approximate 2 teams to capture and or neutralize any of Danzo's root forces. He was supposed to assassinate Rokudame-sama." "Wait, Rokudame? What? Why was a new Hokage instated quickly? Who's the new Hokage?" Tsunade asked furiously. Now both her hands were held on their heads. That was, until Shizun replied to her. "Uzumaki Naruto is the Rokudame, Tsunade-sama. He was instated in such short notice due to the Cage Summit taking place." Tsunade paled at the name and the event. She could feel her blood draining from her face as she imagined Naruto being in the event as the representative at Kano. The name Naruto and the word summit and diplomacy could in no way fit in the same sentence without some sort of catastrophic event. Tsunade sighed in exasperation as she held her hands high. Who was the idiot that nominated him in the first place? He's still far too young, inexperienced in dealing with politics, and the people are letting him run the village. It was the Lord of Fire, Tsunade-sama. He elected Naruto-sama to his current position with the support of the council. If it wasn't for Naruto-sama, Danzo would have probably been the Rokudame. Tsunade wanted sake. Now, there's more to this, isn't there? Tsunade questioned. All three jounins in the room looked at each other and shrugged. Outside, Sai was somewhat feeling nervous. He didn't show it as he didn't know how to, but from his mannerisms, he could feel that he couldn't just report to the Godame right now. The pale boy then turned around and mumbled, "Somehow, I feel like I'll die when I enter there. I'll just report this when the Rokudame arrives." With that, Sai was off going to an apartment that Yamato had created earlier on. Iron Country. The next day, Naruto was in his full uniform, bandages removed as the regeneration of his body finished last night. He was standing in front of the doors on the cell that held the infamous leader of Root. Once inside, Naruto removed his red and black Haori and sat down on the chair right in front of Danzo. A single drop light was all there was in the room that illuminated the table in between Naruto and Danzo. "Hokage-sama, it is well that you could visit me in this time of the day." He said that statement in a mocking tone. Naruto merely glared at the man and stared Danzo straight in the eye. "I don't have any intentions of mundane talk here, Danzo. I want answers. Why did you attack the summit?" Danzo replied. A small grin escaped from his lips. "Why should I tell you? You have no business in knowing about my goals." Naruto sat there patiently and asked again, "Why did you attack the summit?" "None of your concern." Naruto had immediately put up a hand seal and soon found Danzo writhing in agony on his chair. Naruto then asked, "Why did you attack the summit?" "If I had succeeded, you would see the reason why. Sarutobi thought it was possible to coexist with the other villages through diplomacy. In case of emergencies within the elemental countries, meetings such as the 5 Cages Summit is a vital part in regards to peace. I oppose that idea." Danzo then continued, "Giving a country free reins upon their agendas as well as privacy is an act of leniency. People are notorious for treachery and switching sides when it is time to bite the knife. Human minds do not work like that. People are selfish, greedy, warmongering brutes. They wage wars to gain more from their adversaries and grow strong. Resources are limited. That is why countries clamor to gain more resources to grow from the destruction of others. If you do not sway with the tides, then you shall crash and burn." "What are you getting at?" asked Naruto. "I wanted for Konoha to become an empire, a nation worthy to be feared. The 5 main hidden villages along with the rest of its allies, united under the emblem of Konohagakure no Sato." Naruto scowled at Danzo. "You intend to conquer the 5 main hidden villages and in the process, envelop the whole continent under one flag." Danzo then replied, "It is truly a shame that I have failed in doing so. We were about to infiltrate as well. It seems like there is a rat among my subordinates." "What subordinates?" Naruto asked. His scowl never left his face. Danzo was silenced for a moment there. He eyed Naruto in a scowl of his own as the Rokudame stood from his seat and turned to his right. "I had the samurai ordered to cut down any ninja that stood in their path. You gave me no choice. As long as you have your cronies with you, shit like this will happen anytime. I can't allow that." "Then why didn't you finish me off?" asked Danzo. Naruto merely replied, "I still have questions that need answered." "Do you think I'll answer after what you've done to me?" Danzo could still feel the lingering effects of the seal. After the boy had sealed away the Sharingan and his chakra, Danzo felt all of his work slip away from his hands. How a sculptor loses his hands in making statues. Danzo lost the defining factor that made him a ninja. Nothing would ever bring his dream to ever come true right now. All he had was a useless transplanted right eye and his own crippled body. Nothing could ever be crueler than living through life without the thing that you held so dear with you. "I'm the one asking questions, Danzo. You're not supposed to ask one." Naruto retorted. "You're not very good at it. Don't test me, bastard." Naruto threatened. His anger was about to show its head again. Danzo seemed unfazed. Naruto then approached Danzo and held the man by the collar. "I want to know one thing. Did you wipe my memories during my childhood? As vague as a memory of a 3-year-old is, there has to be at least my memory of my mother in there. Did you have something to do with it?" Danzo had that gleam in his eye for a moment, a gesture that Naruto hadn't noticed. Danzo replied in a calm voice, "Do you want to know?" Naruto remained silent. Danzo replied, "That gleam from his eye never vanished. I suggested it to the advisors once word had gotten out that Kushina was killed." Danzo continued, "It is well known that Jinchuriki manifest their powers when they are upset. Childhood is very important for the host to develop a sound mind. Without someone to guide you, your mental state would have collapsed as soon as you found out about your mother's demise. You'd be taciturn, your mood changes would have brought out destruction of the village, so I told the advisors of Sarutobi of a way to prevent that. So in order to do that, you wiped out my memories of my mother." Asked Naruto. Danzo merely replied, "You sound like it was I who ordered that your memory be altered. I only gave the suggestion. Let me tell you something, Rokudame. All decisions regarding about you back then should be filtered by the Hokage before being approved. Why do you think I haven't had the chance to use you as the ultimate soldier for my armies? Why do you think you were so untouchable when you were a child? The most awful thing ever being done to you was the ignorance and stares from the villagers. Danzo asked rhetorically. Naruto merely stood silent as he stared at Danzo in contempt. He shoved the man back to his chair and walked to the side of the table. If anything, you should blame Hiruzen. He was the one who authorized to do what happened to you. Danzo replied. Naruto shouted to the man, "Shut up." Naruto grabbed a kunai from his pouch and tossed it on the table near Danzo. He wouldn't believe what this man would say. No, there was no way the Sandaime would allow that to happen to him. He wouldn't do that to him. The man he trusted was like the grandfather he never had. He would never do this, never approve of it. Oh, in denial are we? How much time did you spend with Sarutobi? How many times did he look so distant and so thoughtful when he stared at you? Like something he had regret as he was with you. You have been desensitized by his sugar-coated words and kindness that you have forgotten what he did to you. Oh wait, you wouldn't remember because your memories were altered. Danzo replied. Naruto seemed to freeze at that for a moment. He didn't look at the crippled war hawk at that moment. Naruto clenched his fists. There is no black and white, all there is the shade of gray. There is no absolute in this world except for life and death. The Sandaime, for all his intents and purposes, is much of a sinner as I am. Danzo explained, chuckling from his seat. Naruto couldn't stand the man anymore. He exited the room and closed the door behind, slamming it shut. Naruto walked outside in haste. He began climbing the stairs in his own pace, troubled from Danzo's statement. The young leader then cursed under his breath and angrily pounded on the wall with his right hand, cursing Danzo's name as he did so. Never had he thought Konoha housed skeletons in its closet better left unknown, and it seemed to involve a lot of the prominent families that reside within Konoha as well. Be it a member of the Hokage family or an infamous clan, there seemed to be countless secrets that Tsunade herself didn't even know. Once he had met with his subordinates near his quarters, he said to them, "Prepare for the journey back to Konoha. The sooner we get there, the sooner we settle things over there. I need to find out what happened to Tsunade Ba-chan and question the advisors on their decisions." In quick haste, the Konoha ninja saluted to their leader and began doing as they were told. Outside of the Fang Ma eastern exit, 2 hours later, Naruto crouched down as he waited for his subordinates to come down. He had met 2 teams of Konoha shinobi, possibly there to provide as a backup against the attempted coup. Naruto then told them that Danzo was located in a prison cell below, just ask for the name with his authorization. Once that was done, Naruto bit his thumb and summoned one of the Elder Toads again. Fukasaku appeared from the summoning circle in the smoke, coughing a little as he said to his summoner, "Why did you bring me out here, Naruto-chan? I want to know more about Fuinjutsu, Fukasaku-sensei. Also, I'd like to ask you something about the nature chakra. It seemed I accidentally mixed nature chakra and Kyuubi's during my fight with Danzo. I thought that the nature chakra would repel the Biju's chakra, but it found a moment where it remained in perfect synchronization." Fukasaku's eyes widened as he looked at the young sage. "Are you saying that the nature chakra found itself neutralizing the effect of the Kitsune's Yaki?" Naruto nodded, in a manner of speaking, "Yeah. I was able to synchronize myself with the nature chakra. I developed the same heightened senses as I did with the fox's chakra. What was surprising, though, was that I felt the seal on my stomach released a total of 6 taels worth of chakra, but I didn't even form the chakra cloak, and I could do the same tricks as when I used the Biju." Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment and continued, "It had a terrible side effect, though. I suffered internal bleeding and some major blood vessels had popped. Sekura said that I suffered an aneurysm, and it was only thanks to the Kyuubi's regeneration that I survived." Fukasaku began to think as he sat on the snow-covered ground, contemplating on what might have triggered such a repulsion of chakra inside Naruto like that. If the nature chakra could sync with the Kyuubi's chakra, why hasn't it occurred during the invasion? Why would the Kyuubi reject the fusion with Fukasaku? After much deliberation, Fukasaku jumped to the shoulders of the blonde and began his explanation. "I think I may have a clue as to why the body had suffered that much damage." Naruto seemed intrigued by this. "What? Do you know the aspect between yin and yang?" Fukasaku asked his student. Naruto shook his head. "That's understandable. Yin and yang are 2 parts of a whole, the equilibrium or balance. Yin is the spiritual aspect, or in this case, mental aspect. It is the spiritual part of chakra. Dominant yin jutsu use more of the mind aspect. In this case, an example of a yin-dominant jutsu is the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Yin is stasis, inactivity, cold." Fukasaku then continued, "Now, the yang aspect is the physical aspect of your chakra. Dominant yang jutsu primarily involve changing bodily functions and structures. An example would be the activation of the hachiman. Since it removes the limiters to one's body, the yang aspect increases the strain that the muscles can take and along with it, reaction time and reflexes. Yang is compulsion, activity, hot. Do you follow, Naruto-chan?" Naruto nodded. Fukasaku smiled as he continued, "Good, now nature chakra has the yin and yang aspect the same as normal chakra, only that nature chakra is vastly more potent than a human's. Though it is yin-dominated, it doesn't mean it is spiritual and absolute. Nature chakra still has the basic physical and spiritual components. Now, if I remember correctly, the Yondaime separated the chakras of the Kyuubi, sealing the yang chakra in you and then the yin chakra into the toad scroll that Jiraiya-chan left us. The chakra repulsion of nature chakra and the Kyubais resulted in the inadequacy of the yin chakra to complete the cycle of yin and yang. Simply put, the yang forces of both chakras are fighting to gain the yin chakra rather than coexist. The overloaded yang chakra, instead of fusing with the cells, end up pushing each other outwards in an adverse effect. That's why it caused so much damage within the body. Naruto simplified Fukasaku's statement. In other words, the problem with me is that I don't have enough of the spiritual aspect of chakra and the incomplete energy is fighting for the limited amount. Fukasaku nodded. That is from what I can surmise. If you want to use it without limiting your usage, then there's no other way but for you to fuse with the yin chakra of the Kyuubi. Naruto turned silent for a moment. It was happening a lot lately. He didn't know why, but it seemed after being Hokage, he had come to reflect upon decisions that he has to make before finally giving an answer. Somehow, thinking things through before deciding was making his head a lot clearer. "I'll do it," was Naruto's only reply before he continued, "but not before finishing some of my obligations in the village for a few days. I need Master Fuinjutsu anyway. It would take me months, or even a few years, but I certainly need the help to do it. I've only got the basics down, and with this war that's about to happen, the sealing arts would play a vital part in it." Fukasaku nodded. "Then, I'll have a sealing chamber prepared once you're done in Konoha. But are you prepared, Naruto-chan? This training could eventually kill you and force the Kyuubi back into the world of the living." Naruto could only reply with a nod as he said, "Taking risks is a gamble that's paid off for me for quite some time. This may be my biggest challenge yet, but any chance of getting stronger is a chance I'm willing to take. I can't let Madara do what he wants, and if this is one of the opportunities presented to me for getting stronger, then so be it." Fukasaku could only nod, as solemn as it is. There was only deafening silence outside Iron Country, with only the winter winds howling up on the skies. Different location. A short middle-aged man stood over an axe that was wedged in the bark of a tree. The man had thick eyebrows, as thick as a leech that was sucking up blood. His hair, kept back by trying it in a punch-perm bun. The man wore a traditional white shiakusho and black hakama over several layers of fishnet armor kept together by a black obi tied around his waist. The man then began to sing with his voice in a slow, rhythmic fashion, "Oh, shinobi, ever concealed," crying silent tears. The man began to shake in passion as he held his closed right fist close to his head as if to stop an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and excitement. "You cannot simply sing. Enke is an expression of one's heart and soul," the man said, trying to curb his passion for the said object. "Now, see if you can match me," said the man. Down below, a hulking giant of a dark person stood, wearing sunglasses to hide his eyes, hair kept back, two swords strapped on his back, with the hilts popping up just behind his right shoulder. A long scarf that surrounded his neck. His big muscular body was only covered with only leather armor and a rope like obi over his black pants. Shinobi, sneaking about, yeah, escaping from death. However, unlike his teacher, the man couldn't very well contain his passionate emotion in music. "YYYEHHH," the man shouted, raising his right hand in an "I love you" sign. The giant tanuki on the back of the man only stared at Killer Bee for a few seconds. An awkward silence permeated the forest for a few seconds. "This is going to be a lot of work," Sabu uttered to himself, holding the bridge of his nose and palming his forehead as he bowed his head. Sabu then lectured the new student about the art of Enke. "You do not have the passion." "The passion? Are you not taking the song lightly? Do you not think so? Do you not see?" Killer Bee scratched his head at this. "Passion." Sabu then raised his arms exuberantly. "Yes, passion. As the name suggests, expressing the world of song through passion is the very heart of Enke. Of course, melodic embellishment. You must form your notes in your chest and circulate them in your nose." The giant tanuki growled a little as it felt a new presence entering the small clearing. Sabu looked at his pet in concern and alertness. "What is it, Ponta?" Out from the shadows, it stepped closer into the light, as both men heard the steps of sandals hitting the ground. The men stood in caution as the man's robes flapped into the cold air. His black cloak embroiled in red clouds danced at the end. The man gave a sinister laugh as he held the golden hilt of his overbearing sword. The man's blue skin was a dead giveaway for both men. There stood in front of them was the sadistic smile of the ever-violent Hoshigaki Kasame. The man had never looked this amused his entire life. To be continued. Hey, I honestly don't know what to say this chapter other than revealing the drawbacks of Naruto's new power in a past that was forcefully forgotten. I told all of you that Naruto and Hinata's talk was not romantic, and here it is. Hope you weren't all disappointed seeing as I tried my best to maintain their friendship at the same time try to see both characters in a new light. Also, hooray, Tsunade's not dead. For everyone that says Danzo should die, oh he will, eventually. But before he does, he'll get a taste of what being a pawn feels like. As they say, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. All who guessed it was Kushina, you all get virtual cake. Granted, it was somewhat a hallucination on Naruto's part, but whatever. Author rants on current manga chapter, This proves removal or damages of the Akatsuki cloak means the removal of the invincible plot armor that these people had been experiencing. It is not a theory anymore, it is a law. Other than that, another badass chapter courtesy of Killer Bee and Raikage's double lariat. Sad though, that Kasame's death was lackluster. Reply no jutsu. Well, here's another section of reply no jutsu. So here I was reading all the anonymous posts about power comes at a price thing. It certainly is an interesting debate, but again, we can't compare these two until there's an actual confrontation. Actually basing this on the last data book translated. Anyway, here's what you call a parallelism as descendants of the Uchiha and Senju. Sasuke inherited the gift of the eye, the Sharingan, from the elder brother. Naruto inherited the gift of the body from the younger. Sasuke's pesky limiter is the Manjikaiou Sharingan that is his epitome of power. He goes blind every time he uses it. Naruto's pesky limiter is yet to be determined, but could very well be the remaining half of Kyuubi's chakra not given to him. He still has Itachi's gift, mind you, as in something that would give Naruto an edge over, say, Sasuke or Madara. As the one who has inherited the body of the Rikudo Sennin, continuous exposure to the new state or the Kyuubi's chakra would result in deterioration of the precious body. Sasuke's limiter would be removed with the M's. However, controlling the Biju from Sasuke would be utterly useless against a fully synchronized Naruto. Therefore, put Sasuke back down. Naruto's limiter would be removed with the full synchronization with his Biju. The author of this fanfic has determined that the limiter would be removed as explained in this chapter about the yin and yang. Ironically enough, I got the idea from Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi, spiritual world and darkness yin. Amaterasu, material world and light yang. Kasama chuckled darkly as he looked at Killer Bee in an amused expression. A smile escaped his lips, revealing a sharp set of teeth, Samhata on his shoulder. His sword had been rather hard-headed in chasing down the tantalizing chakra trail that the eight-tailed host had left behind. Out of all the swords of the shinobi katana Shichen and Shu, Samhata had been the most terrifying and the only sentient sword that was ever crafted from Kiri. Many had said that the very sword itself was made from the hide of the Sanbai, and it was the Yonde Mizukage, Igura himself, the one who had forged the blade and handed it over to Kasame, his most trusted adjutant. Never would anyone know more about it except for Kasame. And Kasama had never stated anything about his past, for he didn't care, nor was he willing to say anything about the matter. The only thing important to Kasama was a good fight, and a good fight was all he had wanted. It was a pain too much trouble when Samhata became rather persistent in tracking you down Eight Tails, but I can see that your delicious chakra is well worth the trouble, Kasama said in a calm fashion, showing that toothy smile. The giant raccoon named Ponta growled and leaned down, ready to pounce the Akatsuki any given chance. Kasama then set his sword down, as he lowered himself to a stance, the tip of Samhata touching the ground. It was then that the giant raccoon jumped straight to Kasame, who didn't seem to flinch even a little. Iron Country, why is she traveling with us again? Asked an annoyed Sakura to no one in particular, pointing to the two cages at her front. The Mizukage was somewhat overly forward, what with her arms wrapped around to their Hokage's left arm pressing it into her ample bosom. Naruto was feeling disheveled and turned to a bag of stutters and incoherent words from the Mizukage's affectionate gestures. Shikamaru merely gave an obvious answer. Water Country is located directly to our east, Sakura. It is no surprise why they would travel with us. She doesn't have to be so clingy though, Sakura mumbled while gritting her teeth. Kakashi, who was unabashedly reading his book in front of his subordinates and underclassmen, replied as he turned a page, "It's just the way how men in power and women work. Ever saw what happened in Konoha before Hokage-sama left?" Sakura seemed to recall screams from both men and women alike during the speech. However, something loomed in the little corner where most of the women were. She hadn't noticed it at first, but as soon as she thought about it, she saw the same virus that had affected her whenever she was near Sasuke, somehow spreading through the women as they saw the Hokage. Fangirls. Of course, she could somewhat understand the women. Naruto was indeed someone to look up to, and with looks that are a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage, who was in no way ugly at the least, it was perfectly normal. But it still doesn't excuse her behavior, Sakura declared. I was looking ashamed as he scratched the back of his head and bowed apologetically. I am terribly sorry about our leader. Mizukage-sama is just terribly distressed of the fact that she has yet to have a potential marriage candidate. She's about to near the age of 26, and she's finding it harder and harder to search for a man to settle down with and well. Ao said. To his side, the glasses-wearing swordsman was somewhat downtrodden. Oh, don't be such a gloomy little boy, Chojuro. You're a man, and there are plenty of fish in the sea. Stand tall and make Kiri proud, boy. Ao commented, making the boy stand up straight. Sakura was still glaring at the two cages in front, feeling upset and annoyed at the woman. Shikamaru, who was smirking, merely replied, Why Sakura, don't tell me that you're J. Finish that sentence and I'll shove my fist down your throat. Shikamaru sighed and made a simple reply, whatever. Okay, try to make light of the situation. Shikamaru was never doing that again for Sakura. He forgot how hot-headed the Pinkette can be. He swore that the three of them were siblings. They all had things in common one way or another. You should take your own advice though, Sakura. Kakashi interjected and turning another page as he continued. You may have the right to tell the Hokage on what he should have done, but keep in mind he's your superior now. Though I'm really proud of you for not pounding his head in between his shoulders, you know the decorum. Sakura looked at the scene in front of her and frowned. I know. It's just I can't keep myself from worrying about him when he's like that. We all do, Sakura. But it's just a part of who he is. The Hokage is as reckless as Shikamaru is as difficult to motivate, replied Neji. Sakura sighed in aggravation as she gently elbowed Hinata, who had her Byakugan active. "Hinata, how much further are we from the village? The sooner we get there, the better." Hinata somewhat snapped away from her focus as she said, somewhat stammering from losing her focus, "I am sorry, Sekura-san. I wasn't focusing on the road, but I believe that the border is still far from here," Shikamaru instantly remarked, "and now we have the Hyuga heiress being jealous as well. Is it just me, or is the brunt of the female race after me in Naruto for some reason?" Sakura merely gave Shikamaru a glare. The pineapple-headed Chunin turned his head up and said, "Troublesome. I am curious though." Guy looked thoughtful. Kakashi merely listened in. It was one of these moments that Guy had insightful views on some things that had gained his interest. Guy may have been eccentric, but Naruto had placed faith in the green-wearing man's skill and prowess. He wasn't the originator and the master of the Gauken for nothing. Why would Hokage-sama keep Danzo alive? He's a dangerous criminal, and even if he has no more subordinates at his disposal, there's nothing left for the man. Kakashi reiterated, "It may only be a hunch, but Rokunin-sama said he has a plan to reduce Akatsuki's numbers by at least more than half. Danzo may be what is needed to lure them out." Shikamaru seemed to frown at this as he asked, "Why would the Hokage use that bastard as bait then? He's too dangerous. He knows more secrets in Konoha than the Goddam. I'm sure any village that hates Konoha would be itching to get info on our village." Kakashi merely looked at the Nara genius and replied, "That question would solely be answered by the Hokage himself at his own discretion. The reason for using Danzo is a secret that could very well shatter Konoha's beliefs. The people were sympathetic to Sasuke when his clan was killed. Not to mention, every ninja clan in Konoha would place their utter distrust on Konoha's administrative policies, creating a civil war in Konoha worse than Danzo's usurpation." Kakashi then went back to reading his book, though I suppose we can't confirm it yet. For all we know, Madara could only be lying to us to cause internal strife within Konoha while the rest of the alliance tries to fight off Akatsuki. Shikamaru didn't need to further his inquisition on the masked Jounin. Naruto would be the one to open this topic to them in due time. He hoped that the rest of the people would feel the same way as well. Secluded location. Kasama merely tilted his head in amusement as he saw the giant raccoon jumping straight at him with claws outstretched. The shark man then swung his sword to the ground as his toothy smirk grew. Instantly, Kasama swung his blade sideward, parrying the gigantic blow of the bear holding Simhata with just his right hand. Kasama then deflected the blow with one mighty swing, recoiling Panta's claw back, and Kasama gave a simple straight kick with his left leg, straight at Panta's exposed abdomen. The thunderous attack made Panta stagger as he was sent flying away from Kasama and colliding to several dry tree barks. Kasama continued his toothy grin as he said with a smile, "For a giant bear, you sure don't put up much of a fight." Kasama instantly leaned back and watched his pencil infused with lightning chakra whizzed by him in mere millimeters from his face before whizzing through a tree bark and embedding itself on a rock behind it. Those must be some vibrations if it can even have the piercing ability of a futon. I have to be careful of this one. Kasama looked to his side, seeing Killer Bee had been the one to have thrown that pencil. Kasama simply smirked. Sabu immediately dislodged the wedged gigantic axe from the tree bark and jumped down. Holding the weapon on his shoulders, Sabu tapped his left foot forward and said, "Panta is a raccoon." The Inkanin then lunged at Kasama and shouted, "Taste my passion." Brandishing the giant axe, he swung it vertically overhead as Kasama held Simhata in one hand and blocked the deadly strike. To his left, he immediately saw a katana being hurled straight at him like the pencil did before as it whizzed through his compromised position. The Akatsuki member looked at his back and saw that Killer Bee was approaching at him fast. Kasama instantly knew he was cornered to a position that left him vulnerable from the Eight Tails. As Killer Bee swooped in to finish the job, sword coated with lightning chakra, Kasama slid Simhata down for a moment, exposing its head when the bandages tore off from the blade of Sabu's axe. The sword clashed with Simhata as the one that flew slid on another piece of bandage that covered the overbearing weapon. The white cloth fell down, and Killer Bee could see the monster of the hidden mist sword contorted and convulsed in front of him as the intended effect of his sword vanished. Kasama kicked Sabu back, sending the Inkanin flying and landing on Panta's stomach, as Kasama bore down on Killer Bee with his monstrous strength. "Hoshigaki Kasama, do remember my name," said the fish man, with a smirk that could intimidate even the most hardened shinobi. "Simhata is getting very happy from the chakra it has been eating." Kasama said in amused chuckle. Killer Bee replied, "You, I'm gonna beat. With my fists, I'll knock your teeth." Bubbles of chakra began pouring from around Killer Bee, as the said area began to feel the chakra and malicious killing intent radiating from the eight-tailed host. Killer Bee could suddenly feel himself getting stronger, his strength boosting from the upgrade of the Eight Tails chakra. Sabu, who had recovered from the blow of the blue man's attack, looked hopeful when he saw the chakra shroud that surrounded the Eight Tails like a second rippling skin. His joy wouldn't last, however, as the sword from Kasama's hand suddenly spiked to new levels as it began tearing itself from the bandages, extending and contorting inside as the tailed beast's chakra was instantly absorbed by the grotesque-looking sword that now had its mouth at the tip of the blade gaping and reaching for Killer Bee. Kasama's ferocious grin grew again as he chuckled and shouldered his weapon to his shoulders. "Now you've done it. You made Simhata thoroughly excited from your chakra." With a mighty swing, Kasama shouted, "O-O-O-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-A-H-H-H," and slashed down the sword straight at Killer Bee, who had instantly dodged the blow. The ground beneath the two shattered as fissures suddenly formed and rocks flew upwards from the force of impact. Killer Bee backed away from the site of destruction as the ground was leveled from Kasama's strength. Tsunade then popped from the ground upwards, erecting itself from the ground as it dashed its way to Killer Bee. The ground beneath formed a straight fissure to Killer Bee looked around as 4 more of the said blades popped from the ground and surrounded him from all sides. Killer Bee's head turned around as the swords crashed their way towards him fast. The earth gave a thunderous explosion as dust and debris flew upwards from the force of the blow. Kasama popped his head from the ground and slowly rose from a fair distance, smirking as he hefted the blade to his shoulder. He had hit the Hachibai dead-on from that last attack, and with the chakra cloak ineffective against him, the 8-tailed host's reliance on the Biju's chakra was practically pointless to someone like him. He was trained to wield Tsunade, trained to fight and win against Jinchuriki and Biju. He knew how these people rely on chakra-based attacks, an area of effect jutsu that can cause massive devastation. Due to their overwhelming sources of chakra, Jinchuriki were considered super soldiers of any hidden village. Kasama was trained to fight that threat. Instead of withstanding the overwhelming force of their attacks, Kasama would absorb theirs and use the chakra absorbed by Tsunade and attack. In essence, his former village had trained him to be the perfect counter, the anti-Jinchuriki. As he viewed the smoke settling itself, Kasama was suddenly surprised as he saw a solitary black sphere the size of a man in the middle. Kasama kept his guard up. He had not experienced this kind of form from any Jinchuriki he had faced. If the dense chakra reverberating in the atmosphere was any indication, Kasama would duly note to brace himself from what was about to happen. Moments earlier, it was looking bleak. No matter what attack that he threw against the Akatsuki member, that ugly sword kept absorbing his chakra, making his offensive strikes absolutely useless. Lariat with the chakra cloak was out of the question. If that sword can take a full force of the 8-tails chakra while using it, then Lariat would be utterly useless. Damn it, B. It looks like they sent someone more competent. He's the perfect counter to any of our attacks. What are we going to do? How about we go for version 2? Killer Bee grinned and said to the Biju sealed inside him, if we want to beat this foo, I say we go for version 2. Hachibai gleefully nodded and said to his host, version 2 it is then. With the impact about to come at him at that second, the brown Biju chakra seeped out of Killer Bee and surrounded him once more like a shroud. However, this time, the shroud's tails began to surround Killer Bee like a cocoon. Present time. The black sphere then began to vibrate slowly, shaking mildly before violently shattering like glass. Winds and gale forces had pushed Kasama back, his sandals skidding to the ground as he grappled it with the use of Tsunade. As the epicenter of the black sphere let out a powerful chakra blast, 4 black tails sprouted from the middle, shaking and swaying as the form of the man that was Killer Bee revealed itself from the dust now covered in black with the Biju's potent chakra. The Biju compressed into human form let out acrid smoke from its mouth as the dense chakra of the Biju permeated in the air, radiating with killing intent so much that even Sabu had to support himself on a tree bark as Killer Bee flexed his left arm. Bone began to coalesce on his shoulder, coming together like permeable liquid and forming a skull of a horned bull. Killer Bee's left arm shook at the absolute intensity of the chakra being collected on his left arm, forming the bull's skull. Lariat. Killer Bee then appeared in front of Kasama, giving his vicious clothesline attack straight at Kasama's chest, who parried with his sword, trying to absorb the immense chakra of the attack. The force of the attack forced Kasama back as he suddenly felt alarmed that Tsunade was becoming sluggish all of a sudden. The chakra being absorbed from the 8-tailed host was too much. Tsunade can't take it all at once. It was then that Tsunade was parried away from Kasama and Killer Bee plowed through Kasama through his immense force, hitting Kasama straight in the chest as his cloak was shredded to bits. His ribs, blood vessels, skin and muscle were crushed from the devastating blow. Kasama was flung back by the force of the blow from Killer Bee, smashing through rocks and trees, sending him crashing onto a giant tree as blood fell from his chest. Kasama began to cough blood from his mouth. However, despite from the immense and excruciating pain he is currently experiencing, the monster of the hidden mist remained, let out a smile and said, "That was a good attack. You got me." Killer Bee somewhat sighed in relief as his chakra cloak died down. He looked at Kasama, who was still smirking despite the fatal injury. Killer Bee was about to finish Kasama off as he grabbed one of his swords and dashed at the man. It was then that Killer Bee had suddenly stopped as he saw Tsunade suddenly surging from the ground and back to Kasama's hands. "Ha, you didn't think it was over just like that, did you?" Kasama asked, as Tsunade's handle began to extend and slither its way to Kasama's hands. The chakra absorbed earlier began its process of regenerating Kasama's injuries, closing the wound carved on his chest as bones began to reform and regenerate. Tendons and muscles began attaching and realigning itself as a perfectly new skin had reformed and covered his body once again. Smoke had danced to where the injury had been, and Kasama gave a deep breath as he gave that toothy grin of his. "I get stronger the stronger my opponent is. I never get tired and I can't be defeated. That's why they call me the beast with no tail." Sabu had immediately deduced Kasama's ability, his sword. It's his most lethal weapon. B, if you can grab that sword, you can utterly stop him. Kasama then clapped his hands together, his cheeks puffed up as his neck stretched. Sabu could actually feel the amount of chakra that Kasama was molding from the fish man's mouth. In one hurling motion, water gushed like a raging tsunami as Kasama shouted menacingly, "Suten, Debakusuashawa." The raging tsunami reached a height of 50 feet as it gushed through the forest like a broken dam, taking Killer Bee, Sabu and Ponta with the surge of waves. Amidst the raging waters that unceremoniously put a large part of the forest underwater, Kasama stood with Samehada emerging. Scales began to define more as his head and back grew a fin, and on the apex of his buttocks grew a tail. The interlaces of his fingers and feet grew webbed, as 3 sets of gills grew from each side of his neck. Kasama's appearance grew much more predatory as his smile grew. "Grab my sword, you say? I'd let you do that." Kasama menacingly floated above Sabu and Killer Bee as he continued, "If you can separate it from my body, that is." Kasama leaned forward as his unrivaled speed underwater kicked in and swam towards Killer Bee. The 8-tailed host soon changed back to his compressed beast form, made a quick dash towards Sabu and Ponta, swimming through the dome of the water while grabbing both the Incannon and his pet. "You can't escape. You're too much in a disadvantage." Kasama began picking up speed as he began swerving towards Killer Bee. "Damn it, Bee. He's faster underwater. We can't run forever, we'll die faster this way." It was then that the 8-tailed host reached for the edge of the underwater prison and swerved to his left, swimming as fast as he could. Killer Bee suddenly saw Kasama. Instead of going after him, went after Sabu and Ponta. Inwardly, the 8-tailed host cursed and swam back as Kasama's fins on his forearms revealed needles about to stab the two. Killer Bee had suddenly cut in front, but not before Kasama turning to the 8-tailed host, giving him one of his infamously devious and playfully dangerous smiles as the black chakra cloak receded, revealing Killer Bee underneath. "You fell for it," said Kasama as he swam towards Killer Bee and bumped the man with the side of his fin. It was then that 4 cephalopod tentacles had emerged from the tails that Killer Bee had, and began strangling Kasama far away from Sabu and Ponta as possible. As soon as the two were safe, the cephalopods again receded back into the transparent chakra cloak as Kasama chuckled, "Just merely touching me would result in your chakra being drained. I hope you aren't having trouble breathing. It would be so bothersome to explain to my boss why you suffocated from my Suiro Saimodori no Jutsu. Of course, I tend to make some mistakes along the way." Killer Bee began pushing bubbles out of his lungs, finding it harder and harder to breathe now that his chakra levels were getting weaker. He could still perform a full transformation. He just needed to make sure he got away from this man as soon as possible. Gathering chakra in his mouth, Killer Bee had let his cheeks puff out and leaned his body slightly back as he began spewing ink around Kasama's area. The whole water dome had suddenly been enveloped in black smog, spreading through the gigantic blob of water. Once Killer Bee had spread the ink, he then swam as far as he could. But it would not be as Kasama, when merged with Samehada, has an ability to detect the chakras around him. He could feel how close or how far they are. And as Bee was about to reach the edge of the dome, Kasama had swerved towards the 8-tailed host and instantly grappled him. Outside, the clear blue water of the dome had suddenly turned pitch black from the ink spray. The water had then, like a bubble, had burst and popped. Kasama's form then receded back as Samehada began to take its sword form once again. At the sudden turn of events, Killer Bee had jumped back and his chakra cloak was activated once more. This time, the 8-tailed host expanded the chakra within him as shouted, "Man, was I filled with dread, I thought I was dead." The chakra then expanded in size as the tails began turning to cephalopods again, with the chakra expanding and solidifying once it reached its peak height. Killer Bee continued as the form of the 8 tails had appeared in all its glory. "Fish face, let me tell you about my situation." Red and blue globules of chakra then popped up from the right-tailed beast. As it began collecting it at its mouth, the chakra became condensed to a point. It appeared as black as the sphere it had earlier. The ball then compressed. The energy grew volatile as the surge of chakras grew more and more violent as each second passed. It was then that the 8 tails bit the small orb of chakra and then aimed it at Kasama. "I'm the undisputed king of destruction." Kasama was instantly on it. From what he could feel from that attack, it would certainly be devastating enough to tear him apart down to the last cell. He held out Samehada upwards and jumped, aiming for the beast's head. The 8-tailed ox turned its head upwards as the energy for its own memory reached into maximum levels. As the charge upended, the gigantic beast leaned back a little and braced its forearms on the ground, and fired the blast from its mouth. Boom! A resounding explosion was heard all around the forest as the force of the recoil sent winds surpassing 100 km per hour streaming around the 8-tailed beast, blowing anything around it. The ground beneath the beast gave in from the impact, shattering and embedding the beast below. The stream of red light streaked through the winter-laden sky upwards, forcing a portion of the thick clouds to give way as the blast opened a hole in the cloud-ridden sky. "Did we get him?" Killer Bee asked as the beast's head looked around. "Did what get who?" The voice had suddenly interrupted. Kasama had instantly appeared on top of one of the giant bull's horns, with Samehada, now larger than Kasama himself, placed firmly on the fish man's shoulders. "That was a pretty nasty attack just now. If it wasn't for the fact that I anticipated such an obvious attack, I doubt I'd be standing here down to the last cell." Kasama chuckled as he hefted Samehada above his head. "You lose, 8 tails," Kasama shouted, swinging Samehada down on the 8 tails' head. Chakra began to be absorbed by the blade as Kasama slashed down. The eight-tailed ox howled, and as its chakra was siphoned away, crashing down on the ground, the crater below caved in lower as the eight-tailed beast receded back to its host. Kasama smiled as he raised his sword again and said as he was about to swipe down the blade, "It would be such a pain if you could move. It's better to cut off your leg and so that you can't escape." Just as he was about to slash down on Killer Bee's leg, a sudden shuriken had been flung from behind him. Kasama leaned his head to the left and turned around in surprise, and found 3 Kumo-nin who had suddenly appeared in the area. "You're too late," Kasama yelled as he motioned for Simhata to take off Bee's legs. Just as the blade was about to make contact on the ground, Simhata grappled itself on the ground, hindering any further progress to finish what he had started. Simhata doesn't want to hurt the target. Kasama clicked his tongue in annoyance at the sudden turn of events. In aggravation to his predicament, Kasama punted Simhata by the hilt as it refused to obey his actions. The heavy sword fell to the side as suddenly jumped back when myriads of light energy began raining down his area. "Rantan, Riza Sakasu!" Darui shouted, the projectiles of light streams blasting around Kasama and trailing him like bloodthirsty hounds. Kasama ducked in perfect timing as a ray of light went past him and exploded, forcing Kasama to step away from the area that Killer Bee had laid. Kasama saw Simhata had found its way to the side of the eight-tailed host as its handle wriggled and slithered its way to Killer Bee and began replenishing him with the chakra he had absorbed earlier. He somewhat feared that this would happen with his sword. The former Mizukage had warned him of Simhata's overindulgence. It could betray him at any given moment if he kept absorbing chakra from a single source. It so happened that the eight-tails had a lot of chakra and used a lot of it in his attacks. He paid no heed, however, as from past experiences with the blade had concluded it to him that Simhata's hunger for chakra seemed insatiable. Now, it seemed that even Simhata had a limit to how much it can absorb. The eight-tailed host stood up slowly as he felt his chakras replenished. "Now that your ugly sword is through, get ready for round 2. Killer Bee stood erect now as the chakra that he had lost earlier had returned back to him. He stretched his arms and flexed it as he smirked. His brother then shouted, "Bee, I go high, you go low. Gothka bro," was his immediate reply. Kasama clasped his hands together to form a water jutsu, sequencing fast as the 2 approaching ninja had surrounded themselves in their respective auras. Suten, Gakuden no Jutsu. Kasama then leaned back once again as liquid began collecting in his mouth and spat out fluid, smashing on the ground, creating another tidal wave within the dense wood area. The water surged violently as it took form of a gigantic shark flailing in the air, about the same size as the giant raccoon, Panta. It then sent itself diving towards the brothers who had jumped earlier and landed on top of the water. The Hokage and Killer Bee watched as the imposing water shark dived towards them at great speeds, splashing and exploding upon contact, sending particles of water splashing everywhere on the ground. Kasama smirked as he saw the Hokage stand before him. He looked around everywhere his neck could bend normally. The Hokage had charged at him with the man's right arm extended. It was then that the sudden chakra spike hit Kasama noticed his back. Killer Bee with his right arm extended for a close line straight to the back of his neck. Double lariat. Both brothers yelled, as Kasama had suddenly extended his arms and blocked the blitz attacks coming from the Lightning brothers with his hands. Lightning and Biju Cloak began to eat at Kasama's skin as his bones could actually feel his bones crack and shatter from the strength that both brothers delivered. Kasama chuckled, that was good. Kasama could feel the pain course through his hands as he was forcing it to push the attack away from his person. Both brothers stood agape at the strength that Kasama displayed, but strengthened their pushing force further. Kasama chuckled, "So, this is it, eh?" Kasama shouted as he laughed when his arms finally gave out. With a last cry, Kasama shouted directly above, "That was a great match." Both arms had instantly reached Kasama by the side of the chest and neck. Killer Bee hitting the chest as it plowed through the skin, tearing it open and along with fat and muscle as it shattered the bones in Kasama's ribs to shards and embedding itself in the lungs and heart. The Hokage's attack, once it connected to the neck, snapped the spinal cord there like a twig, severing it from the row of bones and disconnecting the nerves inside from the sudden rattling of bones as blood gushed from the opposite side, severing the carotid artery and jugular vein, spewing the life-giving liquid like a blocked hose nozzle. As the blue-skinned man's corpse fell down in a heap on the ground, both brothers gave a sigh of relief. The Hokage then approached his brother with a tick on his shoulder. "You got a lot of explaining to do, B." Lee could only feel the enthusiasm fade after that victory as the shadow of his brother approached before him menacingly. Somehow, Killer Bee thought that he knew he forgot something. Konoha. It had taken 2 excruciatingly long days to reach Konoha and separate for the Kiri representatives to make a beeline to the southeastern shore that led to water country. The travel itself was nothing special to say the least. Although, during the trip there was even an instance where Hinata and the Mizukage actually glared at each other to show their deep discontent with each other. Of course, Naruto, who had tried to defuse the situation and being the said person who was the source of their growing animosity, ended up worsening the situation. "Oh, Hokage Dono, please make sure to tame some of your subordinates when you do get back to your village. They tend to go out of line in the chain of command," said the Mizukage as she grabbed Naruto's right arm with hers and placed it firmly in her bosom. Sakura was the one who replied, "We are not going out of my bounds, Mizukage-sama, but please show that you are a dignified leader of your village. We are just worried for our leader, please refrain displaying such." Sakura fought off the urge to mention any word that would result in an appropriate fight with the Mizukage. The woman would definitely kick her ass for it, not to mention that it could cause an international incident. X. Hokage Dono, now do you see? No respect for your position, said the Mizukage, pointing her index finger to the Pinkette. Naruto looked flustered when he felt those mounds mashing his arm. He laughed nervously. Mizukage Dono, they're just concerned about my well-being, so. Mei-chan, what? Naruto asked immediately, utterly confused. Call me Mei-chan, Hokage Dono. After that little fiasco, it became more and more awkward for Naruto to interact with the people from Kiri. Sure, they were great to be around, but with his female subordinates showing those hawk-like gazes over him, he was on edge. It was somewhat a relief that they had to separate in order to get to Kiri. Once they made into a fork in the road and had to separate. Once they had seen the gates of Konoha, they were greeted with the sight of a well-endowed blonde woman crossing her arms and looking as if she'd had a bad drinking spree last night. Brat, you've got a lot of explaining to do. To which the other blonde hastily replied, who you calling a brat, you old bat? Shouldn't you be taking your afternoon nap? Tsunade snapped, old bat. That's it, you little mongrel. When I'm through with you, your mouth won't be the only thing closed shut. Oh yeah, why don't you just stick to knitting then? You WOULDn't want to strain your back from overworking. You're dead, Tsunade shouted, gripping her fists as Naruto paled when he remembered what Tsunade could do with single-finger flick. He was about to run when the elder woman tackled him down, placed his head in a lock, and began ruffling it with her hands. You little rascal, I knew you had it in you to show that decrepit old crone who's boss around here, she said with a smile still ruffling her successor's head. Naruto only grinned at that as he spoke. Good to see that you're awake, Ba-chan. Tsunade grinned at that herself and said, am I ever glad that you're back, Naruto. Now let's get to your office while we talk. You're going to have to tell me what happened during the summit and how you subdued that old fart. Naruto then dismissed his group, telling them of a well-deserved rest. Once they had made it back, Naruto sat on the seat at the back of the desk and placed his elbows on the table with his hands covering his face. I see, so that's why Sasuke's coming after the advisors. Tsunade placed a hand on her chin as she herself began to think. I can't just let this slide, Ba-chan. They managed to usurp control from Old Man Tsunade more than once, and I'm sure that they could have done so during your time as well. All that it needed was for Danzo to authorize it and let him handle the problem himself. Now with Root exterminated, I can honestly say that we have them cornered. Naruto looked serious at that. Gigi told me once that the government exists for the people. Although Itachi was blamed for the incident, there were still many people that could have responded the night of the massacre. The patrolling ANBU were replaced with either Danzo's men or were given orders to stay away from the scene of the crime, and the old man was given no choice. I can't trust them, Ba-chan. I can't trust the advisors without going behind my back. I need to replace them. Although what they did could be understandable, the Sandaime could have developed terms and compromises with the Uchiha clan. We didn't give them a chance, Ba-chan. They already knew what was going to happen further ahead, yet they didn't do anything. There were no negotiations that could have been done, but even the old man and with his peace talks, most of the proposals that they sent were denied. Even if the Hokage was the one who authorized those proposals, they would utterly be rejected or be destroyed by one of the three. Simply put, they wanted to keep the Uchiha in line. So you're doing this, Tsunade mentioned, and Naruto had cut her off. I'm doing this in order to prevent another massacre. Who's to say that they would stop with the Uchiha? There are still prominent clans here that are infamous throughout the village, mostly the Hyuga. They have the power and influence, they also have money, and although the clan has been given reins and administrations on its own, they could fear for the day that at least one of these clans would eventually turn out the same as the Uchiha. I knew that Independent Clan Act bullshit was asking for trouble, Tsunade mentioned. That law was created during the rule of the Nidaime. It came along with the establishment of the police force. It was meant to give every prominent ninja clan in Konoha privacy in matters involving their clan. In the process, it gave each clan to talk about their problems amongst themselves, and with great independence, settle problems quickly without the needed approval of the Hokage. And if Tsunade could recall, the establishment of the law, along with the police force, happened on the very last few days that the Nidaime had implemented. It meant that the succession of the advisors took place those few days. It only leads to one thing that Tsunade had her inkling suspicion on. Those two never did trust the other ninja clans like Danzo did. The Independent Clan Act was just there to isolate the remaining clans from the politics of the village itself. As long as these clans don't try to meddle with the politics enlisted in the village, they were safe. The Uchiha, who have almost 1/3 of the forces during that time, tried that, and the establishment of the police force was given to them. It kept them busy thinking it could place them into a power that's comparable to the Senju. Tsunade then continued, if I know Sarutobi sensei, he'd have kept notes of his most memorable decision-making policies when he became Hokage along with a lot of prominent events. We need gather them and study it here. If those notes are still present, we can have enough incriminating evidence to convict Tamura and Koharu. With that, Tsunade had stood up and opened the door about to leave the office, but before she did, she smirked and said to the blonde, good luck with the paperwork, brat. I'm glad I'm finally out of that hellhole. She then laughed as she closed the door when Naruto groaned and said to the god Aim, "Don't remind me, Bachan." When Tsunade left, Naruto sighed as he slumped in his chair when he turned around to view his village. Without as much as a hitch, he had raised his right hand slightly and an ANBU member had jumped down, wearing a bird mask. The masked operative had then kneeled down in front of his leader as Naruto spoke. "Tori, guard Tsunade with your team. Root may be gone, but I don't want to take chances. There could still be remnants of Danzo's forces that are in contact with the two advisors. I want you guard Tsunade while she searches for Old Man Hokage's notes. While you're at it, tell Sai to come to the tower when he can. I need an assignment to be done with his help." Tori nodded and vanished from sight. Naruto stood up from his seat and walked out of the office. He needed to train in his Fuinjutsu again. It seemed a lot of work, but if he could start on his free time, the more advantage they would have on this war. He needed to speak with some of the minor leaders about what had taken place. The more allies he has, the more chances that they could win this war, and the first place he had thought of was the land of his fellow student under Jiraiya. Ambikure no Sato, unknown location. The first thing that Sasuke could feel when he woke up was a terrible ache. He felt sore all over as he sat up carefully. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange place where the ground were completely symmetrical. Squares, rectangles, quadrilaterals littered the area around him below a dark and blue-painted sky. A spiral contortion of the space in front of him and Karin revealed Madara, who stood in front of him as he said, "Well, Sasuke, even though it was a tough job, good work. We've rattled them up pretty well. And good job in obtaining Susanoo." Sasuke squinted his eyes for a moment. The blurring vision of his eyes was occurring. His eyesight was getting worse. When he had faced off against the 5 Kages, he never delivered a clean blow to any of them. They were in a different league on their own, but when the 5 of them are in the same field, it was like climbing a mountain you can't overcome. The fact that the realization had dawned on him that he had faced the 5 Kages made him almost too weak at the knees at his own foolishness. What had drove him like that? What kind of madness did he place himself into? He had damaged his eyes severely for nothing. How was he supposed to extract his revenge on the elders now? How will he be able to deal the justice that he had craved for his family? For Itachi, would it just end this way? He going blind before he could kill them? No, he won't let it happen. He won't allow it. He won't let it end this way. The truth that Itachi had seen, if it meant serving out that hammer of justice, then he would do it. He would force himself to see Itachi's viewpoint. Through Itachi's eyes. Madara, give me Itachi's eyes. I want to place his eyes in mine. Madara merely gave a smile underneath his spiraling orange mask. Sasuke was getting closer and closer to his ideal pawn. Although it would set back his plans for a good 6 months with Sasuke getting used to the new vision and the retraining of his Manjikyo techniques, all of it would be worth it in the end. His plans would surely succeed. 6 months was plenty of time. It would do no good to rush things. To be continued. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.